Immortal family, I, who merit in my old age, am like a withered tree reviving in spring. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, Undercurrent Surge, The Restless Redguard Sanran, 2 more monthly tickets requested. To be honest, I've seen your Shu family's second grade upper grade sword or evil slaying formation. 108 magic flying swords can form a sword formation, and stone tablets can also be used to form a sword formation. I think that if a heavy spiritual weapon is made, the grade is about the middle grade spiritual weapon. Only 9 stone tablets are needed to form a sword or evil slaying formation. In this way, 9 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building can rival the cultivators at the peak of foundation building. Even if they cannot defeat them, they can hold them back. If we go to war with other Purple Mansion forces, it will be of great benefit. In addition, didn't the clan just receive a message from the Great Elder Yu Yan that a quasi 4th grade Shadow Sword Light formation appeared in the 5 Beast Sect market, but the price is 3.5 million spirit stones? I think it is completely worth buying. This sword formation contains the Shadow Sword energy, and it requires more than 10 foundation building cultivators to be in charge. It can trigger a formation that can resist multiple Purple Mansion cultivators, and the coverage area can completely protect the south of our Wanli Yandang Mountains, Yandang Mountain, Xianshu Pavilion, and Xianong sect. This is also the core of our sect in the future. Su Yuming was happy. There are 7 people from the Liu family of Xianong who have established their foundation, 7 people from the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion who have established their foundation, and 21 people from my Su family who have established their foundation. After we establish our sect, there will be only 35 cultivators who have established their foundation. We also need to assign 9 people to sit in the shops all over Jizhou. This simplified 9 swords monument array can only condense 1 at most. I have the corpse of a 3rd level 100-foot snake monster here, which can completely refine a snake bone sword monument of 10 to 20 feet. It's a pity that the grade of a mid-level spiritual weapon is too weak. Even if the snake bone is not the most core refining part of the snake monster, it can also touch the grade of a top-grade spiritual weapon. Seeing Su Yuming take out the corpse of a 3rd level snake monster, Liu Heng's eyes lit up. I can't guarantee a top-grade spiritual weapon, but there is no problem in forging this 9 swords monument into a high-grade spiritual weapon, and the 9 swords monument array forged with 3rd level snake bones may be able to fight against cultivators who have reached the great perfection of foundation building. Then you get started. I will fully support you in anything you need. Before Liu Heng could continue speaking, Su Yuiying and the guest weapon refiner Chang Zihun walked over from a distance. 19th brother, the 2nd grade ore you gave me before is almost used up. Brother Chang and I have refined a total of 11 top-grade magic weapons and 3 low-grade magic weapons, all of which are flying swords made to save materials. It's a pity that the grade was not raised, but it is barely enough for the foundation building people in our clan who have broken through the realm during this period. Su Yuming nodded slightly, and through the mace forged from 3,000 years of Jade Iron Mother that he got from Lang Xian to him, refined 5 top-grade magic weapons and flying swords for me. Liu Heng's face fell immediately. I say, you ask me to refine more than a dozen top-grade magic weapons at once. Even if I have 8 hands, I will have to work for 2 or 3 years. It doesn't matter, there's no rush. If you can finish refining it, how about I give you a 2,500-year-old purple sungrass? Really? Liu Heng was overjoyed. This is the main material for refining the purple yang pill. Even if it is only 2,500 years old, it can increase the chance of Zixa Transformation Palace by 10%. Su Yuming casually threw out a brocade box, which immediately made the boy overjoyed. Then he took away the refining materials and flew directly back to the depths of the refining peak to start refining. Su Yuming faced the remaining 2 people, waved his hand and threw out a bunch of spiritual weapons that were damaged in the fight. There were about 100 pieces, all of which were picked up when he and Wang Yuiao were escaping. Take these spiritual weapons back to repair them. The broken sword can be refined into a flying knife, and the broken gun can be transformed into a flying needle. As long as the weapon pattern is still there, these materials should not be wasted. Yes, Patriarch. Su Yuming took these materials and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Not long ago, They could even kill a second-level crab monster and pick up the corpse and be so excited that they couldn't sleep. Now his 19th brother was too generous. Among these more than 100 semi-damaged spiritual weapons, many are 80% to 90% new. These broken ends look sharp. I don't know what kind of tragic fight would damage so many spiritual weapons. After watching Su Yulong leave, Su Yuming's sound transmission node lit up. Chu Xingbo, I have invited Gongsun Wu Yao, the deputy owner of Yao Xiao Jip and Dan Lao, a third-level lower-level alchemist, to come and help refine the Jiang pill. He wants 3,000-year-old snackaberries. 3,000-year-old snackaberries? The price is not high, but a 1,000-year-old snackaberry is equivalent to 10 years of work for a foundation-building cultivator. These 3 are 30 years, mostly for the cultivation of descendants. Promise him, but he must guarantee the success rate. Chu Xingbo, Patriarch, don't worry, he will bring the 9th-level pill furnace. This is the golden pill magic treasure of Jilpin's Henren, the founder of the Jilpin Dan Lao in the past. It can increase the success rate of pills by 15%. Since he has agreed to help, he will definitely not lose. We can also prepare some rare herbs with high age and exchange them for some second-level and third-level pills from him, preferably foundation-building pills. At this time, it is left to you to deal with. After the voice transmission, Su Yuming couldn't help but sigh that Chu Xingbo's work efficiency is not low. On Su Yulong's side, a quasi 4th-level formation actually costs 3.5 million spiritual stones. With such a high price, I might as well use these spiritual stones to buy another top-grade spiritual weapon for the Su family. However, Su Yuming is not short of spiritual stones at all. Just the trip to the secret realm and Wang Yuiao have earned at least more than 3 million spiritual stones. Counting the profit from selling these sundries, more than 5 million spiritual stones robbed from the Chen family in Yandang Mountain, minus the 3 million spiritual stones left in the family treasury, he still has more than 6.2 million spiritual stones in his hands. For such a large formation to protect the family, it is not too much to ask the Xianong Liu family and the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion to pay 500,000 spiritual stones. I will also pay another 2.5 million spiritual stones. Su Yuming thought for a moment and decided to reply to his second sister to take down this formation, but asked the other party to send it to Yandang Mountain for on-site trading of spiritual stones. After all, Su Yulong is just a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, and she can't protect this quasi 4th-level formation. It's too dangerous on the way back. Taoguan, after receiving the order to garrison here, Honghu Sanren was a little restless. Xianji Sanren and Yubing Jiao were still there, and the aura of Jindan's Henren Yan leading also enveloped this place, which meant that he could not leave. Damn it, the kid from the Su family has returned to Yandang Mountain, and is currently planning to attack Xianshu Pavilion and Xianong sect. If he is allowed to next the two sects, the Su family's strength will surge, and they may be able to buy 1 or 2 Purple Mansion opportunities. If someone from the Su family enters the Purple Mansion, that would be bad for me. Honghu Sanren did not think about telling the secret of the Cloud Beast killing horse, but the Yunduan Shu family had been destroyed. He could not guarantee whether Su Yuming and Shui Yulong still had information about the Cloud Beast killing horse and this magical technique. At least he and Yang Baimei did not find the technique when they searched the house. Something bad is happening, my lord. Outside the door, the red crab ancestor suddenly rushed in. I just got the news from the spy in Yandang that the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion and the Liu family of Xianong sect have decided to join the Su family in Yandang Mountain. Moreover, the spiritual energy in Yandang Mountain is gathering and not dispersing. The Su family seems to have a lot more foundation-building cultivators. They have picked up a great bargain in the 10,000 Snake Valley, and their strength has skyrocketed. Red Crab, you and the Su family have a mortal feud, and I have also been humiliated by the Su family. What do you think? If I lead you to Yandang Mountain at this time, can I wipe out the Su family in Yandang Mountain? There was a change in the eyes of the Red Guard Wanderer. I'm afraid it will be difficult. Apart from anything else, Su Yuming will most likely be able to escape. He is good at earth escape techniques. I guess he should have inherited the legacy of Su family ancestor Tulong Sanren, and even the spiritual weapon in his hand, good at earth escape techniques? Then tell me, is it possible that the evil thief in Watch Valley who is wanted by Major Sex is Su Yuming? The Red Crab Patriarch rolled his eyes. My lord, do you mean, to create momentum for him, the Su family in Yandang Mountain has made such a big move? Just to establish a purple mansion sect, I want to see if they have a purple mansion. And by then, it won't be us who will be panicking, but the 5 sects in Tao County. Originally, Tao County had an area of only more than 100,000 miles in radius. With 5 purple mansion forces, it is already very crowded. Someone wants to divide their territory. Do you think they will be willing, my lord? The Xianong sect claims to have 100,000 acres of spiritual fields, but most of them are rented spiritual fields from the Zhejian sect and the Dahaoki sect. If the Xianong sect joins the Su family, then these 2 major sects will inevitably take back the spiritual fields. The face of the spirit crab ancestor was grim. In addition, I heard that the Judeo sect of Dayan Peak was separated from the Badeo sect in the early years. We might as well send a message to the Badeo sect and ask them to send people to Dayan Peak to support the Judeo sect so that it will not be swallowed up by the Su family. In addition, over at the Bayun 5 Mountains, which is closest to the Yandang Mountains, we can tell Yundun Ranch about Su Yuming's sneak attack and killing of Yang Bangmei, and we can also throw the dirty water of the demise of the Chen family of Bayun Mountain on him. As long as the 2 sides go to war, the forces of the 5 sects of Tao County are standing behind the Bayun 5 Mountains. When the time comes, the forces of the several major purple mansions will unite, and the Su family of Yandang Mountain will surely die. The Red Guard Sanren nodded slightly. I will use the contributions from the sect to exchange 2 foundation building pills for you. In addition, we will continue to recruit independent cultivators. When the 5 sects of Tao County send troops to attack Yandang Mountain, we want to profit from it, and then we must have the qualifications to talk to them. Yes, the Red Crab ancestor was overjoyed. 2 foundation building pills were enough to restore the strength of their Red Crab Forest Wong family. Wait, Su Yuming. Our Wong family left our hometown and fell into poverty until now. We can only be slaves to others. It's all thanks to you. When I conquer Yandang Mountain, your Su family will kill everyone in it. By the way, my lord, there is only one Skull Mountain left among the 6 mountains of Yandang. It seems that they have reached an agreement with the Su family, but their whereabouts are unknown at present. Oh, the Red Guard Sanren's eyes lit up. Then you should leave for Skull Mountain immediately. If they can be used by me, this battle should break out more fiercely. Yes. Chapter 152. I want to test the temperature of a second-rank alchemist. 3 more monthly tickets requested. Reporting to the head of the family, Skull Mountain has mobilized many foundation-building monks and assembled more than 500 Qi Refining monks to start the transfer. In addition, we have received a secret message that they will keep the 180,000 mortals in Lengjia town where they are, waiting for subsequent relocation. Immediately dispatch Su Laokin to take over Skull Mountain, and give him 2 low-grade spiritual flying swords. Su Yuiying and Su Yufei will each be rewarded with 2 top-grade magic flying swords. Take over Lengjia town and the Lengjia spiritual stone mine, and dispatch 36 Qi Refining disciples from the Xianong Liu family to cooperate. Yes, just in case, dispatch the great elder Chu Hongxiu to follow behind them. In addition, order the disciples in charge of patrolling from the 3 families to go to the warehouse to collect talismans and be on alert at all times. Yes, Su Yuming has already smelled the smell of gunpowder of a war. The foundation building families who want to move up are nothing more than the Purple Mansion forces. In his opinion, the Purple Mansion family is too slow for the Su family to develop. Although the merger of the Chu family of Xianshu Pavilion and the Liu family of Xianong sect can make them stronger, there will still be barriers between the 3 parties. Only by fighting with external forces and having a comradeship side by side can they be brought together. Master, Madam Chu has refined a furnace of low-grade foundation building pills, and 2 pills have been made. The sound transmission node on his waist flew up, and with a flick of his finger, Chu Zunzhao's voice came from it. Su Yuming's face lit up with joy. After all, he had made a breakthrough. With Chu Qinglun stepping into the realm of a second-level low-grade alchemist, his Su family also officially had a second-level alchemist. Su Yuming soon appeared at the Alchemy Peak, where all the alchemists of the Su family had gathered. The Peak Master of the Alchemy Peak, the second-level upper-grade alchemist Chu Zunzhao, the Alchemy Elder, the second-level lower-grade alchemist Chu Qinglun, the guest alchemy elder Su Wenchen, the alchemy deacon Su Yulong and Chang Nachan, and 57 first-level alchemists. The 3 second-level alchemists of the Xianong sect were not there, so this was the alchemy family after the merger of the 3 families. Qinglun, congratulations on entering the realm of a second-level alchemist. Your cultivation has already turned into liquid spirit energy, right? It seems that it is only natural for you to build your foundation next. Sui Yulong smiled and stepped forward, grabbing Chu Qinglun's little hand, his eyes full of love and surprise. My husband, please don't praise me. If my uncle had made a foundation building pill, this furnace would have produced at least 3, most likely 4, but I only made 2, and I had already wasted 3 furnaces of alchemy materials. Fortunately, it was not the foundation building pill materials, otherwise I would have to help the family add several fewer foundation building cultivators. The uncle she was talking about was naturally Chu Zunzhao, who gave up the position of the head of the family because he was obsessed with alchemy and left the position of the patriarch to her father Chu Zunshan. Sui Yulong patted her on the back. It's okay. As the family's new second-level alchemist, it's reasonable to consume more alchemy materials. As a reward, I will give you a spiritual tool on behalf of the family. After that, Sui Yulong directly handed the red cloud gourd, which was smeared with dirt these days, to Chu Qinglun. This is a top-grade spiritual tool that can hold a space of 10,000 feet and has multiple storage rooms inside. It can store spiritual pills, spiritual springs, and even spiritual fire. It is a must-have for alchemists. In addition, the gourd contains wind and fire spells. When the 2 foundation building spells are combined, the power of the explosion is not weaker than a blow in the late stage of foundation building, and the offensive and defensive strength is excellent. After encouraging everyone in the alchemy peak, Sui Yulong took Chu Qinglun out for a walk. Qinglun, I have decided to give you a top-grade foundation building pill to help you enter the foundation building period. My husband, aren't you going to let me try to build the foundation on my own? My spiritual energy has already turned into liquid, and after the successful refining of this batch of pills just now, I found that my spiritual consciousness is only one step away from the second level breakthrough as soon as possible. The top-grade foundation building pill is close to flawless foundation building. I don't expect that the conflict with other sects and forces will not be too far away. Yeah, seeing that there was no one outside, Chu Qinglun returned to her cave. With the help of the night breeze, she leaned her delicate body into Sui Yulong's arms. Qinglun, are you still using earth fire to refine pills? We're not an underground volcano here. There's a third-level earth heart and lung fire hidden there. The earth fire we have here is just the result of years of self-forging. It's okay for refining first-level pills, but second-level pills lack the right temperature. Chu Qinglun looked worried. Speaking of which, it's impossible to refine one's own pill fire without entering the golden core realm. If you rely entirely on beast fire, the cost of refining pills is still quite high. Sui Yulong took out the fire melting technique he had compiled and handed it to Chu Qinglun. This is the process of how I used many kinds of beast fire to create the 5 gods peacock fire. You can take it. I hope you can breed a beast fire of your own soon. In this way, whether it's refining pills or attacking enemies, it can be considered a small achievement. Thank you, husband. Chu Qinglun carefully put away the fire melting technique and looked at Sui Yulong, gradually becoming infatuated. By the way, the top-grade fire spiritual root we just found is called Linzaya Onion. She is currently in the Sanja Peak to guide the spirit into her body. After she enters the first level of Qi Refining, I decided to let you guide her in her cultivation, including letting her become an alchemist. Me. Chu Qinglun was a little surprised. Although she was Sui Yulong's bedmate, her realm was too low. She has a top-grade spiritual root. A high-grade spiritual root has a 50% chance of entering the foundation building period, and a top-grade spiritual root has a 40% to 50% chance of entering the purple mansion realm. This is the future pillar of the family. When you break through the foundation building stage, you will be almost qualified. Sui Yulong patted her shoulder. I will come forward to accept her as a registered disciple. And you will take care of her on weekdays. If I have time, I will also give her some pointers. Yes. After speaking, Sui Yulong took her hand and walked into the cave. Qinglun, it takes time for you to practice the fire fusion technique. Why don't you let your husband plant a 5-god peacock fire for you first? This fire is comparable to the 3rd-level spiritual fire. It can help you gradually refine other 2nd-level beast fires and nourish your own beast fire. You can also release it with all your strength. With one blow, those below the purple mansion will either die or be injured. Thank you, husband. Chu Qinglun was immediately overjoyed. She didn't expect that her husband would actually prepare a 5-god peacock fire for her. Isn't that equivalent to cutting off 1/10 of the 5-god peacock fire essence in his body? What a precious gift. After entering the cave, Chu Qinglun's face was baked a little ruddy by the flames. Husband, hearing her murmur, Su Yuming smiled and patted her cheek. Well, before that, let me test the temperature of a second-grade alchemist first. Just as Su Yuming was making love, several foundation-building elders had gathered at the Cloud Ranch far away. Have you heard the rumors? During the trip to the 10,000 Snake Valley, someone saw the white cloud sword Qi on the foundation establishment genius of the Su family in Yandang Mountain. Oh? But that's Su Yuming, who is ranked second on the foundation establishment list. White cloud sword Qi? Could it be that the Songfeng sword is also in his hand? Did the head of the manor die at his hands? It is said that the Su family in Yandang Mountain made a lot of money during the trip to the 10,000 Snake Valley. Many cultivators in the family have successively established their foundations. I'm afraid there are more than 10 foundation-building cultivators now. Cheng Suiyan, the second owner of the Yandang Ranch, frowned. This is the previous news. The latest news is that the Su family in Yandang Mountain, in conjunction with the Chu family of Xiangshu Pavilion and the Liu family of Xianwang sect, are preparing to establish a sect force, gathering more than 20 foundation-building cultivators, 3,000 Qi refining disciples, and hundreds of thousands of mortals from the three parties, ready to sweep across the Yandang Mountains. What? As soon as these words came out, the third owner Yang Chengming, the fourth owner He Dingfeng, and the fifth owner Zhu Daoyang below could not sit still. In this case, we can only swallow our anger. Yang Chengming is Yang Beimei's cousin. He stood up and slammed the table. No, we must avenge the great manor master. At worst, we will report this to the Five Beasts sect, but we must avenge my brother. Why not contact the other three families of Baiyun Five Mountains and gather the strength of the four families of Baiyun Five Mountains? This should make the Su family of Yandang Mountain afraid. The horse herder elder who was sitting down couldn't help but speak out. No, the Chen family of Baiyun Mountain was suddenly robbed. After the four families of us divided up the sphere of influence, everyone has conflicts because of the conflict over the territory. They can't even watch the show now, so don't even think about them helping. Elder Lam sighed. He is a veteran foundation-building person in Yandang Ranch and a figure from the last era. In my opinion, we should report to the Five Beasts sect and wait for the strong men of the sect to come forward and seek justice for us. We are next to the sword-washing sect to the north. After the great manor master was attacked by thieves, the sword-washing sect wanted to take us under its wing. If the Five Beasts sect does not make the decision for us, then we will surrender to the sword-washing sect and let them come forward to settle the matter for us. Okay, the group of elders discussed and made a decision, completely unaware that the sect's formation was being attacked at this time. Accompanied by a scream from the bottom of the mountain, the 6 foundation-building cultivators present all stood up. Someone, come here. What happened outside? It's bad, manor masters. Thieves have opened our formation and destroyed the third-order formation of my Yandang Ranch. Now they are killing their way in. There are so many puppets, and dozens of our disciples have been killed. Damn it, Cheng Suiyan shouted. Manor masters, follow me to stop the enemy. Also, immediately send a signal to the other families in Baiyun Five Mountains. Our Yandang Ranch has been attacked by criminals and we need them to come to our aid. If we follow in the footsteps of the Chen family of Baiyun Mountain, then my Baiyun Five Mountains will be eaten one by one. Yes, swish, the fireworks that shot up into the sky exploded for 10 miles, and could be seen clearly even from 1,000 miles away. In front of the mountain, Gu Ho, wearing a black robe, shook his head and smiled. You are about to die and still want to fight a desperate battle. It's just wishful thinking. Beside him, the red crab ancestor showed a smile of success. This time, he brought with him naturally the second-level formation breaking bead of Redguard Sanran. Brother Gu Ho, let's work together. After capturing and killing the foundation-building monks of Yandang Ranch, we will each take what we need. I have to take all those spirit horses away and go back to form a dragon-scale cavalry to complete the master's instructions. Of course, the cooperation between our two families depends entirely on Sanran. These dragon-scale horses will be considered a gift to Sanran, Gu Ho replied without looking back. With a wave of his hand, thousands of demon puppets behind him had begun to attack the mountain. His 3 corpses of gold, silver and bronze also all began to meet the foundation-building monks who were killing down from the top of the cloud. Chapter 153 Cloud Ranch is destroyed. Su Yuming is almost bald. One more, please subscribe. Qi the silver-armored corpse took out the heart of the 5th manor master Zhu Daoyang. chewed it in his hand, and it was already wrapped in a light golden luster. Its strength was comparable to that of a late-stage foundation-building cultivator. The most important thing was that its physical defense could not be broken without a top-grade spiritual weapon. As for the bronze-armored corpse in the distance, it was holding the fourth Manor Master Heating Fang tightly. The demon puppets all over the mountains were besieging the elders of several other cloud ranches. Where are our reinforcements? The third-grade Fu sect, the Snow family of Lion Mountain, and the Pinedon building, what are they doing? The second Manor Master Cheng Su-Ain was already at the peak of the foundation building stage. At this time, he looked around angrily. If he hadn't desperately blocked the golden armored corpse in front of him, I'm afraid that all the foundation building cultivators on the mountain would have been slaughtered in an instant. They shouldn't come. The enemy attacked the mountain, and the fire spread from the foot of the mountain to the top in an instant. None of them could figure out how many enemies there were, or how many foundation building cultivators had come. I guess they just wanted to wait until we were destroyed before investigating. Elder Lamb was also in the late stage of foundation building cultivation. He wore a sheep-horn crown on his head, and sometimes waved a sheep-headed cane to smash the foundation building wolf demon puppets that rushed to the front. Second owner, I will cover the rear, and you lead the younger generation of Yandang Ranch to retreat. Retreat? The dragon scale cavalry has assembled. These zombies or demon puppets are all dead, Cheng Su-Ain snorted coldly. In the ranking of the strength of the 5 Bayun Mountains, the Chen family of Bayun Mountain ranked first, and their Yandang Ranch could rank second, not because of Yang Bangmei, a sword cultivator comparable to the great perfection of foundation building, but because they had elite dragon scale cavalry. Even the Purple Mansion cultivators did not dare to face the head-on charge of 800 dragon scale cavalry. Listen to me, take them away. The mountain protection formation has been destroyed. The enemy is well prepared. Let the dragon scale cavalry lead the way and cover our people's retreat to the north, to the territory of the sword-washing sect. We have already warned them that the Grand Elder Liang Mo of the sword-washing sect will come in person to support us. He has already entered the half-step Purple Mansion realm. As long as he arrives, we can escape danger. Cheng Su-Ain wanted to say that this old guy was too cowardly, but when he looked at the demon puppets all over the mountains, his scalp suddenly went numb. With a scream, the silver-armored corpse slapped the head of the horse-herding elder into his neck. The head was like a watermelon, and it was torn into pieces under the second heavy blow. It was deader than dead. Dragon-scale cavalry. Cheng Su-Ain jumped off the cliff in one step and shouted. Here, the stables of the Cloud Ranch were instantly overwhelmed by 800 cavalrymen. The interwoven weapon patterns gathered on the group of dragon-scale war horses several feet long, and all injected their aura into the bodies of the cavalrymen on horseback. Even if the spears in their hands were top-grade magic weapons, they could burst out with the power of top-grade magic weapons at this time. In unison, they shot out 800 top-grade magic weapons at the same time. Kill, boom, on the grassland of the Cloud Ranch, a 10-mile radius was pierced by a gun, and dozens of demon puppets along the way were destroyed and pierced, turning into dust and dispersing. Is this dragon-scale cavalry so strong? The red crab ancestor not far away was full of joy, because he was holding a talisman in his hand, which was given to him by the red guard Sanrin before he set off. Dead air emerged from the front of the dragon-scale cavalry, but in an instant, the bonfire standing opposite them disappeared. Clang-clang, the dragon-scale cavalry, like dumplings, rushed through the deadly area, and their flesh and blood withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their armor and weapons fell off, leaving only a skeleton. Just like the dragon-scale horse, the top-grade spiritual beast under their seat fell to the ground and turned into a pile of bones. What kind of method is this? The Red Crab Patriarch was terrified. Fellow Taoist Gu, don't forget our agreement. These dragon-scale horses must be kept. Bang bang in the charging formation, Gu Ho stretched out his palms and almost pressed the necks of the two cavalrymen to take off their heads. Then he punched through the entire charging army formation. With a physical body that has reached the peak of the second level, he himself is equivalent to a golden armor corpse, and it is a mutated platinum color. The collision force of these cavalrymen can't hurt him at all. Instead, he slaughtered half of them in one encounter. Boom boom boom, watching the remaining cavalry quickly bypass the area filled with death energy, protecting more than 100 Qi Refining monks and escaping, Gu Ho casually took the skull in the dark. He didn't want the red crab ancestor on the opposite side to see it. If it's not as expected, this should be a 5th level head contaminated with death energy. As for its original owner, It must be one of the Yuanying's engine in the 10,000 Snake Valley. It is very likely that it is the half-human, half-snake's engine. After all, the shape of this head is already like a snake demon, not human. Don't chase the desperate enemy. Watching the 6 foundation building masters of Yandang Ranch, only the second owner Chang Su-Ian and the third owner Yang Chengming escape. His goal has been achieved. The mountain gate and ranch of Yandang Ranch have fallen into his hands. Immediately count all the captured items, give all the spiritual weapons to our cultivators to refine and enhance their strength, find me the corpses of the killed foundation building cultivators, and prepare to refine bronze corpses. In addition, how many spiritual beasts are there in the Cloud Ranch? In addition to more than 100,000 first-level barbarian bulls and plateau snow sheep, which are captive spiritual beasts for slaughter, there are more than 100 dragon-scale horses, half of which are ponies and half are breeding stallions and mares. Gu Ho's eyes flickered, looking at the red crab ancestor who was leading more than 100 dragon-scale horses away in the distance. A fierce look appeared in his eyes. Some people wanted me to frame you, but I never thought that you would come to my door. Go. Tell the cultivators of the Red Crab Lin Wang family that we will invite them to settle in the Cloud Town at the foot of the mountain. If they want to withdraw, then don't join forces later. Yes, Gu Ho, can we bring back the 180,000 of our clansmen in the Leng family town? Not far away, the cold-faced ancestor landed. His breath was a little disordered. After all, he had just fought a lot. No, keep them. We still have a way out. Gu Ho pointed to the 230,000 mortals in Yandang Town at the foot of the mountain. Transfer these people to the 3rd level upper grade Misty Cloud Sea Array overnight. These people are heading north. To the north is the Sword Washing Sect, one of the 5 sects in Tao County. If they collude with this Sword Washing Sect, we will be in big trouble next. Yes. Just when Gu Ho's fierce battle ended, Su Yuming had already turned over and sat up in Chu Qinglun's cave. The Yandang Ranch has been taken. I have delayed the Wang family of Hong Xilin, and the Sword Washing Sect in the north is suspected to join the game. I need foundation building pills, and I will use dragon scale horses in exchange for 135 ponies and stallions. Qinglun, how about giving the 2 lower grade foundation building pills you refined to Gu Ho? Su Yuming asked behind him. Skull Mountain is indeed a sharp knife, but my husband, do you really think that Bonefire will not change his heart? That Red Guard Wanderer is not an ordinary person. If the Sword Washing Sect takes action, only Red Guard Wanderer can resist. As long as he arrives, the Lang family of Skull Mountain will definitely be controlled by him. He can use spiritual imprints, poisons, and even contracts to control them. This guy is cruel and vicious, and he will use any means. Chu Qinglun couldn't move a finger now, but her face still showed worry about the future of her family. Su Yuming shook his head. The 5 sects of Tao County are no longer as prosperous as they were in the spring and autumn period. Not to mention the distant past, in the battle for the quota for the 10,000 Snake Valley, the Fengyun sect's great elder Kong Dankson died in battle. Now the Fengyun sect has even found a person who has reached the great perfection of foundation establishment. Its foundation is not as good as that of my Su family. As for the Zijian sect, although it is slightly stronger, it does not have Purple Mansion. At most, it has some Purple Mansion means. I think as long as there is no Purple Mansion, the Wang family of Red Crab Forest plus the Leng family of Skull Mountain can hold on. What if the other 3 families of the 5 Baiyun Mountains take action? Su Yuming thought about it seriously. Then we will be forced to fight. The 3rd level Talisman Inheritance of the Sanpinfu sect, the 3rd level Alchemist Manual of the Pindan Building, and the Ice and Snow Secrets and Beast Soul Techniques of the Snow family of Lion Mountain are all 3rd level. I am envious of them. After saying that, Su Yuming glanced at Chu Qinglun, who had recovered some strength and sat up, and his appetite moved. Qinglun, my husband, please stop making trouble. Chu Qinglun's face was full of resentment. My sister is already 9 months pregnant. You should go and accompany her. Being driven out of the cave, Su Yuming was somewhat helpless. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. 3269/5000, A Flash of Inspiration, 2769/5000, Zhuanayang Dharma Body, 15/50, Many Children and Good Fortune, 9/10. This time, after staying in the Alchemy Peak for a day and 2 nights, Su Yuming did not expect that he could actually open the talent of Many Children and Good Fortune. Is there only 1 month left to charge? He was vaguely looking forward to the birth of his first child. Thinking of this, he reached out and took out a huge snake peacock, and sat in the formation in front of the cave, refining it into a basin-sized essence of 10,000 years, and poured it into his mouth. If the alchemists in this peak saw this, they would definitely scold him for squandering natural resources. This is a 39,800-year-old medicine king, the oldest rare treasure in the secret realm of the 10,000 Snake Valley, and a world-class precious medicine made from the blood of the 5th-level guardian python and the 5th-level golden-edged peacock after fighting. It is also based on snake wrasse. If any snake demon swallows this, just one drop can make it cross the 1st level and enter the 3rd level. If a 3rd-level snake demon swallows and refines it, it can directly transform, open up the 5th-level potential and the dual inheritance of the demon clan. Even the Yuanying's engine can gain some benefits from cultivation. At this time, Sui Yulong chewed the peony and refined it all. The first change caused by the tearing was the blood-purple skin under Sui Yulong's robe, which was already wrinkled and began to foul off. Sui Yulong's face changed in shock. He had just refined 10% of the medicinal power, and his body was already showing purple light. The river of spiritual power had turned into a sea of spiritual power. His cultivation had naturally entered the state of foundation building. Why did he still slouch? Could it be that the first magical power of the peacock and the snake is to strengthen the physical body? He was shocked. His spiritual consciousness had already entered the 3rd level first. Could it be that the physical body cultivation would also take a step forward? Chapter 154, Spiritual Power Pacific Ocean, Physical Body Level 3, 2 more, please subscribe. Splash! The sea of spiritual power that transcended the rivers and streams instantly leaped up thousands of feet of waves to dissolve the purple air in the sky, and then began to spread in all directions. If it was an inland sea before, it was now an ambitious tsunami, wanting to cover farther places and become an ocean. The difference between the sea and the ocean may be the tides and ocean currents. Sui Yulong was surprised to see that after consuming 30% of the medicinal power, his dantian was actually shining with golden light. Is this an ocean under the rising sun? I am afraid that his current total spiritual power can already be comparable to that of a cultivator who has just entered the Purple Mansion realm. The difference is that the other party mobilized the true Qi in the Purple Mansion, while he still exerted spiritual power. He needed dozens of times more spiritual power to be comparable to a wisp of true Qi, but his amount was too much. When others break through the Purple Mansion, they can only have one ocean at most, but I have more than 10. Or even dozens of oceans. After consuming 40% of the drug power, Sui Yulong found that a layer of his skin had completely fallen off. When he stood up, he raised his arms and they were as smooth as jade. A man actually has better skin than a woman? If Wang Yuiao, who was far away in the secret realm of Wanch Valley, saw this scene, she would be shocked, because this is still the realm of ice muscle and jade bone rebirth of Wanch fluid. At this time, Sui Yulong only has good skin, and his bones will also evolve rapidly with this realm. After sensing the innate magical power of the 5th-level guardian snake that permeates his body, his flesh body also quietly stepped into the 3rd-level realm. The 2nd-level top-grade spiritual weapon is difficult to hurt, and the 3rd level can resist the attack of the inherited spiritual weapon. What's even more exaggerated is that Sui Yulong's hands are now tens of thousands of pounds. If he uses the Earth Dragon Moving Mountains technique, he might be able to punch out 1,000,000 pounds of force. In close combat, no matter how powerful the Purple Mansion cultivator is, he will definitely not be able to withstand his punch. Even the best spiritual weapons can't withstand this extremely oppressive blow. I didn't expect that I could reach the peak of those foundation-building cultivators by just attacking. With 60% of the drug effect, Sui Yulong found that his ocean was already 100 times more than the previous spiritual power ocean, and the purple air around him was becoming more and more dense. As long as he wanted, he might be able to turn the Purple Mansion into a palace. The Purple Mansion realm can accumulate true energy infinitely. After the golden elixir, it will be squeezed instantly, condensing all the true energy into golden elixir, and the strength will increase dramatically. Then why don't I lay a solid foundation for myself in the foundation building realm? Sui Yulong pondered and found that behind the purple air in the sky, there was actually a dazzling golden glow in the sky. Is this the magical power of the golden peacock? Sui Yulong's heart moved, and he actually mobilized the magic power of almost half an ocean and pushed forward fiercely. The infinite golden light was dazzling and actually broke through the clouds above the alchemy peak. With just one strike, it was 100 miles away. In the middle of the night, no one noticed that the thick clouds were directly wiped out. Sui Yulong was shocked. Before, he had used all his strength to attack the Qianli Yandang Mountain, and at most destroyed a radius of dozens of miles. Now, using half of his spiritual power to attack, he could threaten 100 miles away. Moreover, he was surprised to find that his golden snake sword intention was rapidly increasing. A peacock with its tail spread directly replaced the peacock dancing in the sky. The golden Yao sword gang that was originally trapped in the first step rapidly increased. In the blink of an eye, it had gathered a golden sword rainbow, and then cut out the golden peacock divine light. With one sword, the ocean of spiritual power in his body was directly overturned for 100 miles. Sword energy is like a rainbow, sword intent is like a celestial phenomenon. Sui Yulong was ecstatic. He actually stepped into the second level of sword and sword intent at the same time. With such a great improvement in strength, just relying on the strength of sword, he can be comparable to Chu Hongxiu before, and burst out the purple mansion fighting power at the great perfection of foundation building. After he refined 90% of his spiritual power, waves with arc edges had appeared on the ocean. It seemed that the ocean currents began to wash around his spiritual power ocean. The half of his spiritual power just consumed had begun to be replenished rapidly at this time. Spiritual power circulation? With my recovery speed, I am afraid that I can restore my spiritual power in 1 hour, which is at least 10 times that of the cultivators of the same level. After 100% of the medicine power was exhausted, Sui Yulong had already stood up. He felt a surging mana in his body and really wanted to find a purple mansion cultivator to fight immediately. Swish, a jade slip flew in front of him and he grabbed it casually. Fellow Taoist Su, the Lang family of Skull Mountain and the Wong family of Red Crab Forest took over the Cloud Ranch. No mortals in the Cloud Ranch escaped. Half of the 800 dragon scale cavalry escaped. The second owner Chang Su Ian and the third owner Yang Chengming escaped. Including the dragon scale cavalry, there were more than 500 Qi Refining monks evacuated, but on the way, they met the great elder Liang Mo of the Washing Sword sect. In the north of the Cloud Ranch, the cold-faced ancestor who was chasing was killed by Liang Mo, who was at the half-step purple mansion realm. Sui Yulong couldn't help but be surprised. The cold-faced ancestor was at the peak of the foundation building realm, and his spiritual consciousness had already entered the great perfection of the foundation building, but he was killed by the other party. Then Liang Mo should have come out with the inherited spiritual weapon, and under the blessing of the third-level spiritual consciousness, one strike was already the power of the purple mansion. This is not surprising. Should we cultivators stationed in Lengjia town rush to help immediately? It is reported that Zhejian sect has dispatched 25 foundation building cultivators and 2,000 Qi refining cultivators to the south to help Yandang Ranch regain its foundation. It seems that Yandang Ranch has fully surrendered to them. Sui Yulong pondered for a moment. Are there any other movements in the Baiyun Mountains? The third-rank Fu sect suffered heavy losses in the trip to Watch Valley and should not participate in this matter. The Pinyin building has had some frequent contacts with the Fengyan sect recently, and the two sects are in a position to help each other. As for the Zhu family of Shizishan, after the night attack on Yandang Ranch, the Peak Foundation building cultivator Zhu Kuntong was watching the outcome. I estimate that Zhejian sect and the two families will not be able to decide the winner, and they will not act rashly. After all, the Zhu family has only 4 foundation building cultivators, the weakest among the 5 Baiyun Mountains. Sui Yulong was happy. Pinyin building and Fengyan sect are united? The chief elder of Fengyan sect, Kong Gangsan, was beheaded by the demon tribe. They are the weakest of the 5 sects in Tao County. Why would they go to Fengyan sect when there is no one else they can go to? Fengyan sect is separated from Baiyun Mountains by Zhejian sect. Sui Yulong got up and returned to Sanju Cave. When he passed by the edge of the cliff, he found the scorpion king bees climbing here. There were 5 of them in total. Only half of them had hatched when he bought them that day. They were already the size of a fist at this time, which was considered to be the first-level middle-grade realm. It was obvious that Shui Yulong had fed them a lot of spirit beast meat. Is my husband back? As soon as Sui Yulong walked to the entrance of the cave, he saw Shui Yulong, whose abdomen looked like a ball, stood up and wanted to help him undress. My dear, don't move. You only have 1 month left before giving birth. Your husband will stay here with you from now on and will not go anywhere else. Shui Yulong was supported by him to sit down, and she leaned on Sui Yulong's shoulder. I can see through my husband's layout. The endless sea of clouds in the Cloud Ranch is extremely beneficial to the Su family's Yandang Cloud Kiju. My husband has not yet mastered the Su family's cloud key magic after building the foundation. Maybe we can try it above the sea of clouds. With the protection of the cloud beast killing horse, it should be no problem below 3,000 feet. Okay, I'll go in a month. Shui Yulong looked at him unhappily. I'm afraid it's too late. In a month, the sword-washing sect and the Leng family of Skull Mountain will have decided the winner. What's more, the Wong family of Red Crab Forest is also there. My husband's layout is nothing more than trying to lure that Red Gourd Wanderer here. As long as he fights with the Purple Mansion cultivator of the sword-washing sect, the opportunity for my Su family will come. At that time, my husband doesn't need to care about me. There are many tribesmen in the mountain who take care of me. These days, my second sister and other nieces often go up the mountain to play with me to relieve boredom. I also have to pay attention to the movements of the other major sects of the 5 sects of Tao County. If they also intervene, my Su family will not leave Yandang Mountain. Husband, the Lion Mountain Snow family has no power behind them. We might as well win them over as soon as possible. They are close to the Cloud Ranch. If we take over the Cloud Ranch from Guho, we can merge with the Lion Mountain Snow family. In this way, we will have the foundation of the 4 major foundation building forces. The Beast Soul Inheritance and Ice and Snow Secrets of the Lion Mountain Snow family are also the foundation of the Purple Mansion, which can be of great benefit to my Su family. Let's see what Judeoman thinks first. This Judeo Patriarch actually wants to see the Qi Patriarch. I have already sent him a message. Day and Peak, Judeoman. Su Qi has not arrived yet, but he has ushered in 2 foundation building great perfection cultivators, each of whom carries a knife behind them. The unworthy disciple Yang Wenju, pay my respects to the 2nd and 3rd elders. At this time, on Day and Peak, the most powerful ancestor of the Yandang Mountains, Judeo, knelt down in front of the 2. Wenju, you used to be an outer disciple of my Badao sect. You went down the mountain to go home after reaching the 9th level of Qi Refining. I never thought that you would also step into the peak realm of foundation building. With your sword intent, you are not far from the 3rd step. Are you willing to return to the sect with Judeo sect? Become the 10th elder of the sect. The 2nd elder Xiao Wuiao stared at him and asked, may I ask the 2nd elder, after the return of my Judeo sect, will he let us take action against other forces in the Yandang Mountains? How can we allow others to sleep soundly while we are? The Su family of Yandang Mountain has stretched their hands too far. You are just a foundation building force. Normally, when you 6 mountains of Yandang join forces, our 5 sects of Tao County will hinder each other, so we will not take action against you. But now, his Su family is going to gather the power of the 6 mountains of Yandang to fight against us. Then there can only have a dead end. Patriarch Judeo's face changed. May I allow me to think about it? You only have 1 night to think about it, Wenju. It is because you were born in my Badao sect that I give you this opportunity. Don't make the mistake. Tonight, 2 of us will stay with you. Yes, Patriarch Judeo sighed, and asked his monks to send the 2 elders to the mountains to stay. Ancestor, there are at least 1,500 Badao sect Qi refining cultivators outside the mountain, and at least 10 foundation establishment cultivators. If we don't obey, I'm afraid we will be destroyed in an instant. Behind him, the 8 Swords Patriarch, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment, suddenly came over. The Absolute Sword Patriarch gritted his teeth and said, keep waiting. If that old guy Su Qi doesn't come tonight, we will return to the sect. Yes. Chapter 155. You want Zifu to come to your house, then it will be as you wish. 3 more. Please subscribe. Shui. In the middle of the night, Su Yudang suddenly landed on the Sanzhou Peak. Uncle 19, what's the matter? Su Yuming's figure appeared almost instantly, and he was already wrapped in a magic robe in midair. Badao sect has taken action, directly dispatching 15 foundation building cultivators and 1,500 Qi refining cultivators to the foot of Dayan Peak. Moreover, we just received news that the 2nd elder Xiao Wuiao and the 3rd elder Yang Renai of Badao sect have already climbed Dayan Peak. They are all foundation building cultivators. Their sword intent must have entered the 2nd step, and their combat power is not inferior to that of a half-step Purple Mansion. Oh, Su Yuming glanced at the sky. Isn't his Judeo ancestor still waiting for a reply from the Qi ancestor? This person is quite trustworthy and should not change his mind before the Qi ancestor arrives, but Badao sect has dispatched so many cultivators. Should we also mobilize a large number of troops to resist? If we fight the Badao sect, Do we also have to fight the Zaijian sect, the Dihoki sect, the Fengyun sect, and the Juyin sect? Su Yuming shook his head. The reason why the 5 sects of Tao County didn't swallow up our Yandang 6 mountains and Baiyun 5 mountains is that they were waiting, giving us a chance to surrender. Besides, no matter how fierce our internal fighting was before, we were all of the same blood and united in facing the Purple Mansion forces. Now that the balance has been broken, if we fight back, and the Lang family of Skull Mountain can't hold on, we will be facing the enemy on 2 fronts. Let's wait. At least we have to wait until Second Sister brings back the quasi-4th order formation she bought. Go and urge the foundation building cultivators in the clan to practice foundation building spells and refined spiritual weapons. The war is not far away from our Su family in Yandang Mountain. Yes, Su Yuming stepped on the ground and the dragon boat soared into the sky. The scenery on both sides was rapidly receding. In a blink of an eye, he had flown out of the sky above Yandang Fang and flew towards Dayan Peak in the west. At this time, on the top of Dayan Peak, 6 foundation-building monks from Judeo sect were already sitting in a circle, including the peak-level Judeo Patriarch Yang Wenju, the mid-level foundation-building Daozhan Patriarch, the early-stage foundation-building 8-Knife Patriarch, the early-stage foundation-building Double-Knife Patriarch, and the previous generation of mid-level foundation-building monks Guandao Patriarch and Lichao Patriarch. Uncles, I disturbed you to come out of retreat today because someone from Bondeo sect came. They want me to lead Judeo sect back to the sect. Now their people have settled down in the mountains and there are also some at the foot of the mountain. They want me to give you an answer before tomorrow morning. What do you think, Wenju? You are the pride of my Yang family. You have comprehended the sword intent in the Qi refining stage. Originally, you could build a foundation in Bondeo sect and hone your sword intent stronger. You might even become the chief foundation builder of Bondeo sect. Wasn't it for the future of my Dayan Peak Yang family that we let go home after reaching the 9th level of Qi refining? Yang Lichao sighed. Today, Bondeo sect came without saying hello. And there are 2 people who have reached the great perfection of foundation building. They don't take our Yang family seriously. You haven't returned for many years. Now the war is about to start and they ask you to go back. How will the other families in the 6 mountains of Yandang look at us? How will the cultivators in the world view us? Could it be that my Yang family is the kind of people who bully the weak and fear the strong? Sorrow of separation. Guandao Patriarch looked at him with a long gaze. Although we sword cultivators are willing to break rather than bend, have you ever thought that the 2 elders who have reached the great perfection of foundation building are sitting in the mountains, which means that our formation has been ignored by them, and even our lives and property are in their hands. Now they are using courtesy first and then force. If we don't obey, after dawn, it may be the time for our Judeo sect to be wiped out. Yang Wenju stood up. He didn't want to continue listening to the rest of the argument. He was the one who let the people in. Now there is only one key to breaking the deadlock. That is Su Kyonghei's arrival. The 5 sects of Tao County are too arrogant. If they hadn't been holding each other back by pretending to be the Purple Mansion sect, my Yandang Mountains would have been gone long ago. Yang Wenju stood in front of the mountain, looking at the night sky in the south. Su Kyonghei, if you are really sincere, then come here in person. The 6 mountains of Yandang will definitely beat the 5 sects of Tao County together. Since your Su family has the Purple Mansion opportunity, even if I die, I will accompany you to fight. Yang Wenju's idea was very simple. Even if he returned to the Tyrant Sword sect at this time, they would give the Purple Mansion opportunity to their own people first, not to him. The Su family had the courage to do this. After all, Chu Xingbo of Xianshu Pavilion and the Shenshu Patriarch of Xianyang sect were promised the Purple Mansion opportunity. He, Yang Wenju, believed that he was no worse than these 2 people. In the back mountain of Dayan Peak, the 2nd elder of the Tyrant Sword sect, Xiao Wuiao, and the 3rd elder, Yang Renai, were sitting together. In Xiao Wuiao's hand, there was a mirror, or a broken blade. The sword intent was crisscrossing, and an old face appeared on the mirror of the sword light. Old sect master, we are now at the back mountain of Dayan Peak. That Yang Wenju is so ungrateful and unwilling to return. Let's just take action. With the people we brought, we are enough to suppress the 6 foundation building cultivators of the Yang family and occupy the Judeo sect. Stupid, the previous sect master sighed. Since this is Wenju's choice, then you should wait until dawn. Anyway, there are only 2 hours away from dawn. If we force it, it will be unreasonable for us. After all, The Judeo ancestor of the Judeo sect came from our Badeo sect. If we can't let him surrender in person, how should the former disciples of Badeo sect scattered throughout Jizhao view the sect? The end of leaving the sect and building their own power is to be swallowed up by us. At this point, the previous sect master sighed. I have ordered Shanghai to come to help. You don't have to worry. Even if the Su family has any tricks, they can only be destroyed in the face of absolute strength. Yes, old sect master. The two were overjoyed. The sect master who had been in seclusion for many years actually came out. That meant he had already reached that step. With him in charge, what would they be afraid of even if the foundation building cultivators from the 6 mountains of Yandang came together? Little did they know that at this moment, above the sea of clouds, a figure in the Qianli Dangayan boat had quietly arrived above Dayan Peak. Brother Wenju, you asked me to come, and I'm here. Why are you avoiding me? As Su Qianghai spoke loudly, the sky seemed to turn pale, a sign that it was about to dawn. Shuoyang Wenju stepped on the sword light and soared into the air, appearing above the 1,000-foot cloud. At a glance, he saw Su Qianghai, who had regained his youth and now looked middle-aged. Feeling his surging true energy, Yang Wenju's face was full of envy. Congratulations to Senior Qianghai, stepping into the Purple Mansion realm and living for 500 years, leaving my peers behind. Brother Wenju, there is no need to be so. From now on, you will definitely be one of my generation. I am just one step ahead of you. Su Qianghai looked down the mountain and witnessed more than a dozen streams of light soaring into the sky. He smiled and looked across with his beard. Fellow Daoists of Badeo sect, Su Qianghai of Su family Purple Mansion has been waiting here for a long time. This Yandang Mountains is the territory of our Yandang 5 families. You have crossed the line. Su Qianghai, Xiao Wuiao, the second elder of Badeo sect, and Yang Renai, the third elder, led the 15 foundation building cultivators behind them to step on the spiritual weapon and stare at him. Your Su family is so domineering. People who don't know you would think that you are an old-fashioned Purple Mansion sect. You actually want to swallow an elephant. What's the matter? The cultivators in the Yandang Mountains are all those who can't tell right from wrong. How could they be fooled by you? Tao County is still ruled by the 5 sects of Tao County. You want to change the situation, but have you asked our Badeo sect? Buzz, a powerful third-level spiritual consciousness descended with a bang. The 15 foundation building cultivators on the opposite side vomited blood and fell to the ground. Although Xiao Wu Iao and Yang Renai stabilized their bodies, they were pale and felt uncomfortable. Who allowed you to yell at me? If you want to fight, fight. I'll give you 1 stick of incense. If you don't want to fight, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, today will be the day when my Yandang Mountains and your Badeo sect go to war. Holding the Yandang soul falling bell, Su Qianghai burst out with his true energy. His terrifying aura instantly dispersed the clouds and mist within a radius of 100 miles. His robe fluttered in the wind, and his hair and beard turned black. He had completely recovered to his prime. If the dozen or so foundation building cultivators dared to resist, they would be his meal. At the moment when the second spiritual consciousness burst out, a purple aura burst out from the forest below. An old man with a knife box on his back walked from the north step by step, stepping on the fallen leaves. Su Qianghai, the Purple Mansion wanderer, what's the point of bullying the younger generation? Why don't you compete with me? Su Qianghai frowned when he saw the person coming. It turned out that it was not Yang Zushan, the previous leader of Badeo sect, but the current leader Yang Chenghai. This meant that Badeo sect had one more Purple Mansion, which was not on their plan. Yang Chenghai, your Badeo sect is stretching its hands too far. Today, only your Badeo sect came here. I'm afraid your words on the ground of Yandang Mountains will not count. Su Qianghai held the inherited spiritual weapon in his hand and stood straight. Oh, as Yang Chenghai spoke, he had already appeared above the 1,000-foot sea of clouds and stared at Su Qianghai across the air. When cultivators of the same level fight, the sword cultivator is invincible. Su Qianghai, you are just a lucky guy from a foundation-building family. How dare you be my enemy? After saying that, he glanced at Su Qianghai in the opposite direction. Yang Wenju, considering that you were my fellow disciple in the past, you from the Judeo sect should stand over here now. I can still give you 1 chance to choose. If you don't repent, everyone in your Judeo sect will be killed today. What a lively scene! Just as the face of the Judeo ancestor turned pale and blue, a yellow flying boat appeared among the clouds in the distance. Su Yulong was lying inside to enjoy the cool air. When did a group of sparrows appear in the Yandang Mountains, chirping and making a lot of noise? Su Yuming turned over and sat up, looking at the opposite side calmly. Half of an instant stick of time has passed. If you don't leave, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Buzz. After Su Yuming said this, several foundation building auras burst out from the Xianshu Pavilion far to the west. In the Xianong sect to the east, several foundation building cultivators also broke through the air and flew up. In the Su family of Yandang Mountain in the south, more than a dozen streams of light flew over, stepping on the light of spiritual weapons. Above the ground, halos of magic weapons lit up, and 2,000 or 3,000 Qi refining cultivators all flew at low altitudes, rushing towards the battlefield. Su Yuming stood with his hands behind his back, landed beside Su Qionghe, and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. This is the confidence of my Su family. Do you fellow Taoists of Badao sect dare to give it a try? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Battle of Purple Mansion. Today, Yandang Soul Falling Bell enters the inheritance list, one more monthly ticket request. Second on the foundation building list, Su Yuming from Yandang Mountain. Yang Chenghe's pupils shrank slightly when he saw the newcomer, and a bit of fear appeared in his heart. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Previously, the top 5 on the foundation building list in the Shanhai area had the power of a purple mansion strike. After the battle in the 10,000 Snake Valley, it was further confirmed that the top 10 geniuses on the foundation building list were all dragons among men. Now, Yu Fenglao from the Hunter Valley, who ranked 4th, and Wang Jiansong from the Sword Pavilion, who ranked 2nd, have already entered the Purple Mansion realm, and Meng Bateo, who ranked 1st, has also been in seclusion. The top 10 today are considered to be the ones who were added later, but no one dared to underestimate Su Yuming, who killed 2 second-level Great Perfection Demon cultivators in front of the 10,000 Snake Valley. What's the matter, Sect Master Yang? You want to fight with me? It's only natural for our family master to fight the Sect Master. Su Yuming made a move, and the 8 directions divine slash appeared in his palm. The power of the inherited spiritual weapon burst out, and the 8-color streamer flashed. The faces of the foundation building cultivators of the surrounding Tyrant Sword sect had changed drastically. Level 3 Demon Soul? Sect Master, be careful. This is the 8 directions divine slash, ranked 13th on the list of inherited spiritual weapons. It contains 8 kinds of top-grade foundation building magic. Clang with the sound of a knife, an exaggerated large slashing knife that was as tall as a person appeared out of thin air and was grabbed by Yang Chenghe's right arm. Coincidentally, I also have the Tiger Evil Spiritual Blade, ranked 61st on the list of 72 inherited spiritual weapons. Su Yuming, Su Qionghe, if your Su family wants to make the Yandang Mountains uniform, you must give us an explanation today. Otherwise, if the 2 sects go to war, both will perish. After saying that, he looked back. The monks of the Badao sect began to retreat quickly, leaving dozens of miles of space for the 2 sides to fight. In the distance, Xiao Wuao and Yang Renai, 2 Great Perfection monks of foundation building, were still holding their swords to be on guard, obviously worried that Su Yuming would intervene in the battle. Yuming, since I have already entered the Purple Mansion, I will take care of the matter of the Absolute Blade sect today. Su Qionghe stepped forward. The Yandang Soul Falling Bell in his hand, after all, sealed the 3rd-level Demon Soul. It was originally a top-grade spiritual weapon. Now with the blessing of the Demon Soul, it is naturally a heritage spiritual weapon. Just the move of forming a formation on the ground can make it no weaker than the Tiger Evil Spirit Blade. Okay, Su Yuming looked around, raised his foot, and landed on Dayan Peak with Yang Wenju to watch the battle. Buzz, as the Yandang Soul Falling Bell rang, a murderous aura swept across 100 miles. This was the Purple Mansion battle that the Yandang Mountains had not seen for 100 years. If we go back to the last time, it was when the half-step Purple Mansion Patriarch Hundao Wang of the Judeo sect and the Shinai-Ao Patriarch of the Xianong sect fought. It is worth mentioning that the Shinai-Ao Patriarch entered the Purple Mansion realm by practicing the 5 grains nourishing Qi Sutra, but because he was not good at fighting, the 2 of them fought evenly. Dang dang dang, the sound of bells rang out one after another. within a radius of 100 miles, except for the foundation-building cultivators. Countless Qi refining cultivators did not dare to approach. This kind of third-level power, as long as it was touched by the bell sound, would instantly vomit blood and be seriously injured. The cultivators with weaker souls would faint on the spot, and it is possible that they would be directly shocked to death. Roar, the cloud followed the dragon, the wind followed the tiger, and 100-foot sword light fell from the air and instantly landed on the Yandang falling soul bell. At the same time that the bell body was directly split by the precious light, the third-level fox soul directly evolved into a 100-foot fox demon body, and directly bit the sword light to pieces. Roar, a 100-foot-long colorful giant tiger also appeared while roaring. The moment it charged into the shadow of the fox demon, the two purple palaces had already made their move. Top-grade foundation building spell, Tiger Soul Divine Slash. Top-grade foundation building spell, 100-mile cloud beast. The tiger roared and the sword light slashed out. The 100-foot-long fox demon seemed to be split in two, but the fox demon's body reappeared above the clouds under its feet, and it led the endless monsters born in the clouds and mist, like a tide, swallowing up the sword light that kept advancing. Buzz, the second step of the sword realm burst out directly. 100-mile sky directly turned into a fierce tiger and appeared behind Yang Chenghe. He knew that if they continued to fight like this, the two could only fight to a draw, but he was also a cultivator of the Purple Palace sect after all. How could he fight to a draw with a Purple Palace from a mere foundation-building family? Ba Dao Jing, bloody killing the world, the overwhelming murderous aura directly dispersed the clouds and mist around Sukyonghe. Without the main field of Yunhe, the sky was instantly dyed red by the sword light. Even the ground thousands of feet below was scraped open by the sword light like a plowing field, revealing the grass roots and stones under the earth yellow. Cut. This was a sword that Yang Chenghe had been in seclusion for 20 years. The ultimate sword intent and his high spirits after breaking through the purple mansion were all poured into this sword. Su Kyonghae on the opposite side stretched out his hand and slapped the Yandang soul falling bell in the air, and a halo of formation directly enveloped the 10-mile space where he was. The third-level Yandang Lianchen cloud and mist formation was formed on the spot. Clang! After the blood-colored sword light fell, it was directly shaken away by the formation and quickly disintegrated along the two sides of the formation space. While Yang Chenghe on the opposite side was shocked, he had already made another move. The fierce tiger cuts the river, the tiger kills the wind and cloud. He attacked with hundreds of swords in succession, and the sword light filled the sky. In just a few dozen breaths, he attacked more than 200 times in a row, but the large formation on the opposite side remained motionless. The moment Su Kyonghae approached him, a crane cry suddenly came out from the depths of his spiritual consciousness. Cry, not good. Yang Chenghe instantly took out a tiger head jade pendant hanging from his waist, and the moment he propped up a Niwen Palace shield, his soul had already been hit by the Yunzhong secret technique. The whole person stumbled and exploded back 100 feet away, landing on the sea of forests, stepping on the treetops, and it took a few breaths to come back to his senses. Roar, he roared. The whole person was like a fierce tiger, and the third-level tiger demon soul on the tiger-killing spirit sword in his hand was almost possessed at this moment. The moment the energy was flattened above the sea of forests, his aura instantly soared to above the middle stage of the purple mansion. Su Yuming frowned. Without the formation monument, could the Yandang Lianchen Yunwu formation withstand this attack? Dang, the Kyonghae Patriarch hit in the Yandang soul falling bell, and suddenly collided with the tiger evil. After the sword light fell and continued to slash for thousands of times, no top-grade spiritual weapon could stop it, but the Yandang soul falling bell still released a sound wave that hit the depths of Yang Chenghe's soul. Puff Yang Chenghe spurted out a mouthful of angry blood, and he smashed directly into the forest. His face was pale, and he was caught by the foundation-building cultivator in the sect with a powerful sound wave attack and killing technique. It turns out that you have been targeting my soul. It is worthy of being the life spirit weapon of Yandang Zhenren in the past. After speaking, Yang Chenghe waved his hand and led a group of cultivators from the Tyrant Sword sect to retreat with a sword light. Fellow Taoist Su, the feud has already been made, why don't we keep them? Yang Wenju, who was standing side by side with Su Yuming, suddenly sent a voice message. Su Yuming couldn't help but look back at him. Fellow Taoist Yang, this Ba-Dao sect is your family. You used to practice in Ba-Dao sect. How could you bear to kill them so heartlessly? I was born in a poor family. In the eyes of Ba-Dao sect, Whether I was born in Day and Peak Yang family or I have good sword skills, they will only train their own family members. They accepted me into the sect because my Day and Peak Yang family is a distant relative of the Yang family of Badao sect. Among the 5 sects in Tao County, Badao sect should be ranked in the top 3 in terms of strength. What is their foundation, Brother Yang? Su Yuming asked after looking at Su Qianghe, who is regulating his breathing to recover his true energy. There are probably more than 40 foundation building cultivators in the Tyrant Blade sect, and only about 20 can be mobilized on weekdays. If the whole sect fights, perhaps their disciples and old friends from all over Jizhao will be invited. Moreover, there are 3 foundation building forces under its jurisdiction, namely the Sword King Valley, the Blood Sword Tower, and the Sword River Martial Arts Hall, with about several foundation building cultivators. If all the Qi Refining cultivators are mobilized, I'm afraid the number of Qi Refining cultivators can reach 7,000. Moreover, they have a close relationship with the Earth Fire Weapon sect. Once a full-scale war is launched against them, we will be enemies with the Earth Fire Weapon sect. In this way, we will face pressure from the 2 major Purple Mansion forces, and their most powerful previous sect master has not come for today's battle. That person was already in the Purple Mansion realm 50 years ago, and he must be in the Middle Purple Mansion realm now. Su Yuming nodded slightly. It's okay. Now Judeo sect will be incorporated into my Su family. I intend to establish a Purple Mansion sect and let Brother Yang be the Grand Elder. The 3 mid-stage foundation building cultivators, Ancestor Le Chao, Ancestor Guandao, and Ancestor Daozian, will live in the sect's battle hall and become sect elders. Appoint Ancestor Badao and Ancestor Shuangdao as the elders of the market town, and go out to manage the shops under the Xianshu Pavilion of the sect. In addition, there are more than 850 Qi Refining cultivators in Judeo sect, who can be incorporated into the Judeo peak of the sect in the future. All the sword cultivators in our sect will be included in it, and the Grand Elder Judeo will teach them the way of the sword. I will change the Kiksha peak of Yandang Mountain to the sword peak, and in the future, Grand Elder Chu Hongxiu will personally teach them the way of the sword. Yang Wenjie looked satisfied. Then how should the issue of our salary and treatment be resolved? Sword cultivators, because they have to forge swords that are in tune with their minds, will not save spirit stones during their daily practice. Except for 3 second-rank low-grade weapon refiners, there is no other source of income in the Judeo sect, making it the poorest among the 6 mountains of Yandang. According to the previous treatment, those in the early stage of Qi Refining are outer disciples. They need to perform a sect mission once a month and hand in a spirit stone to continue staying in the sect. Those in the middle stage of Qi Refining and above are inner disciples. Inner disciples enjoy a monthly salary of 1 spirit stone and 1 Qi boosting pill. Those in the late stage of Qi Refining are true disciples. There will be foundation building elders responsible for recruiting disciples. The monthly salary is 100 spirit stones and 1 tiger strength pill. If someone breaks through the foundation building stage, he will be rewarded with a foundation building spell and a top-grade magic weapon. In the future, the elders of the sect will be responsible for leading the team to hunt and perform missions, and the younger generation will mainly focus on training. The cultivators who have just broken through the foundation building stage will be sent out to serve and train. Brother Yang, join me. I can't guarantee anything else. Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out a 2,000-year-old purple sungrass. This thing can increase the success rate of the Purple Void Transformation Palace by 15%. How about giving it to Brother Yang? Yang Wenjie's face was full of admiration. The sect will be established as soon as possible to announce to the world that the 6 mountains of Yandang are of the same blood, and the sect power form will never lose to the 5 sects of Tao County. No hurry. Su Yuming looked back toward the northeast. I still have to wait for the outcome of a big battle. At noon, just after Su Yuming finalized a matter of the Absolute Blade sect, he received a message from the clan members who stayed in Taoguan. Patriarch Xianji Sanren has released a new list of 72 inherited spiritual weapons. The Yandang Luhan Bell of my Su family ranks 60th, just 1 place higher than the Tiger Demon Soul Blade. Su Yuming frowned. This is flattery. Is Xianji Sanren trying to put the Su family on the spot? Chapter 157. Shui Yulong is about to give birth. New talent, 2 more monthly tickets required. At the end of summer, Su Yuming gathered the 4 great elders, Chu Hongxiu, Liu Heng, Yang Wenju, and Su Yuan, and asked Yang Wenju and Chu Hongxiu to sit in day and peak to guard against the Tyrant Blade sect from the northeast and the Earth Fire Weapons sect from the north. Su Yulong was in charge of all the affairs of the 4 families in Yandang, while Liu Heng was responsible for refining pills and refining weapons for inspection. Su Yuming sent all 3 second-level lower-grade weapon refiners from Day and Peak to his command in one breath. This kid was very happy. At the same time, a fierce battle broke out at the foot of Yandang Ranch. Liang Mo, the great elder of Zhejian sect who was in the half-step purple mansion realm, personally led 20 foundation-building monks and 2,000 Qi refining monks to attack the Mountain Gate formation, and even used the Zhejian sect's inherited spiritual weapon, the Huanho sword, which ranked 59th on the inherited spiritual weapon list. Under the leadership of Bonefire, Skull Mountain launched a counterattack with the help of several foundation-building masters under the Red Crab ancestor. Relying on the tide of demon puppets, they fought for 3 days. The wolf puppet ancestor of the early stage of foundation building of Skull Mountain died in battle, and the puppet demon ancestor also died in battle. On the side of the Wong family of Red Crab Forest, 2 second-level lower-grade crab monsters died in battle, and the second-level late-stage crab mother was directly seriously injured. Even the Red Crab ancestor was hit by a sword. If it weren't for Bonefire suddenly showing his purple-gold body and the defense comparable to that of a top-grade spiritual weapon to block Liang Mo, I'm afraid he would have fallen under the opponent's sword. There were about 1,200 Qi refining monks in the 2 families, 1/3 of whom died on the spot, and the rest were injured. The Zhejian sect was also miserable. Among the 20 foundation-building monks, 7 died on the spot and 3 were seriously injured. Under the fierce attack of the crab titan demon puppets, they were all outnumbered. What's more, Guho also had 3 zombies, gold, silver and copper. After destroying the Cloud Ranch, he refined 3 more copper corpses, and his combat power increased significantly. This kid hid in the crowd, which made the Red Crab ancestor suffer a loss, but he also killed 3 foundation-building monks of the sword-washing sect, making him the number 1 hunting target of the sword-washing sect in half a month. The number of foundation-building monks on the front line of the sword-washing sect increased to 30 again, and the 2nd Elder Liang Sun and the 3rd Elder Liang Wei, who were at the peak of foundation building, were transferred. One of them was responsible for restraining Guho's platinum corpse, and the other was responsible for dealing with the Red Crab ancestor. He, Liang Mo, was responsible for hunting Guho's original body. At the same time, the Qi refining disciples under the sword-washing sect were also supplemented to more than 4,000 people. This was a full-scale attack. In addition to the more than 1,700 Qi refining monks who stayed in the sect and the 7 or 8 foundation-building monks who were in seclusion, this was already the entire foundation of the sword-washing sect. Guho also discovered a problem, that is, the sword-washing sect had no purple mansion monks. With such strength, they could still resist a bit with the help of the natural sea of clouds. At worst, they could just delay the attack. Although Su Yuming didn't know what he was thinking, as long as the opponent didn't have a purple mansion, he could stop them. When will you make a move? I've suffered heavy losses. In addition to the 2 foundation building pills I received before, I need 2 lower grade foundation building pills. In addition, you should at least dispatch a group of foundation building cultivators to sneak attack the Zhejian sect's camp or threaten their mountain gate. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to do anything. My wife is about to give birth, so I don't have time. Su Yuming's answer was very simple and clear. Just as the bonfire was raging, Su Yuming's voice transmission came again. Let Honghu Sanren come forward, and Zhejian sect will withdraw its troops. As long as he shows up, I will come to the battlefield in person. After the voice transmission ended, Su Yuming picked up a bowl of honey water and carefully fed it to Shui Yulong, who was lying next to him, with a spoon. My dear husband, you don't have to worry about me too much. Sister Qinglun is pregnant too, right? Why don't you take turns accompanying her? Okay, Su Yuming was very much looking forward to it at this moment, because the talent of many children and good fortunes was about to be activated, and if Chu Qinglun was also pregnant, then it could be activated twice. Su Yuming, affiliation, foundation building family, Yandang Mountains Su family cultivation, mana, foundation building perfection, physical body, 3rd grade lower grade, spiritual consciousness, 3rd grade lower grade, age 54/1000 secondary occupation, 3rd grade lower grade talisman master spiritual roots, upper grade gold spiritual roots, upper grade fire spiritual roots, upper grade earth spiritual roots talents, diligence can make up for lack of talent, 3330/5000, A Flash of Inspiration, 2830, 5000, Zhuanayang Dharma Body, 29/50, Many Children, More Blessings, 9 out of 10, Cultivation Techniques, Yandang Cloud Qi Ju Foundation Building Chapter, Nascent Soul Technique, 10,000 Snakes Flow, Nascent Soul Magical Power, 7 Dances of the Spirit Snake, Celestial Phenomenon Visualization Method, 3rd Grade Upper Grade Talisman Inheritance, Purple Mansion Spiritual Consciousness Secret Method, Snake, Dragon and Python Technique, Water Lung Sutra, Turtle Breathing Technique Inherited Spiritual Weapons, 8 Direction Divine Slash, Fox Heart Jade Bed, Earth Dragon Shuttle, White Cloud Sword Spiritual Weapons, Dragon Turtle Sword, Red Cloud Gourd, Black Cloud Sleeve Sword, Song Feng Sword, 2 Demon Soul Ancient Swords, Deng Fang Sword, 1 Sword, Bronze Soul Lamp, 3rd Level Fox Bag, Crab King Armor Top Grade Magic Weapon, 5 Animal Flying Fire Fan Puppet, 2nd Level Peak Red Jade Demon Puppet, 2nd Level Peak Jade GUI Demon Puppet, 3rd Level Low Grade 4-Tailed Forest Fox Demon Puppet Taoist Companion, Shui Yulong, 6th Level of Qi Refining, Chu Qinglun, Qi Refining Great Perfection, Beauty, Wang Yuiao, 3rd Level of Physical Body. After Su Yuming mastered the Zhengjing Divine Light Talisman, his talisman realm entered the 3rd level, and he is now trying to refine the Qianli Yandang Mountain Talisman and the 8-Phase Flying Sword Talisman. Almost all of his top-grade magic weapons and some useless low-grade spiritual weapons have been given to his clansmen. At this time, he had 4 inherited spiritual weapons in his hand, the best spiritual weapon Dragon Turtle Sword, the top spiritual weapons Red Cloud Gourd, Black Cloud Sleeve Sword, Song Feng Sword, 2 Demon Soul Ancient Swords, Deng Fang Sword, and 1 Sword. It can be said that his wealth is already extremely rich. And it doesn't count the priceless spiritual medicines in his hands. If Yuan Yingzhenjin knew about it, he would not be able to resist snatching them. During this period, he took the time to go to Teokyu and arranged the vine buds of the reincarnation of the Vine Dragon and the 3rd level Stone Clan Stone Mountain at the gate of Teokyu. With it transformed into rocks to block the gate, even if someone discovered the quasi-5th level formation, they had to pass it before entering the Teokyu secret realm. At this time, more than 500 cultivators of the Liu family of the Xianong sect had already started farming inside. A lot of spiritual medicine seeds had been sown on the 1,000 acres of purple soil, waiting for the spring to take root and sprout. On the foundation building spell side, Su Yuming has mastered the 8 top-grade foundation building spells on the 8 directions Divine Slash, including the Golden Thorn and Needle spell, the 7 Dragons of Fire Dance, and the Earth Walking Dragon spell. If he faces the enemy again, he can cooperate with the 8 directions Divine Slash to release 2 interlinked spells to attack and kill at the same time. In addition, on the 7 dances of the Spirit Snake side, Su Yuming has obtained 12 of the 18 kinds of pythons in the Sea of Snakes. Recently, 8,000 spiritual stones have been sent out, and the 4 types sent up are the Purple Crystal Python, the Thorn Python Demon, the Mountain Giant Demon, and the Reticulated Python Demon. With 2 more, Su Yuming can master the poison that kills the Purple Mansion monks. Moreover, he plans to apply this kind of snake venom to the 5th level finger, and transfer the 5th level finger to the 3rd level Fox Demon Puppet, so that it can be of great use when fighting against the Purple Mansion monks. Recently, Qinglun cannot be touched. Yulong is about to give birth. Yuiao is still in the secret realm of Watch Valley. It is really difficult to train to the 3rd level middle grade physical realm before coming out. Su Yuming felt empty and lonely for the first time. I don't know how he spent the first 53 years. Is it really that you know the taste of marrow after eating it? Another half a month passed. In the autumn season, in front of Sanju Cave, Su Yuming was sitting uneasy. Behind him, Su Qionghe, Su Yudang and other clansmen had gathered more than a dozen foundation-building people. Su Yuming's first offspring was crucial. His talent was not high, but it was obvious that Su Qionghe and others had regarded him as the biggest contributor to the Su family's comeback. Wow, accompanied by the cry of a baby, perhaps this was the most beautiful sound in the world. Su Yuming froze in place, with ecstasy on his lips. Congratulations, 19th brother, you have a son. Not long after, Su Yuan's voice floated out from the cave. Congratulations, 19th uncle, you have a beloved son. Su Yudang also bowed to Su Yuming. Congratulations, Xiao Jiu. Su Qionghe reached out and patted Su Yuming on the shoulder. You will be a father from now on. You will have to shoulder the family and protect your children and grandchildren. The burden on your shoulders will become heavier. Congratulations to the head of the family for having a son. Soon, when the news spread to the foot of the mountain, all the cultivators in the mountain congratulated Shui Yulong. Haha, Shui Yulong looked down. Everyone will be rewarded. The foundation building cultivators in the family will be rewarded with 100 spirit stones each, and the Qi refining cultivators will receive 2 spirit stones each. Thank you, head of the family. Another round of thanks, and the family members who were touched by the joy were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. For those cultivators who had just entered the first level of Qi refining, this could almost offset 2 months' monthly salary. Many children, more blessings. 10/10, Ling. Please choose to improve one of the spiritual roots, or choose to fuse and mutate the 2 spiritual roots. The charging is finally done. Shui Yulong couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't found the ingredients for the spiritual root melting liquid yet, but he had already obtained this talent entry. He had to think carefully about whether to fuse the 2 spiritual root mutations or directly upgrade one of them to the best spiritual root. While entering the cave, the crying baby shook his limbs, his little face wrinkled, and there were some stains from the mother's womb on it. Shui Yulong squatted down, first took Shui Yulong's hand and greeted her, and then carefully picked up his child. Husband, give the child a name. Shui Yulong's face was weak at this time, but she still managed to squeeze out a smile. This was the joy of being a mother. Shui Yulong used the warm spiritual power to sense the baby's meridians and acupoints, feeling a golden light responding to him, and was immediately overjoyed. He had just chosen to upgrade the gold spiritual root to the best spiritual root, but he didn't expect that the child could also inherit the qualifications of the best gold spiritual root, and would be the seedling of the purple mansion in the future. The one below me is the U generation, so he will be called Shui Yulong from now on. Seeing the uncontrollable joy on Shui Yulong's face, Shui Yulong couldn't help but ask, my husband, is the child's spiritual root talent excellent? She herself has her low-grade spiritual root of the 5 elements. If it weren't for the beast life fellow cultivation method and the Sui family's abundant resources, she would have almost never been able to build a foundation in this life, so she attached great importance to the child's spiritual root qualification. Top-grade gold spiritual roots, he will be the killing child of my Sui family. Over the past 100 years, the only top-grade spiritual root in the Sui family is the popular Shui Yulong in front of him, and he is also Shui Yulong's son. Chapter 158, the Red Guard Sanren falls into the trap, and life and death are decided on Zijian Plain. 3 more monthly tickets requested. Taoguan, Honghu Sanren was getting a little impatient. The Cloud Ranch was caught in a fierce battle. The Wang family of Hongxilan and the Leng family of Skull Mountain were beaten by the sword-washing sect and dared not leave the formation. Moreover, our people have secretly learned that the sword-washing sect has purchased a 3rd-level sword pill from the sword domain and is preparing to use it to break the formation. My lord, you must take action. If the Wang family of Hongxilan and the Leng family of Skull Mountain are annihilated, the 2 major foundation-building forces in your hands will all disappear. If only we, the independent cultivators you recruited from the outside world, are left, I'm afraid we can't hold on. The old man in the late foundation building stage responded to him. He held a demon summoning banner in his hand, which was branded with the faces of beasts in the shape of lions, tigers, bears and leopards. He called himself the beast's sole ancestor. In addition, there were 8 foundation building cultivators standing in the Tao County governor's mansion at this time. Most of them were guys who licked blood on the edge of a knife in the dark. They followed Honghu Sanren just to rely on the Purple Mansion cultivators. With a backer, they could also covet the Purple Mansion realm. At this time, there were more than 2,100 Qi refining monks outside the palace. Almost all of them were above the 4th level of Qi refining, and they were all elites recruited by Honghu Sanren. The 10,000 Snake Valley secret realm is in a trend of closing down. Most of the Foundation establishment monks currently staying there can't get out, and the Purple Mansion monks can't get in either. The 5 major demon clan territories are a bridgehead to defend against the counterattack of the Blackstone Ancient Domain. Whoever goes there will die. Honghu Sanren was very clear-headed. If he had a 4th level formation, or his cultivation was in the late Purple Mansion, he might have gone to these 5 territories, but he was only in the early Purple Mansion, and frantically plundering cultivation resources and working hard to improve himself were his thoughts at the moment. Moreover, because he had lost more than 100 years of life in the Foundation establishment period, even if he broke through the Purple Mansion realm, He didn't have much time left to seek the Golden Core Road. I must get the secret method of the Yandang Shui family. Honghu Sanren's face was gloomy. If I can't get it, then I will make it public and hand it over to the Jindan's Henrin of the Five Beasts sect. In this way, I can also get the opportunity of Jindan. Order. After nightfall, everyone will leave Tao County immediately, fly directly to the high sky of the Earth Firearm sect, and fly eastward. Master, are we going to Yandang Ranch to help? Wang Songhai, who was in the middle stage of foundation building, was a physical cultivator who was ruthless and killed people. However, he was also notorious in the mountain and sea region. He liked to massacre villages and families. Many cultivation resources were robbed. No, if we help to defend Yandang Ranch, we can't pick up anything good. I heard that the Zijian sect has been passed down for more than 1,900 years, and 6 Zifu Sanren have emerged in the past generations. The foundation is rich. We might as well go directly to their lair, as he said, in the blink of an eye. A third-level formation breaking bead appeared in the palm of Honghu Sanren's palm. This is what I gained from my trip to the Blackstone Ancient Domain. The transaction with the Sword Domain cultivators cost me 1.2 million spirit stones. The Sword Washing sect has been passed down for so many years, so it should have at least tens of millions of spirit stones. My lord, I heard that the 5 sects in Tao County occupy an Earth Dragon vein, which should be 4th grade in terms of grade, and can fully support a Jindan sect because of the interference of the 5 Beast sect. They can only dominate one side, but the place where they are located is at least a 3rd grade superior spirit vein. The Sword Washing sect alone has 50,000 acres of superior spirit fields in the Sword Washing Plain, and a 3rd grade superior sword tea tree that has grown for almost 4,300 years. This spiritual tree alone can cultivate many sword cultivators. We will definitely make a lot of money if we take it down. The Red Gourd Wanderer's eyes flashed. Then it's decided. Attack the Sword Washing sect. By the way, I heard that the Tyrant Blade sect was forced back by the Su family's Purple Mansion, so why don't we join forces with them and ask them to help contain the Su family's cultivators? There are 2 more foundation building cultivators on the Lang family side of Skull Mountain. Where did they get the foundation building pills? Since the Pindan building did not take action and did not follow the path of the 5 Beast sect, they must have obtained it from the Su family. When we get to the Cloud Ranch, they must give me an explanation for this matter. Honghu Sanren had a vague guess in his mind that the current head of Skull Mountain seemed to be Guho. This guy's combat power was not weak, and he was a ruthless person who could refine himself into a zombie. In comparison, the people of the Wang family of Red Crab Forest were not ruthless enough. If this Guho had colluded with Su Yuming, wouldn't this Cloud Ranch become a trap? So he chose to attack the mountain gate of the Washing Sword sect, so he should be able to avoid the ambush of Su Yuming. Wow, in Yandang Mountain, Su Yuming, the 2nd person in the mountain and sea area to build a foundation, who had killed many 3rd-level monsters in the foundation, was at a loss to coax his son in his arms. Yurui, don't cry. It will be a joke if a top-grade spiritual root cries like a big clown. Are you hungry, Yurui? Did you just eat? Why are you pooping so much again? Even the wild elephant is not as good as you. Seeing Su Yuming's flustered appearance, Shui Yulong hurriedly asked Shui Yulong to reach out and hold the child. My husband, you are the head of the Su family, with dozens of foundation building cultivators and thousands of Qi refining cultivators under your command. You are also a local overlord, but you can't even tame a child. Su Yuming did not refute, but took out a storage bag and threw it to Shulian. I'll trouble you to take care of this child these days. I come to see this child every day, but I can't bear to take care of him for a long time. Shui Yulong teased him, and then saw a sound transmission jade slip had fallen to Su Yuming's side. The fish has been hooked. See you at Zijian Plain. Su Yuming's mouth curled up. Finally I've been fooled. It seems I have to do something. After saying that, Su Yuming stepped on the ground and flew out of the Sanju cave directly, while taking out more than a dozen sound transmission notes to start the communication. Second sister, the family is in your hands. The quasi-4th level shadow sword light formation that you just took a photo of will be activated immediately, and let the monks under the sect retreat to the Xianping Plain area and Yandang Fang Yutang. Immediately gather the foundation building monks who can go to battle, select 3,000 Qi refining disciples, and move to Dayan Peak. The Qinghe Patriarch will join you. Then he sent a message to Chu Hongxiu and Liu Heng, asking them to accompany him to the front line of Skull Mountain, so that they can cross this stone mountain and go to the Cloud Ranch at any time. Finally, he sent a message to the secret line: you have made great contributions this time. After you return, there will be a place for you in my Yandang Mountains. I will give you the opportunity to make your foundation building go further. Then send a message to Guho. Brother Guho, the time for the decisive battle has come. The old man Hongxi has transformed himself into a rare golden armor corpse. If you refine him alive, he will definitely be a great help in the future. Shui Yulong appeared at Yanluo Peak, where the Qi patriarch lived. Ancestor: yes, Yulong. You want me to go to Dayan Peak to guard against the Earth Fire Weapon sect and the Tyrant Sword sect that may come south at any time? I can go, but if Fengyun sect and Juan sect also take action, how can we resist? Also, do you have a chance of winning against that Red Guard Wanderer alone? Swish, Yulong handed the Earth Dragon Boat to the Qi ancestor. Ancestor lacks means of attack and killing. This is the Dragon Turtle Sword, a top-grade spiritual weapon. It was owned by the Dragon Turtle Wanderer, the ancestor of the Chen family of Bayun Mountain in his early years. It can form a formation on the spot. There are secret methods here that can be used to familiarize yourself with the control. In addition, there are 3 Jingjing Divine Light Talismans. The power of this talisman is comparable to that of the Purple Mansion's attack, and it is extremely fast. Unless it is a 3rd-level mid-grade spiritual consciousness, it will be severely injured or even killed if it cannot react in time. In addition, there are 10 each of the 2nd-grade superior Golden Thorn and Needle Talisman, the Fire Dance 7 Dragons Talisman, and the Earth Walking Dragon Talisman. Please distribute them to the foundation building cultivators under my Su family, and work hard to gain more experience and protect themselves in the war. As for the Red Guard Wanderer, if I want to kill him, he will have no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. The Qi patriarch stared at Su Yulong for a long time, and finally nodded. My cultivation is not as good as yours. Although I don't know why you are stuck in the foundation building great perfection and refuse to go further, my combat power is not as good as yours at this time. Well, what I can do now is to protect this huge family business for the Su family, and after you return, establish a large sect in the Yandang Mountains. By the way, the Wong family of the Red Crab Forest can be completely wiped out, but those crab monsters must leave some offspring for them. Even if we raise them to feed those snake cubs, it would be great. As for Skull Mountain, destroying a family is forbidden by the 5 Beast sect. If they dare to take action, they will definitely be taught a lesson. After all, using the cultivator's body to refine corpses and controlling demon puppets to fight is a method that the righteous cultivators in the mountain and sea region cannot tolerate. Please rest assured, Ancestor, I will find a way to settle them. After Su Yulong sent out the Dragon Turtle Sword, he stepped on the 8-colored streamer created by the 8 Directions Divine Slash and Sword into the sky, directly into the sea of clouds in the sky, and then flew all the way to Skull Mountain. After joining Chu Hongxiu and Liu Heng, he used the Earth Dragon Boat's Earth Dragon movement technique to send them to hidden cave at the foot of the Cloud Ranch, and then raised his feet to the sword washing plain in the north. During the journey in the darkness underground, Su Yulong had long been accustomed to it, but the golden light Qi Ren Mako hiding in his arm did not think so. It roared, obviously still brooding over the extermination of the Cloud Shui family. Su Yulong reached out and stroked it gently. Relax, this time I brought 10 Zhengjin Shenguang talismans, 25 Gauch Peacock talismans, 1 Qianli Yandang Mountain talisman, and 280 foundation building magic talismans. I have been thinking about this battle for more than half a year, and I will definitely not lose it. When the time comes, the flesh of the Red Guard Sanren will be handed over to you to chew up, and don't leave a single intact bone. Roar! The golden light killing horse roared, restrained its violent breath, and looked up at the endless sea of clouds above the passing cloud pasture. Roar! Su Yulong reached out and covered its head again. No, after this battle, I will go to the sea of clouds to retreat for a while, and I will definitely learn a few foundation building magic spells in the Yandang Cloud Kiju. Thank you for the 500-point reward support from the Taoist Uncle Gao Kishan. Thank you. Chapter 159, the most sensational battle in the Shanhai area in the past 100 years. One more, please subscribe. Kill. In the Cloud Ranch, the broken natural sea of clouds formation had been broken by the 3rd-level sword pill. It must be said that after the mountain and sea domain and the sword domain jointly developed the 10,000 Snake Valley secret realm, the trade between the two domains started. For the scattered cultivators, the cheaper sword domain products were obviously more attractive. Kill. The mountains and plains were full of battles between demon puppets and sword energy, and countless zombies crawled up in the mountains and forests. Among them, many were wearing the clothes of the sword-washing sect. For a moment, the Liang family cultivators of the sword-washing sect who were watching the battle at the foot of the mountain were angry. All disciples, fight immediately. Kill the red crab ancestor first, and kill the bonfire, then they can't make any waves. Cheng Suiyan, who was at the peak of the foundation building, and Yang Chengming, who was at the middle stage of the foundation building, rushed to the red crab ancestor. At this time, the red crab ancestor had revealed his half-demon body, and his lower body had turned into 8 crab legs. He began to run away desperately with a crab shell on his body. Be careful of the second-order mother crab, Cheng Suiyan shouted, but it was too late. When Yang Chengming was chasing and killing, a late-stage second-order mother crab blocked his retreat. 2 silver-armored corpses in front of him suddenly crawled out of the ground and rushed towards him. It's Elder Lamb, damn it, they are really refining corpses, the 5-beast sect will not let them go. When a large amount of corpse gas spread all over the mountains and plains, those monks who fell to the ground and died actually stood up with hideous faces, instantly knocked the monks next to them to the ground, and then bit them madly. Oh no, it's the corpse reincarnation formation. How could such an evil skill appear in the Cloud Ranch? Liang Mo, the great elder of the sword-washing sect, pierced Gu Ho's left shoulder with a sword and pointed the sword at his head angrily. Gu Ho, you are addicted to corpse refining. I'm afraid this mountain and sea area can't accommodate you, then I will die here in battle. Gu Ho looked at his half-step purple mansion body, but even if I die, your old man's body will be transformed into nutrients from my purple gold corpse. After saying that, Gu Ho actually ran into him head first. Blood splattered. Liang Mo actually cut Gu Ho's body with a sword, revealing the purple gold shoulder blade inside. What kind of demons and monsters? I will kill you all today. After saying that, he kicked Gu Ho away with a kick, and the sky was already condensed with starlight in his hand. Huan Ho sword rain. The second step peak of Huan Ho sword intent suddenly changed the world. With one strike of the sword, the zombies within 100 miles were nailed to the ground. Such a terrifying power was already the real combat power of the Purple Mansion. Clang, in just a moment, a beautiful figure was wrapped in swordlight and came directly to kill. In just a moment, it dispersed the Huan Ho sword rain for dozens of miles, and forced Liang Mo back with one sword. Grand Elder, be careful. The third Elder Liang Wei suddenly retracted his sword to block. Otherwise, under this attack, Liang Mo would have been skinned alive if not dead. However, he was just hastily blocking. How could he resist the sword of both a sword and the sword intent that entered the second realm? He vomited blood on the spot and was seriously injured. Xian Shu sword Shu Hong Xiu. Liang Mo's face suddenly changed. Okay, this is indeed a conspiracy set up by you. Where are the 4 sons of Yandang, Liu Heng of Xianwang sect, and Su Yuming of the Su family? Why don't you come out together? In today's battle, we from Zhejian sect will take it together. Elder Liang, Chu Hongxiu did not hide her identity. After all, in this small piece of land in Tao County, as long as you use your sword intent and sword moves cannot be hidden from other foundation building cultivators. You, the Zhejian sect, have mobilized a large number of elite troops just to avenge the defeated soldiers at Yandang Ranch. Why seek trouble upon yourselves? Chu Hongxiu, stop talking nonsense. My Zhejian sect has been passed down for more than 1,900 years. If we can't even protect our own vassal sects, how can we protect the people under our command? You must retreat today and give up Yandang Ranch, otherwise I will kill you all and then attack you at Yandang Mountain and flatten all of your Yandang Mountains. The second Elder Liang Sun raised his foot and landed in front. At this time, a half-step Purple Mansion and 2 peak foundation building masters stood back to back in a circle, obviously preparing for a 3-on-3 fight. The Wang family of Red Crab Forest and the Leng family of Skull Mountain are backed by the 5-beast sex inspector, Hong Hu San Ren. If you want to continue fighting, I'm afraid this insidious old guy will sneak attack your mountain gate. He had a channel to buy the 2nd level formation breaking beads before, and now I'm afraid he has the 3rd level formation breaking beads. Liu Heng came as soon as he called, with a dazzling array of things on his body, probably hanging at least 20 or 30 of his reduced versions of spiritual weapons. Don't be so eloquent. Since the establishment of our Zhejian sect, we have been attacked by powerful enemies many times. There was even one time when the 4 sects of Tao County joined forces to attack us, but we were all blocked. How can Emir Hong Husan Ren break the formation? While speaking, Liu Heng had already thrown out 20 spiritual weapons. Ha! Boom boom boom, the dense explosions instantly swept across 100 miles. The foundation building monks and Qi refining monks who were fighting nearby were all blown away. The Huanho sword struck out with all its strength, and a 100-foot-long fish dragon suddenly rammed its head into the exploding fireworks, but it was also severely injured. Liang Mo stumbled back several steps. Shui, in the blink of an eye, the third elder Liang Wei, whom he was guarding, was hugged by a golden armored corpse. Explode, the flesh and blood exploded, and the shattering of the corpse drove the rolling black gas out. In the blink of an eye, Liang Wei in front of him was already wrapped in it. He struggled to escape, and half of his body was already wrapped in the corpse gas. In the blink of an eye, only a piece of white bones appeared in front of everyone. Then, the moment the corpse gas dissipated, it turned into a ball of dark white ghost fire that swallowed it in one gulp. It was blown by the strong wind and turned into dust all over the sky. Bone fire, your move is quite ruthless, Liu Heng grinned. The scraps he had used to refine spiritual weapons recently were put to good use. With a wave of his hand, another 20 explosions of fire appeared between heaven and earth. Boom boom boom, Liang Mo witnessed Liang Wei's death in battle and waved his hand fiercely. Everyone from the sword-washing sect, retreat immediately. Kill. From the side, more than a dozen foundation-building cultivators rushed out of the forest. At the same time, nearly 1,000 Qi refining cultivators had cut off their retreat. Elder Liang, I originally wanted you to go back and fight with the Red Guard Sanren, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Then stay today. Chu Hongxiu pointed her sword directly at Liang Mo. I'll kill you. I'd like to comprehend something about your sword-washing sect's Huanho sword reign. Liang Mo glanced around and found that among the reinforcements of the foundation-building cultivators, there were actually the Shenshu Patriarch of the Xianong sect and Chu Xingbo of the Xianshu Pavilion. These two were both at the peak of the foundation-building realm. Counting the 3 sons of Yandang in front of him, what could he use to compete? Today, it is my sword-washing sect that is doomed. My fellow disciples, scatter and break out. Follow me to kill. Clang. A sword light fell directly from 100 feet, and the middle-grade spiritual weapon armor that Liu Heng was protecting in front of him was cut in half. If it were not for Gu Ho's golden armor corpse that blocked half of the power for him, he would have been cut in 2. On the other hand, Gu Ho's abdomen was torn open with a long bloody wound. Surprisingly, no heart, liver, spleen, lungs, intestines, etc. fell out, but there was only the gloom in Gu Ho's eyes. Dang Chu Hongxia was also forced back by a sword. Liang Mo, who had the determination to die, was as strong as a sword god at this time. Clang. The moment a sword energy of Huanho knocked Chu Xingbo away, he was blocked on the spot by a medicine hoe. Top-grade spiritual weapon, he looked shocked and saw a sword light of 100 feet whistling from the cliff in the distance. Splashing ink and freehand brushwork, he swung his sword and slashed it, directly colliding with his sword intent and disintegrating. The next moment, with a sword in the air, Chu Hongxiu had already killed him. Get out of the way, Liang Mo, who was half a step away from the foundation building, finally exploded the purple palace true energy in his body, instantly knocking away several foundation building masters, while protecting hundreds of fellow disciples, and quickly swept to the Zijian plain in the north. Don't chase after a disparate enemy. After chasing for dozens of miles, seeing that there were only 200 or 300 people left around Liang Mo, Chu Hongxiu immediately stopped everyone who was ready to continue chasing. Clean up the battlefield immediately, and send all the spiritual weapons, second-level elixirs and spiritual medicines. After saying that, Chu Hongxiu walked out with the head of the red crab ancestor. Not far away, Chu Xingbo also threw the shell of the second-level crab mother, and it rolled to the ground. The absolute sword ancestor casually threw the captured Wang Xianwu from the air. A dignified cultivator in the early stage of foundation building was actually sealed with his spiritual power. He fell directly from 1,000 feet to the ground and died alive. Huff. In the end, the tiger crab ancestor was directly chopped off the neck by Liu Heng with a spiritual sickle. He pointed at Chu Hongxiu and the others tremblingly until his death. He didn't understand why they didn't save the red crab Lin Wang family, who lost a battle with the Su family. Instead, under Su Yuming's persuasion, these guys all defected to Yandang Mountain Pass. The head of the family ordered that all the cultivators of the Lang family in Skull Mountain leave the cloud pasture and hand over this place to us. After going north, the old side of the sword washing sect will be handed over to you. Sword washing plain? That place is not as good as the Earthfire Mountains. Gu Ho curled his lips, but considering that Su Yuming didn't kill the donkey after he had done his work, the body of the red crab ancestor and the body of the second-level crab mother will belong to me. As he said that, he didn't forget to kick the ashes of the third elder Liang Wei who was killed. After being surrounded and beaten by the sword washing sect for more than half a month, Gu Ho felt very aggrieved even if he had a good temper. To the north, when the battle at Yandang Ranch ended, an old man wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat stroked his beard and smiled as he sat cross-legged on the edge of the Zijian plain in the turbulent waters of the Mo River. He held a bamboo pole in his left hand, with a fishing line going straight into the water. He sighed with an old face. The world is about to change, and it will start from Tao County. The most sensational battle in the mountain and sea region in 100 years is about to begin. He looked at the group of Honghu Sanren who were preparing to ambush on the plain, and saw the panic on the faces of the defeated Liang Mo and his group. He also saw Su Yuming, who was hiding 100 feet underground, wiping the edge of his sword and ready for battle. His face was a little moved. He's a good candidate. I wonder if he's willing to join my Five Beasts sect. Chapter 160. One battle broke the backbone of the Zijian sect? How impressive! Red Gourd. 2 more chapters, please subscribe. How many people died in the battle? After running away and seeing that there were no pursuers for 100 miles behind him, Liang Mo could finally breathe a sigh of relief. While swallowing pills to restore his strength, he asked behind him. Reporting to the Great Elder, the third elder Liang Wei of the foundation building cultivators died in the battle. The 7th, 8th, and 10th elders, 3 late-stage foundation building cultivators, were killed in the hands of Chu Xingbo, the ancestors of the Divine Chu and the Absolute Blade. The rest of the inner sect elders of the middle stage foundation building died in the battle, and 10 of the outer sect elders died in the battle. There are only 11 foundation building cultivators left from the Zijian sect. A total of more than 6,700 Qi refining cultivators were dispatched when the war started. In addition to the more than 300 injured and returned, we still have more than 270 here. The rest were either captured or killed in the battle. After hearing this, Liang Mo's face was terribly gloomy. My Zijian sect has never been so miserable. This time it really hurt its vitality. Have you received a reply from the Fengyan sect and the Juan sect? The Juan sect has been very close to Xianji Sanren recently. Xianji Sanren is also a purple mansion cultivator of the Five Beasts sect. I'm afraid he doesn't want to be an enemy of Honghu Sanren, so he didn't reply. He just said that Nyangnan Nangong is in seclusion to break through the purple mansion realm and won't see outsiders, and no one else can make the decision. As for the Fengyan sect, they don't have a purple mansion cultivator either, so after they learned that we are facing Honghu Sanren, they asked us to think twice before we act. Humph, Liang Mo sneered. At this critical juncture, the 5 sects of my Tao County can't even join forces to repel the enemy. Once my Zijian sect is destroyed, how good will they be? That woman Nangong of the Juan sect has sold out the sect. What's so good about that weird guy Xianji Sanren? He's almost 200 years old, but he's also trying to get close to us. He's so shameless. As for the Fengyan sect, it's nothing but dry bones in a tomb. If they don't come to our aid now, they can only wait to die. After saying that, Liang Mo suddenly waved his hand and stopped the fleeing team, because at the end of the wasteland, he felt a murderous atmosphere. Liang Mo, I know that it is not easy for you to practice. If you are willing to open your soul sea of consciousness and let me plant the spiritual consciousness mark, I will let you go of the sword washing sect today. How about it? Seeing that he saw through the ambush, Honghu Sanren was not angry, but stepped out directly and looked at him with a smile. Honghu, as the inspector of the Five Beasts sect, you are stationed in Taoguan. What crime should you be punished for leaving your post today to kill the monks of the sword washing sect? Liang Sun, the second elder, stood up and rode beside Liang Mo. If I kill you, no one will know that I left my post without permission, right? Honghu Sanren had already opened the mouth of the gourd on his back while speaking. Huh? The violent red sand, like a sandstorm on the plain, swept across hundreds of miles, creating a terrifying momentum and smashing towards the sword washing sect. Form a formation, Liang Mo shouted, and immediately summoned the Huangho sword. Hundreds of sword lights behind him all attacked him. His strength skyrocketed, and he barely had the power of the Purple Mansion. Water Dragon Song, he raised his sword and slashed. Hundreds of feet of sword light slashed through the red sands in the sky. The red guard Sanrin had already condensed a palm print of 100 feet and smashed it down. Clang, the palm print and the sword light collided with each other. The true energy competition lasted for almost half an incense stick. Liang Mo was already unable to resist. The 8 foundation building cultivators on the opposite side had already approached from the ground, and brought more than 2,000 Qi refining cultivators to kill their team. In the crowd, Liang Chenai, who was already in the late stage of foundation building cultivation, slashed down with a long sword in his hand, and stepped on a sword light. He was actually able to match the 3 foundation building cultivators on the opposite side without losing the upper hand. On the other hand, the other foundation building cultivators of the Zhejian sect who had freed up their hands were actually suppressing the opponent and protecting more than 200 Qi refining cultivators behind them, and they were able to stabilize their position. Red sand rises again. After all, it is a spiritual weapon of inheritance. Under the roar of Red Guard Sanrin, the surging red sand once again instantly broke the Huanho sword formation. Liang Mo vomited blood and flew backwards, falling to the ground 100 feet away. Behind him, hundreds of Qi refining monks were swept away by the red sand and turned into a pile of bones and knelt on the ground. The 3 foundation building elders who were unable to dodge were also pierced through the Niwen palace and heart, following the footsteps of these Qi refining monks. What a spiritual weapon of inheritance, the red sand soul dispersing guard. Liang Mo glanced at the 100 people left around him, and secretly sent a message to the second elder Liang Sun, asking him to cover Liang Chenai and other potential stalks of the Zhejian sect to retreat. Red sand rises 3 times, the red sand scattered beside the corpses seemed to surge again, and they were even more scarlet, and the number became more, gathering directly from all directions into a sea of red sand, trying to swallow up the Zhejian sect monks who were surrounded. Red Sand Sea, the red sand sea that spread out in an instant, under the encouragement of a strong wind, instantly shrank. Clang accompanied by a loud noise, a sword light cut out a circular arc, instantly splitting the red sand sea in 2. Liang Mo's sword intent has risen to the 3rd level of sword light splitting rainbow. 3rd level sword cultivator, the red guard Sanrin stepped high in the air and suddenly stretched out his hand. Hulala, the red sands in the sky began to rotate at high speed, trapping the cultivators of the washing sword sect in it. Dozens of Qi refining disciples who were constantly being swallowed were killed on the spot without waiting for Liang Mo to rescue them. Those who escaped the foundation building, under the cover of Liang Sun, Liang Chenai and 5 others escaped directly from the flank. A strong wind swept past, and the lower bodies of the 3 foundation building cultivators had already flown out, and the upper bodies were like a pile of earth blown by the strong wind. And they turned into dust and dispersed directly. 3rd level spiritual wind, Liang Mo's face changed drastically. It turned out that this was the real killer move of the red sand soul dispersing gourd. It's too late to know. Honghu Sanrin threw the big gourd behind him into the air, and rolling red sand gushed out of the gourd. The vast plain with 50,000 acres of spiritual fields was directly submerged by half of the red sand. The surging red sand waves were hundreds of feet high. If Liang Mo hadn't blocked the road with his sword, Liang Chenai and others in the distance would not have been able to escape. Liang Mo, if you die today, the inheritance of your Zhejian sect will belong to me. Wishful thinking, Liang Mo snorted coldly, took a ball of green tree heart in his hand with his bare hands, and then swallowed it directly into his stomach. This is the tree heart of the 3rd level sword tea tree. Are you crazy? Such a precious treasure is also the treasure left by your Zhejian sect's founder, Zhejian Sanrin, for your descendants. You actually swallowed its tree heart. Honghu Sanrin trembled with pain. A 3rd level sword tea tree was enough for him to exchange for at least 20% of the golden elixir opportunity, but it was destroyed by the other party. Honghulu, today I swear to kill you, you bastard. Boom. Liang Mo's sword intent realm directly evolved from the celestial phenomena into a sword light that crossed the sword washing plane. Under the sword light, there seemed to be the shadow of the inherited spiritual weapon Huanho sword. This is the 3rd level of sword intent. Celestial sword soul, Honghulu Sanrin's face changed drastically. He found that Liang Mo's body was already collapsing, but his soul began to surge. After entering the 3rd level in an instant, he was already in the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, under the burning of the sword tree heart, he had entered the middle 3rd level, The late 3rd level. Even the terrifying power of this sword light made him feel the oppression from Jindan's Henren Yan leading. Not good, this is a 3rd order ultimate sword. Die, the sword light fell, and the earth collapsed directly. The 2,000 Qi refining monks who followed Hong Hu Sanren fled in all directions, and most of them were submerged. A sword light directly cut open the plain for 10,000 feet. Hong Hu Sanren, who was in the center of the storm, had his body and soul directly destroyed. Only a huge red sand soul dispersing gourd remained on the spot. In the air, the gray soul gradually turned into transparent white. Liang Mo finally looked unwillingly in the direction of the Zijian sect, where the ancestors of the Zijian sect were buried. He looked at the hope again, which was the direction of Liang Chenai's sect's future escape. Using the last bit of his remaining strength, he threw the Huanho sword in his hand towards Liang Chenai. The moment the sword light flew out, the big red gourd on the ground suddenly flew into the air and directly put it into the gourd mouth. The gourd mouth suddenly closed, and the figure of Hong Hu Sanren had stepped on the gourd and floated in the air without knowing when. Old Liang Mo, if I hadn't found a big snake death talisman from the secret realm, I would have been killed by you. But this is a 4th level talisman, which made me feel sad for a long time, Hong Hu Sanren said, and with a casual slap, Liang Mo, who originally had only a wisp of residual soul left, was directly shaken away by his soul power and completely disappeared between heaven and earth. When he looked back, there were less than 200 people left from the 2,000 Qi refining cultivators, and each of them was lying on the ground screaming and wailing. This battle can be regarded as a tragic victory, but it is worth it with this Huanho sword. If my prediction is correct, this Huanho sword should be able to open the mountain gate formation of the Zijian sect. The foundation of 1,900 years finally belongs to me. As he said this, he didn't care whether the several foundation building cultivators who were chasing Liang Chenai would come back, and he rushed directly towards the Zijian sect, but he stopped after running for only a few dozen miles. Because a flying boat appeared in the air. It was a yellow-brown flying boat. A middle-aged man stood at the bow with his hands behind his back. He was wearing an ordinary Taoist robe. In his right hand, he held a sword with 8 colored divine light. In front of him, there were also 8 flying swords of spiritual weapons flying across. His aura had reached the realm of half-step purple mansion. Su Yuming, Hong Hu Sanren's pupils shrank slightly. How dare you come here to stop me, Hong Hu Sanren, you broke the backbone of Zijian sect in one battle. The amazing sword just now couldn't kill you. You are lucky, Su Yuming pointed to a remaining snake tail not far away. I wonder if there is any inheritance for the big snake's death talisman. If you are willing to hand it over today, I will leave you a whole body, okay? Hong Hu Sanren sensed the surroundings. There was definitely no other purple mansion within a few hundred miles. How could this kid in front of him have the courage to kill him? Chapter 161, Crush. Hong Hulu, you have practiced a purple palace on a dog. 3 more monthly tickets requested. Are you alone? Where's Su Kyonghei? Did he enter the purple mansion? Why doesn't he show up? Hong Hulu Sanren looked calm, but he had been chewing a 3rd level purple Qi pill in his mouth, and was quickly recovering the true Qi in his body. Facing Su Yuming, who dared to kill him alone, the other party must have the confidence to kill him. Su Yuming's eyes turned, and the palm of his left hand was already knocking on 3 Zhengjin Shenguang talismans. Hong Hulu, besides me, there are also Kyonghei Patriarch, Chenghei Sanren of Bandeo sect, Sanho Sanren of Dahoki sect, and Kixin Sanren of Juyin sect here today. Just surrender, arrogant. Even if the sect issued a conscription order, these people may not respond. How can you, Su Yuming, have such a big face to invite these long-established masters? Most likely, they are all in the area of Dayan Peak and have held back that old dog Su Kyonghei. As he spoke, the overwhelming red sand had already surged like a tide. The 10 gravity swamp talismans that had been ambushed in front of Su Yuming were directly deployed, forming a gravity swamp area in front of Su Yuming. The crazy suction force instantly engulfed the red sand in front of him. Talisman. When Hong Hu Sanren was surprised, Su Yuming had already opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of 5 Gods Peacock Fire. The 5 Gods Peacock Fire, which was as powerful as his red sand, instantly swept across dozens of miles under the terrifying spiritual power comparable to true Qi. It hit the sky full of red sand and engulfed Hong Hu Sanren. Buzz. Hong Hu Sanren, wearing a high-grade spiritual weapon Starfire robe, steadily blocked the scorching of the fire wave. He swung his hands forward fiercely, and 200-foot-strong winds quickly formed tornadoes and attacked Su Yuming. Shuashua two Zhengjing divine lights instantly pierced through the storm tornado and directly pierced through the starfire robe in front of Hong Hu Sanren. When he dodged, his left shoulder was already pierced. What a powerful killing method, he was shocked, and Su Yuming had already made a move. Buzz, above the 9 heavens, the wind and clouds changed. There seemed to be a mountain above the endless clouds, majestic and magnificent, with the weight of Mount Tai, and the sparks of the 9-day meteorite crashed down. 1,000 miles of Yandang Mountain. Su Yuming's move was a killing move, and the 3 Zhengjing divine light talismans knocking on his palms had all been activated. You are so brave, Hong Hu Sanren's scalp suddenly numbed. Before, this kid who dared to challenge him with the Yandang Lianchen cloud and mist array and still needed Su Kaiyinghei's protection, how could he grow to such a level in just half a year? Red Sand Wind, rise. The red gourd wanderer carried the big gourd on his back, and lifted up his hands to the sky. Endless red sand rolled and flew towards the sky. A third-level talisman in front of him turned into a sword light to protect his body, and blocked 3 Zhengjing divine lights. However, in an instant, Su Yuming had created 100 miles of cloud and mist. Su Yuming appeared 20 miles away, and at the moment he fell on the Qianli Yandang Mountain, he released a cloud crane secret technique. Cry, spiritual consciousness attack secret method. The red gourd wanderer's pupils suddenly widened, and the cinnabar above his head had instantly dissipated. But he opened his mouth and spit out more breath of purple mansion true Qi, which turned into a river of heaven. While catching the scattered cinnabar, he forcibly withstood the attack. Purple mansion treasure technique, cinnabar heavenly river. The red gourd wanderer sensed that the protective jade ring where the soul was located had been shattered, and his hands slapped forward violently. The 2 Qi hands turned into palm leaf fans several dozen feet long, sweeping away the misty air in the sky. He also discovered Su Yuming, who is retreating. Where are you going? The red gourd wanderer had his hair disheveled at this time, and he hated Su Yuming for making him so embarrassed. He opened his mouth and spit out the 3rd-level red sand wind, which turned into a 100-foot wind blade and killed Su Yuming's back. Clang! He didn't notice that under the red sand, there were 8 sword lights flying towards him at the same time. Not good. The moment he dodged, the shoulder strap of the big gourd on his back was cut off. The moment the gourd fell to the ground, he also fell to the ground. The next moment, the 8-phase sword light had already fallen. Red sand protect. The 3rd-level wind rolled up, and the red sands in the sky protected him and the big gourd in the middle, blocking the sword light head-on. The yellow crane tower is 3,000 feet high. Su Yuming's eyes turned, and the sword intent of Bayun burst out. Above the sky, the 3,000 feet of sword light turned into a yellow crane tower that guarded the river and stood for 1,000 years. The sword energy fell, and the tower suppressed the river. Boom! The ground shook, and the ground within a radius of dozens of miles collapsed by several feet. The location of the explosion in the middle formed a spider web-like broken landform. Shu, the face of the red gourd Sanren, who escaped 100 miles away with a small teleportation talisman, was very ugly. It's actually a second-step sword cultivator. Clang! He didn't realize that when he moved, Su Yuming also moved to his side with the earth dragon boat, and the 8 directions divine slash in his hand also released 8 precious lights at the same time. Golden needle divine needle technique, great forest technique, water barrier cloud curtain technique, fire dance 7 dragons technique, earth walking flood dragon technique, hurricane cutting technique, mysterious heaven thunder technique, 9 holes sword ringing technique. Red guard wanderer, who lost his voice in an instant under the sound of the sword, was constantly forced to move and jump by the endless vines, and then was swept up by the violent water waves. His whole body was covered by the cloud curtain and was tightly entangled by the earth dragon 10 feet above the ground, and then swallowed by the fire wave. Chi thousands of golden lights pierced his body like needles, and his flesh body with thousands of holes was almost abandoned by Red Guard Wanderer in an instant. He was dozens of miles away, relying on the remaining 20% of the Purple Palace true energy in his body to condense a red sand body, but the starfire robe on his body was already full of holes, and even at the moment of his last escape, even the sleeve was cut off by the hurricane, leaving only a strip of cloth. Crack! Fortunately, the last thunderbolt that fell from the sky was caught by the big guard on his head. Otherwise Hong Hu Sanren would have died here today. Earth-shaking technique. With a shaking like the sky and the earth, he couldn't even stand steadily. Su Yuming had already appeared in front of him with the Earth Dragon movement technique. After driving the sword formation and fighting with his red sands for dozens of moves, he suddenly retreated and directly burned the third-level talisman knocked on his palm. 1,000 miles Yandang Mountain, fall, anything else, the panting Hong Hu Sanren's purple palace true energy had been exhausted. He had to take out all the pills on his body and pour them into the innermost part. Even Liang Mo, who had just been killed, had his storage bag requisitioned by Hong Hu Sanren, but it was useless. He could only see that his red sands in the sky was completely suppressed. Even the big guard behind him was shaken away after supporting a precious light to protect himself. Shui Yulong had appeared in front of him. With just one punch, he sent him flying 100 feet away. Then he moved behind him and punched and kicked him continuously. Crack, the ribs were broken. Bang, the leg bones were broken, and when he fell, the spine on his back was also hit hard. The moment he turned over, his chest was directly shattered by Shui Yulong's punch, and then another punch hit him hard in the heart. The heart was completely shattered, and the pupils in Hong Hu Sanren's eyes began to blur. Third level, physical cultivation, cry. When his eyes were about to fade, a golden eagle had appeared in the depths of his soul and hid a third-level sword soul protection talisman floating there, destroying it directly. Purple Mansion treasure technique, red sand funeral. Sure enough, this old guy was pretending. He actually had a third-level trump card? At the moment when Shui Yulong was shocked, the other party had already merged all the red sand within a radius of dozens of miles into one, turning it into a golden tower, sealing the two of them in it at the same time. Go to hell. Knowing that his life was gone, Hong Hu Sanren almost vomited blood and shouted this sentence. Even if he died, he could not let the Huanghe sword and the red sand soul guard be left to Shui Yulong. Hiss. At the moment when his soul was fluctuating, he saw a huge snake that had been born since ancient times. It seemed that when it moved, the mountains moved, and where it was a magnificent world. It opened its mouth to reveal a bloody mouth, swallowing thousands of mountains and rivers. He couldn't even move, and could only watch his fragile third-level soul being swallowed in an instant. Purple Mansion soul secret art, black python devouring the sky. Hong Hu Sanren's body fell to the ground silently, and the red sand surrounding Shui Yulong all collapsed and fell to the ground along with the owner's body. Shui Yulong moved directly in front of him, took away the big gourd, and then took off all the 200 storage bags hung on the body of Hong Hu Sanren and put them in his pocket. Finally, he spit out a mouthful of 5-gauge peacock fire and burned the guy's body clean. Originally, he wanted to take the head back to Shui Yulong to offer sacrifices to the Yandang Shui family. But Hong Hu Sanren was the inspector of the Five Beasts sect after all, and it was not easy to explain to the outside world that he died in his own hands. From now on, this red sand soul dispersing gourd will only become a piece of dirt. It's quite difficult to kill you, but red gourd, your purple palace has been cultivated to dog's level. You have quite a few third-level talismans and protective treasures. It's a pity that your red sand soul dispersing gourd has not been developed to the extreme, otherwise I'm afraid it would be difficult to break your protection of the red sand sea today. Shui Yulong was relieved. He turned around and was about to head towards the mountain gate of the sword-washing sect when he saw a black sailed boat on the river dozens of miles away. The unprepossessing fisherman on the bow made his pupils shrink slightly. There was no thorn in his back, no spiritual awareness to warn him, and he didn't even notice his existence. He was going upstream. Judging from his appearance, he had been fishing here for a long time, because there were already 3 red carp in the fish basket hanging on the bow. Swish, under Shui Yulong's gaze, the old man raised his fishing rod and threw a black carp into the fish basket. The big black carp weighing about 100 kilograms was as light as cotton wool in his hand. Moreover, the place where he was like a world. Even the spiritual energy of heaven and earth felt that he was more harmonious. Golden elixir? No, most likely a yuaning old monster. I actually have a recommendation site short, Chapter 162, The Nascent Soul Appears, Join the Five Beast Sect or Become a Vassal, 1 more monthly ticket request. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry to bother you. I'll leave now. Shui Yulong bowed respectfully to the old man and prepared to slip away. The next moment, the black sailboat was still there, but the old man holding the red carp had already appeared in front of him. Shrinking the earth into an inch? Or space teleportation? Shui Yulong didn't dare to move. Looking at the old man so close, he could only clasp his fists again. May I ask if you are the true lord of the Five Beast sect? I'm the true lord of moving mountains. Your cultivation is really strange. Your physical body is in the Purple Palace, your spiritual consciousness is in the Purple Palace, but your spiritual power is suppressed in the great perfection of Foundation establishment, and you are reluctant to break through." As he spoke, the old man had already placed one hand on his dantian. "Oh? Your spiritual power is so profound, dozens of times that of ordinary cultivators who have reached the great perfection of foundation building. It is not inferior to the cultivators who have just entered the Purple Mansion realm. You want to wait for it to circulate within your dantian before entering the Purple Mansion realm? Right, not bad, you have a good eye." He stretched out his hand and touched Su Yuming's wrist, and saw a bright golden light, followed by the emergence of hot flames and thick earth walls, which he saw. "You have the best gold spiritual root, top fire spiritual root and top earth spiritual root talent. It's not bad. Even in my 5-beast sect, you can be regarded as a seedling of the golden elixir. You used too many spells before, and they were closely coordinated with the talismans. I heard that you are good at practicing magic and creating your own spells. The death of the Red Guard Jr. is not unjust. If I met you at his level, if there was any deep hatred, I would not think of fighting, but running away at all costs. He can't escape." Su Yuming was full of confidence, but he still carefully hid the Earth Dragon Boat. The Earth Dragon Boat, the 8-sided Divine Slash, the Red Sand Soul Scattering Gourd, the Huanho Sword, and the White Cloud Sword on the Inheritance Spiritual Weapon list are all in your hands. Your wealth is richer than that of a golden elixir. You know, thousands of years ago, there was an example of Inheritance Spiritual Weapons being promoted to golden elixir spiritual treasures. The fisherman smiled and withdrew his hand that tested his bones. "You want to attack the Zygian Sect's mountain gate next, right? After all, he is also a Purple Mansion cultivator under my 5-beast sect, and the Red Gourd Wanderer you just killed is my 5-beast sect's inspector. You have to give an explanation to the sect." Su Yuming was frightened. Was this Yuan Ying's engine trying to joke with him? Or did he really want to suppress him? "Then I won't go to the Zygian sect. How about I return the relics of this Red Guard Wanderer to the upper sect?" "Not enough. If you were a disciple of my 5-beast sect, this Red Guard Wanderer deserted his post and provoked a war between the Purple Mansion forces, resulting in the deaths and injuries of thousands of Tao County cultivators, millions of mortals displaced, tens of thousands of miles of scorched earth, and all living things suffering. He deserved to die, or your Su family in Yandang Mountain is willing to go to the Blackstone Ancient Domain and take charge of one side. Good guy. As soon as you get here, you are asked to become a vassal or join the 5-beast sect." Su Yuming subconsciously revealed a bitter smile. "Senior, but my Su family took action and messed up the situation too much, and the upper sect noticed it. It's just that the situation in the 13 states of the mountain and sea region is now unstable. Your Su family has risen up, and the Foundation establishment family has fought against the Purple Mansion forces. If this sets a precedent, then everyone in the world will follow suit. Wouldn't it be a mess?" "I see. So it's a choice between the two." Seeing that he did not ask for the inherited spiritual tools on him, Su Yuming was relieved. But he was reluctant to join the 5-beast sect. If he went to be a vassal, he would have to choose one of the 5 territories in the Blackstone Ancient Domain. If Su Yuming was at the peak of the Purple Mansion, he would still dare to seek wealth and honor in danger. After all, the 5-beast sect promised a guaranteed chance of becoming a golden elixir. Moreover, if he chose Rotten Peach Mountain, there was also the quasi-5th level formation in the Linkyu secret realm, which could resist the threat of the golden elixir Monster King. "Senior, may I ask if I can consider it for a while?" Su Yuming bowed slightly to the moving mountain master. In the mountains and seas nowadays, the offspring cultivated by you vassal forces are more outstanding than those in our sect this time. The 5 major Purple Mansion forces are sent out, and their frontiers will be led by my 5-beast sect, who will be undergoing trials there one after another, so there is no need to worry about danger. As for joining my 5-beast sect, there are naturally many benefits. With your talent, after you step into the Purple Mansion, perhaps a Golden Core true man will accept you as a disciple. Su Yuming's eyes turned. Is there a Golden Core opportunity given to you? As a sect disciple, you can exchange your contributions for Golden Core opportunities. In my Su family in Yandang Mountain, there is a proud clansman who has become a true disciple of the 5-beast sect. His name is Su Yanbing. I wonder if he can satisfy the upper sect. Master Banshan raised one hand, perhaps because he was tired. What I am saying to you is not a bargaining. You should know the gap between ordinary foundation building cultivators and geniuses like you. He is targeting me. Su Yuming quickly weighed the pros and cons after joining the Five Beasts sect. He was not considered a direct descendant of the Five Beasts sect, but at least he could have a nominal master-disciple relationship with a certain Jindan Henron. Then the unrest that caused today and the killing of the Red Gourd Wanderer could be put off, and perhaps he could also earn some benefits from the decline of the sword-washing sect. But the problem also arose. Once the Five Beast sect recruited them in the future, the Su family would have to run errands more quickly. Or if the forces of a certain state were to cause chaos, would Su Yuming be sent out to suppress the rebellion? Then the subsequent cultivation plan would be disrupted, and the biggest disadvantage of joining the Five Beast sect was obviously the soul lamp. In the Five Beast sect, as long as you enter the foundation building stage, you will leave a soul lamp. As long as you don't die, the Five Beast sect will know your situation. It's okay if you don't die for 100 years or 200 years. If you are still alive and well at the end of the Purple Mansion, wouldn't the secret of the beast life cultivation method be revealed? Then his good intentions of killing the Red Gourd Wanderer would be in vain. On the contrary, the 5 territories of the Blackstone Ancient Domain, where the Five Beast sect disciples are constantly training, may be guarded by the Five Beast sect masters. At least there must be a Jindan's Henron staying in Tailguan. In this way, the Blackstone Ancient Domain will also be wary. Moreover, Su Yuming does not think that the Five Beast sect just forced the Blackstone Holy Mountain to bow down for these 5 4th-level spirit veins. There must be other plans for taking over these 5 territories. Could it be that the 10,000 Snake Valley secret realm is controlled by the Five Beast sect? Or, they found something extraordinary in it, so they used a sleight of hand to divert the 5 major Purple Mansion forces to enter, and sent the sect monks to cover up their discovery in the name of training. A high-level spirit stone vein that needs to be excavated? Or some kind of blessed land for cultivation, or an important secret realm, such as the 10,000 Snake Valley? Being willing to give out 5 golden elixir opportunities as a reward for the 5 major Purple Mansion forces to guard for half a year, the Five Beast sect's gains will be at least 10 times more, otherwise the Five Beast sect, will not be able to give out 5 Purple Mansions? Su Yuming looked at the Banshan's Henjin in front of him and guessed that the Five Beast sect might have more than 5 golden elixir masters, and Purple Mansions. Must there be more than dozens? Su Yuming bowed slightly to Banshan's Henjin. Senior, my Yandang Mountains Su family is willing to establish a Purple Mansion sect and become a vassal force of the Five Beast sect from generation to generation, and I am willing to become a guest of the Five Beast sect. My talisman skills have entered the 3rd level and I can become a talisman steward of the Five Beast sect. Everyone has their own ambitions. It seems that you have chosen to go to the Blackstone Ancient Domain. Banshan's Henjin sighed, and just as he was about to speak, he found that a voice transmission fell into his ears. Oh? I didn't expect that everyone would rush to go to the Blackstone Ancient Domain. The quota is full. Then you should come to the Five Beast sect in 10 days to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. The sect is very much looking forward to a genius like you and will definitely not treat you coldly. After saying that, Su Yuming felt that the pressure on his body was greatly reduced. When he looked back, Master Banshan had disappeared without a trace. The quota is full? I don't know which 5 Purple Mansion forces are rushing to the Blackstone Ancient Domain to be established. It's not that far away, but they are just for the Five Beast sect to be their eyes and ears. Are they still fighting for it? Su Yuming curled his lips. When he looked back, he saw Gu Ho, who was rushing towards him with more than 600 Ling family monks from Skull Mountain. Most of these people were riding on demon puppets, but because they were stained with corpse qi, they looked black and exuded a cold and evil aura. It was not easy to get close to them. How is it? Is Hong Hulu dead? Gu Ho shouted from a distance. This didn't seem like him, but the Leng family of Skull Mountain was willing to leave their homeland for them, and the battle was so tragic that even the head ancestor Leng Mian died. Su Yuming also allowed him to be arrogant for once. Hong Hulu is dead, but I met a senior master from the Five Beast sect, so this battle can't go on. Gu Ho frowned. With Su Yuming's current means, he knew that if Hong Hulu was killed, even if the Jindan's Henron came, it would not necessarily make Su Yuming compromise. Could it be that the old Jindan, or even the leader of the Five Beast sect, came in person? Are you going to fight again, sword-washing sect? If not, return the Cloud Ranch to me. I don't want to camp in this wilderness, then let's go to sword-washing sect to borrow the mountain gate. Su Yuming looked towards the north 2,000 miles away. In addition, The spiritual fields in the sword-washing plane belong to us. You will get a share of the dividends from cultivating them in the future. Deal. Gu Ho looked at the broken bodies everywhere on the ground. The largest piece was just a finger. He frowned for a moment. You guys fought fiercely here. You can't give me the body of that old thief Red Gourd, but can you give me the body of the Liang family cultivator? Liang Mo, Liang Sun, even Liang Chenai will do. I lost a golden armored corpse in this battle. The sword-washing sex mountain gate has a third-grade superior spiritual vein. I'll use this to compensate you. As he spoke, Su Yuming had already found the method of refining a fourth-grade giant snake death talisman and a third-grade formation-breaking bead in the big gourd of Red Gourd. He was immediately overjoyed. As long as he didn't destroy the Zijian sect and let the remaining forces of the Zijian sect share Zhejiang Mountain with the Leng family of Skull Mountain, he could still do it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Dividing the Zhejian Sect. Su Yuming gets a lot of money, 2 more monthly tickets requested. Swish, swish, one of the foundation-building monks who were chasing after the sword-washing sect was killed by Liang Chenai's sudden Huangho sword rain, and the rest dared not to chase anymore. The remaining ones were the late foundation-building ancestor Beast Soul, the ruthless butcher Wang Zhonghe, the infant crying ghost Sanyang, the wind and fire magician, who were in the middle foundation-building stage, and the early foundation-building ancestors Blood Axe, Yellow Sand, and Black Smoke. Everyone, the spiritual imprint that the Master planted on us has disappeared. You also know that the Master is afraid that something happened to him. Why don't we disperse now? Wang Zhonghe glanced around, stretched out his hand and hugged the ghost Sanyang with a peach charm painted on her face. This graceful figure happened to have buck teeth, but he didn't dislike it. After all, he had a face full of flesh and a short stature. Wang Zhonghe, if you dare to betray, you are courting death. The Beast Soul ancestor waved the demon flag in his hand, and 4 second-stage Beast Souls of lions, tigers, bears and leopards rushed out with a roar. Wang Zhonghe's face changed drastically, and he immediately released a pair of sharp claws to resist. Gui Sanyang behind him immediately used a shroud to wrap one of the Beast Souls. But the next moment, the Black Smoke ancestor who followed behind him turned into a cloud of smoke and rushed forward. The moment the shroud was shaken open with the sword, Gui Sanyang's face changed drastically, and she was thrown to the ground by the 2 Beast Souls. In the blink of an eye, she was torn and screamed. Wang Zhonghe immediately retracted his claws and retreated. He slapped his forehead, and a wooden hairpin made of rattan thorns flew out from the top of his head, turning into a sword energy, directly cutting off the 2 Beast Souls and freeing Gui Sanyang. Beast Soul, Black Smoke, although the Master is gone, you suddenly attacked us. This is a bit unreasonable. Wang Zhonghe's face was gloomy and ugly, and his eyes looked at the Wind and Fire Mage, the Blood Axe Patriarch, and the Yellow Sand Patriarch. 3 Taoist friends, why don't we kill this Beast Soul and Black Smoke together? The demon summoning banner and the method of controlling the Beast Soul on the Beast Soul will be divided among you. Even his beast skin spiritual weapon will be handed over to you. The 3 of them were a little tempted, but just as they stepped forward, several streams of light fell around them at some point. Brother Beast Soul, you have made great contributions this time. Your Lion Mountain Snow family has been allowed to join us. Chu Hongxiu stepped on the Xianshu sword, looking down from a high place, staring coldly below. The ancestors Shunshu, Chu Xingbo, and Judeo who came with her each sealed a gap. The 4 peak foundation building forces had trapped these foundation building cultivators to death. Foundation building in Yandang Mountain? Beast Soul, you are actually an undercover agent beside the Master. You deserve to die. Has the Master been plotted against by the group of cultivators in Yandang Mountain? Fellow Daoists, what are you waiting for? Why don't we join forces to fight our way out? Wang Zhonghe's face was pale, and there was a bit of madness in his eyes. He was going to fight like a trapped beast. Plop, however, behind him. The 3 foundation-building cultivators who were wavering just now, Feng Hao Mage, Blood Axe Patriarch, and Yellow Sand Patriarch, actually knelt down and surrendered. Fellow Taoist Wang, don't blame us for being unrighteous. This Xianshu sword Shu Hongxiu is the 15th ranked Xianjiao on the foundation building list. The others are also the heads of the forces in the Yandang Mountains. They are powerful and comparable to the strength of the foundation building great perfection. If we resist, we will be wiped out, you bastards. Since you want to abandon us, let's die together. Gritting his teeth, Wang Zhonghe actually took out 2 Xianli seeds and threw them directly at the crowd. Clang, a flash of sword light, a flash of knife light. The moment Shu Hongxiu drew her sword, the Absolute Blade Ancestor had already swung his knife and chopped down the 2 heavenly thunders in the air. The sword light blocked the sky curtain, and the explosion directly threw the 2 people out. The knife light fell, and the ghost lady was split in half on the spot. Wang Zhonghe, who had suffered the consequences of his own actions, wanted to escape, but was directly surrounded by 4 second-stage late-stage beast souls. Within just a few dozen breaths, he was torn into a pile of minced meat. The beast souls did not eat raw meat, but they did not indulge him. Almost every inch of his bones was chewed to pieces. This guy was miserable every breath until his death. Fellow Taoist beast soul, you and fellow Taoist black smoke return to the snow family of Lion Mountain. Fellow Taoist wind and fire, fellow Taoist blood axe, and fellow Taoist yellow sand, follow us back to the Cloud Ranch, join the battle hall, become guest elders, and garrison the Cloud Ranch. Yes, the ancestor of the beast soul was a guest of the snow family of Lion Mountain. Later, because he entered the foundation building period, he was recruited as their son-in-law. According to seniority, even if he is now the head of the snow family of Lion Mountain, he is still his junior and has to call him uncle. He did not expect that after years of seclusion, he would enter the late stage of foundation building and still be able to be a part of Su Yuming's plan to go to Tao County to join the Red Guard Wanderer, just to wait for the opportunity now. Catch all the foundation building cultivators recruited by the Red Guard Wanderer, and take 1 from the Snow family of Lion Mountain and 3 from the Su family of Yandang Mountain, and both sides will win. In Zhejian Mountain, the one who stayed behind in the sect was the 4th elder of the Zhejian sect, Lion Kun. Just like his name, among the foundation building cultivators of the Zhejian sect, he was the only one left in the late stage of foundation building. If he had not seen the sect's soul lamp and learned that the 2nd elder Liang Sun and the sect's Xianjiao Liang Chenai were not dead, he would have abandoned the sect site and transferred a large number of elite disciples. At this time, there were about 1,500 Qi Refining monks on the mountain, many of whom came from nearby to protect the sect. The sect had been established for more than 1,900 years, and when disaster struck, these vassals of the Zhejian sect did not choose to retreat. There were more than 5 million mortals in Zhejian City and Pingyuan City at the foot of the mountain. They could not mobilize the scattered Qi Refining monks among them. And they had been taken over by the monks of the Ling family from Skull Mountain. Listen, sword-washing sect monks. I heard that your sword-washing sect has been passed down for more than 1,900 years. It has 3 main peaks, sword-washing pool, sword training peak, and sword hidden peak, as well as 36 sword peaks. My Skull Mountain Ling family has left our hometown and has no place to stay. We are willing to live in sword hidden peak and sword training peak, and not to invade the rest of the world. In addition, if you are defeated this time, you must hand over 10 million spirit stones, a 3rd-grade top-quality sword tea tree, and the sect's spiritual fields and medicine gardens. You must also open up all your sword techniques, and the inheritance of alchemists, weapon refiners, talisman makers, and array masters. Only in this way can we avoid the destruction of our sect. As soon as Gu Ho's words fell, there was an uproar on the opposite side. This is simply too much. Since our founding, Zhejian sect has never suffered such a great humiliation. The enemy army has already arrived. They have repelled the Badao sect, and used the force to kill Honghilu Sanren and the Hongxilan Wang family. After annexing the Yandang Ranch among the Baiyun 5 mountains, the strength of the Yandang Mountains is already enough to rank among the top in Tao County. It seems that we in Zhejian sect have no other choice. If we disagree, they will immediately launch an attack on the mountain. I disagree. As they spoke, Liang Chenai and Liang Sun had returned to the mountain gate one after another. With the support of 2 people with combat power comparable to that of a great perfection in the foundation building stage, Zhejian sect still has the strength to fight. Swish, Su Yuming casually threw out the Huanho sword. This is the Huanho sword, the spiritual weapon inherited from your Zhejian sect. With it in hand, your mountain protection formation is useless in front of me. The Red Guard wanderers were all killed by me. How many times can you stop my Sioux family army? By the way, I have to add one more condition to the previous one. I want to bring back all the dragon scale cavalry that escaped back to you. This is the family business of Yandang Ranch, and has nothing to do with your Zhejian sect. Liang Sun, the second elder of Zhejian sect, stepped forward. Su Yuming, you are going too far. If you have the ability, come and challenge the mountains. You let Zhejian sect voluntarily give up the two main peaks, compensate you with so many spirit stones, and open up all the secret manuals of martial arts, and even the sword tea trees to you. Isn't our Zhejian sect opening its doors to you for bullying? Since ancient times, the victors have been kings and the losers have been bandits. If it weren't for the Five Beasts sect, I wouldn't have wasted my time talking to you. Since you want a stepping stone, I'm willing to agree to it. If in the future a sword genius emerges from your Zhejian sect, he can come to Yandang Mountain. As long as he can defeat the 8 directions divine slash in my hand, he can take this Huangho sword back. How about it? Are you serious? Liang Chenai was immediately excited when he said this. He looked at Liang Sun and Liang Kun and pointed forward. Okay, we agree to you, but as compensation of spirit stones, we will use 1,000-year-old iron ore to pay off the debt. So we can only give you 8 million spirit stones. The dragon scale iron cavalry of the Cloud Ranch will be returned to you. They suffered heavy losses in the previous battle, and only have more than 200 cavalry left. As for the martial arts, except for the Huanho Sword Classic, we can disclose all the other martial arts secrets to you, but only your Yandang Mountain Sioux family is allowed to copy it, and it must not be disclosed to the public. Finally, that sword tea tree is for you, Liang Chenai almost shouted out in grief. Young sect master, you can't do that. We will not break our heads even if we lose our will. The Sioux family has gone too far. We should fight them once. Even if we die, we won't end up like this. After Liang Chenai finished his announcement, a group of old generation foundation builders behind him were all grief-stricken. Shut up. Since the great elder handed the sect over to me before he died, you must obey my orders. The inheritance of our sword-washing sect is still there, the sword-washing pool is still there, and there is a third-grade upper-grade spiritual vein. We will definitely rise again and reproduce the glory of the sword-washing sect. Seeing Liang Chenai's resolute face at this time, Su Yuming couldn't help but nod secretly. Without destruction, there is no construction. This guy can see through the humiliation and take on the precarious sword-washing sect. Maybe he can really find a way to make his swordsmanship go further. As for why he made the agreement to challenge and return the Huangho sword, it was just to give them a glimmer of hope. Similar to the ancient siege warfare, the enemy will not despair and fight desperately to increase casualties. Besides, Banjan's engine hadn't gone far yet. Could he really order an all-out attack on the Zhejian sect's mountain gate? Su Yuming took away 7 million spirit stones, 2 third-level medicinal herbs, one of which was actually a flame core that had grown for nearly 5,000 years. It was a pity that the gap between 10,000 years and 10,000 years was too big, otherwise it could be used as the main material for the spiritual root solution. There were more than 300 second-level medicinal herbs, more than 4,500 first-level medicinal herbs, and more than 13,000 kilograms of 1,000-year-old cold iron, as well as the most precious things of Zhejian sect. It was said that a leaf of the third-level top-grade sword tea tree could cultivate a sword cultivator who is proficient in sword energy and sword power. If one drank tea every day, it could enhance the cultivator's perception of sword intent. If one practiced under the tree for a long time, he would even have the opportunity to get in touch with the third step of the sword. The Zhejian's Henrin who founded Zhejian sect more than 1900 years ago was a fake Dan cultivator and a great sword cultivator at the peak of the third step. He could cultivate to such a level, and this sword tea tree was indispensable. Finally, Su Yuming got a third-grade lower-grade alchemy inheritance, a third-grade upper-grade weapon refiner inheritance, a third-grade lower-grade array master inheritance, and multiple second-grade upper-grade talisman maker inheritances. It must be said that the Zhejian sect, which has been passed down for more than 1,900 years, is really rich. This wave of looting alone is enough for Su Yuming to support the sect he is going to establish in a short period of time. Have a nice weekend. Please give me a monthly ticket, a reward, and a subscription. Brothers can support me by subscribing in full. Subscriptions are not as good as 1/3 of the high subscriptions. It's uncomfortabling. Chapter 164, Migrating 4 million mortals and establishing 2 county towns, 3 more. Please subscribe. Why don't you destroy the Zhejian sect? If they catch their breath for 10 years, they will probably become a serious threat to you. Before leaving, Gu Ho sat in the mountains and brought 2 jars of Zhejian sect's famous Sword Awakening wine, and drank with Su Yuming. If you, Gu Ho, can't suppress the sword washing sect, then go back to Skull Mountain. I'll leave you a position as a gatekeeper. Gu Ho glanced at him coldly. I want to hear the truth. We're taking too big a step. Someone above us wants to punish us. If we destroy the sword washing sect, the balance of power among the 5 sects in Tao County will be completely broken. By then, the other 4 sects will join forces to attack me, and a war will surely break out. The 5 Beast sect will not allow such a situation to occur, causing chaos in all provinces and counties in the world. I thought you were too pedantic and thought that the people from the sword washing sect would not threaten you. Liang Sun is at the peak of foundation building. Liang Kun is in the late stage of foundation building. Liang Chenai is in the late stage of foundation building. There are more than a dozen veteran foundation building, and more than 1,000 Qi refining cultivators. If they are allowed to practice for 10 years, they will most likely reach the half-step purple mansion. If they become my enemy, it will indeed be a big trouble. Su Yuming glanced at Gu Ho. So you have to suppress them. I will relocate 4 million mortals from Zhejian County and Pingyin County. I heard that there are 5 foundation building families in these 2 counties, and they were all attached to the Zhejian sect before. You can take them in for your own use. I will take all the Qi refining and foundation building practitioners. How are you going to accommodate so many people who have been relocated in one go? Gu Ho shook the wine jar in his hand. The 100 jin liquor was like cotton in his palm, and it was weightless. Gulp gulp. Su Yuming also drank heavily. After his physical body entered the 3rd level, he no longer knew what the taste of wine was. However, this sword awakening wine seemed to be very helpful for his sword-wielding perception. However, his perception from the 2nd step to the 3rd step still needed time to settle. Unless he could drink as much as a river, it would be difficult to see the visible results. Your Zujia town has 150,000 mortals, Xianshu town has 310,000 mortals, Milangjia town has 180,000 mortals, Xianong town has 350,000 mortals, and Yangtun town has 230,000 mortals. Baiyun town originally had 550,000 mortals. After being divided up by several major forces, Yandang Ranch originally only had 100,000 mortals. Adding these 4 million people, there are a total of 5.87 million mortals. Are you going to establish a county town? Well, from now on, Zhejian County and Pingyin County will be on the plain. Pingyin County will be retained and still be under the jurisdiction of my Su family. Zhejian County will be changed to Zhejian Town. Those who have blood ties with Zhejian sect will not be able to surrender to your Gu Ho, so it is better to give it back to them. I plan to change Yandang Fang to Yandang City. It is currently the size of a county town, but it will take in everything within 1,000 miles and feed it for a few decades. Maybe there will be tens of millions of mortals, and then it can become the address of my Yandang sect, Yandang sect. As he recited the name Su Yuming had given to this new sect, a flash of soul fire flashed in Gu Ho's eyes. If you can't hold on outside, remember to come back. Before Su Yuming left, he stuffed a wooden box into Gu Ho's hand. Inside was a 7-leafed flower that was more than 5,700 years old. As long as a wisp of residual soul was cut into it, even if someone was beaten to death, he could rely on this wisp of residual soul to repair his 3 souls and 7 spirits. As night fell, the first batch of mortals, almost 500,000 people, were moving to Yandang Town in the south under the cover of the monks of Yandang sect. They would stay here for a short time and move in after Yandang City was repaired. The second batch of mortals would move to Chenjia Town between Yandang Ranch and Baiyun Mountain after they arrived at Yandang Town. There were originally 100,000 mortals of the Chen family here. Before that, they would move to Xianong Town to make room for these people. The next 2 batches of mortals would follow the same path and enter Xianshu Town and Zujia Town respectively. Su Yuming flew back to the Cloud Ranch, and started to send a message with a jade slip. Ancestor, the 5 beast sect's strong men have taken action to stop the battle with the sword-washing sect. I have killed the Red Guard Sanren and will soon return. The establishment of the Yandang sect is imminent. I will arrive at the 5 beast sect in 9 days, announce my joining the 5 beast sect, and register my Yandang sect in the 5 beast sect. Not long after, Su Kaiyinghei's voice transmission returned to Su Yuming's ears. Yuming, even if the 5 beast sect's strong men do not show up, After the establishment of my Yandang sect, I have to report to the upper sect. When Yandang Zhenren established his family in the past, he also registered as a guest elder of the Five Beast sect. People live under the eaves and survive in the cracks. It's nothing to bow your head occasionally. With you in the family, the future is promising. The ancestor has the same idea as himself. Su Yuming sighed in his heart, and then picked up the sound transmission note with Su Yuan, second sister. List the names of the shops and the foundation building monks stationed in various places as soon as possible. The day of the sect's establishment will be announced. In addition, immediately send the foundation building monks to the 5 sects of Tao County and other friendly forces in other states, as well as the 5 Beast sect to issue invitations, and make sure they send monks to attend the grand ceremony of the founding of my Yandang sect. In addition, I plan to give the inherited spiritual weapon Huangho sword to Chu Hongxiu, and she will be the master of Jianfeng Peak. The 7 million spiritual stones obtained from the victory over Zhejian sect this time will be added to the sect's treasury, and the 3rd level top grade sword tea tree will be used as the spiritual plant of my Yandang sect. The thousands of spiritual medicine seeds this time will all be sent to the treasury as a treasure of my Yandang sect, and will be handed over to my disciples to exchange for them with the sect's contributions. Finally, my dojo will be moved to the Cloud Ranch, which will be my place of retreat in the future. Su Yuming's frequent actions also stimulated the 4 sects of Tao County. After learning that Red Gourd Wanderer was killed by Su Yuming in the sword-washing plain, the sword-washing sect admitted defeat, ceded land and paid compensation, and the coalition forces of Tyrant Blade sect and Earthfire Weapon sect, just after they assembled, stopped fighting. The sword-washing sect was gone, and there was no enemy to attack from both sides. The Absolute Blade sect of Dayan Peak had already been firmly swallowed up by Su Yuming. If they started fighting again, they would only be asking for trouble. There was no benefit, and the Purple Mansion forces did not bother to tear their faces with Su Yuming's Yandang sect. 2 days later, Su Yuming found a medium-grade foundation building pail and 3 low-grade foundation building pails in the many storage bags he had seized. They were all found in the storage bags of Red Gourd Wanderer and Liang Mo. In addition, there were 5 low-grade spiritual tools, 11 top-grade magic tools, and more than 1,000 other magic tools. It must be said that he seized a lot of magic tools in the Battle of the Sword-Washing Plain. It is worth mentioning that Liang Mo's sword, in addition to the inherited spiritual weapon Huangho sword, also has a top-grade spiritual weapon Shui Mo sword, which is the relic of Shui Mo Sanren, the 5th Purple Mansion monk of Zhejian sect. He found an empty jar and a card of sword awakening wine given by Guho. Guho, who is not good at expressing himself, gave him the sword of Liang Wei, the 3rd elder of Zhejian sect. The top-grade spiritual weapon Shida sword is the sword of Shida Sanren, the 6th Purple Mansion monk of Zhejian sect. In this way, the middle-grade spiritual weapon One Sword in Su Yuming's Wuxiang sword formation can be retired. Even if he does not have Huangho sword and Dragon Turtle sword in his hands, he also has the 2 inherited spiritual weapons Bafeng Shenzhen and Baiyun sword, Songfeng sword, Heian and Ziujian, 2 Demon Soul ancient swords, Dengfeng sword, Shui Mo sword, Shida sword, these 7 top-grade spiritual weapons. Perhaps the 2 Demon Soul ancient swords still lack the main soul of the sword, but killing a mere 3rd-level monster and refining its soul is not a difficult task for Su Yuming now. Uio, can you leave the secret realm of Wanch Valley? On September 15th, the day when my Yandang sect is established, are you willing to come? When he returned to Yandang Mountain, Wang Uio sent a reply, Husband, I have arrived at Rotten Peach Mountain. I disguised myself as a 3rd-level white snake and mastered the body cultivation method of Wanch fluid. I have perfectly blended into Rotten Peach Mountain. Now I am fighting with those new big monsters in Rotten Peach Mountain. The previous overlord of Rotten Peach Mountain has now changed. Wait for me to capture and kill 2 3rd-level big monsters, use the soul sealing bottle to contain their demon souls, and bring them back for you to refine and complete the pair of top-grade spiritual flying swords. Su Yuming was moved. It turned out that he was not the only one who cared about these 2 demon soul ancient swords. Now there is no 4th-level demon king in Rotten Peach Mountain. Wang Uio, who has the golden elixir spirit treasure Fang Bian Huoji in her hand, can fight even if she encounters a 3rd-level late-stage big monster. Could she still become the overlord of Rotten Peach Mountain? Su Yuming was a little worried about the human cultivators who came later. It seemed that he had to go to the 5 Beast sect as soon as possible. Worship a cheap master, and find out which 5 forces chose to go to the Blackstone ancient domain to be enfeoffed. On September 14th, time passed quickly. Yandang Fang, which spanned 1,000 miles of Yandang Mountains, had been rebuilt. The huge city with a wall of 300 miles wide had also emerged. At this time, there were already millions of mortals and thousands of Qi refining cultivators helping to build the city. After the establishment of the sect, at least 3 times the manpower would be invested in construction. In the future, this place will serve as the center of Tao County and lead the storm in Jizhao. Wow, as the first leader of the Yandang sect, Shui Yulong was holding a baby in his arms at this time, at a loss. Wow, looking at Suyuru, who was struggling desperately with his limbs flailing, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't cry, don't cry, Daddy is holding you, let me do it. The monk's body recovered well, and Shui Yulong was able to get out of bed and walk, but the activity area was still in front of the Sanju cave. I heard that my husband wanted to move mountains to fill the main peak of my Yandang mountain. My earth-turning dragon has already stepped into the peak of the first level. After swallowing a lot of medicinal residues and the purple soil and black soil you brought back, it has fallen into deep sleep. When it wakes up, it may be able to step into the second level. After saying that, Shui Yulong took out the 5 scorpion tail bees. I want to go to the swamp forest to cultivate those spirit snakes after Yuru grows up. Please help me, husband. Sui Yulong hesitated. The spirit snakes he brought back were hatched relatively smoothly, but there were more than 10,000 spirit snakes, including more than a dozen with the potential of the 3rd level. If he handed them over to others to manage, he would still be a little worried. If Shui Yulong was in charge, he would naturally trust her. Your cultivation is still a little weak. I will let 2 female foundation building cultivators accompany you. As for the later cultivation, after the sect is established, when I return from the 5 Beast sect, you and I will go to the Cloud Ranch to live in seclusion. Thank you, my husband. Shui Yulong was overjoyed, her eyes were bright, and the Cloud Ranch was where she grew up. Thank you for finishing this generation's book, Goldman Sachs, It Rains Around the Sun. Book friend 201912081840379889. 4 Taoist friends 2 coin reward. Every coin is love. Thank you for your support. Chapter 165. Founding of Yandang sect. Congratulations from all sides. 1 update. Please subscribe. Ding. September 15th. The weather is clear and crisp. On the main peak of the 1,000-foot Yandang Mountain, the inherited spiritual weapon Yandang Soul Falling Bell was struck by Su Yanbing, who had just entered the foundation building period, and waves of sound echoed among the vast Yandang Mountains. Millions of mortals and tens of thousands of cultivators looked up. The auspicious time has arrived. The founding ceremony of the Yandang sect is about to begin. Please invite all guests to take their seats. As Su Yudang shouted with a hoarse voice, a lot of streams of light seemed to pass by in the distant sky. The one stepping on a guandao that was dozens of feet long was Yang Renai, the 3rd elder of Badao sect. His guandao was a top-grade spiritual weapon. Behind him were 2 foundation-building cultivators, namely Xiao Chen, the blood sword, and Yang Pan, the double swords. These 2 had taken action one after another at Ling Tao Pass and were known to the world. Now, the foundation building list has been updated. Xiao Chen has climbed up from 40th to 30th place, and his cultivation has entered the late stage of foundation building. Yang Pan, who is also in the late stage of foundation building, has climbed up from 73rd to 43rd place, a full improvement of 30 places. Behind him were some Qi refining cultivators who came to see the world, about 20 to 30 people. Tao County Badao sect, send 1,800 spiritual stones, foundation building sword art, 2-faced sword. Congratulations on the founding ceremony of Yandang sect, HMPH. As soon as the voice fell, a purple palace aura burst out. It was the Kyonghae Sanran sitting in the upper seat, who directly released his momentum, and opened his mouth to humiliate Yang Renai of Dayan Peak Judeo sect with 2-faced swords, and was directly shocked by the 3rd-level spiritual consciousness to bleed at the corner of his mouth. Please forgive me, Senior Kyonghae, I am here for peace, not for war. Yang Renai had to beg for mercy. He felt that the sect master's plan was so rampant. Facing the Su family's purple palace, he dared to act domineeringly. Isn't this asking for a beating? You are a guest from afar, so please take a seat. Su Kyonghae restrained his momentum. Yang Renai was as if he had been pardoned, but his face was still cold and frosty, without the slightest joy. After he took his seat, he glanced at the Yandang sect monks at the table and was immediately shocked. There are 3 people at his level, including Judeo-Patriarch, Shenshu Patriarch, and Chu Xingbo, as well as Chu Hongxiu and Liu Heng, 2 geniuses ranked in the top 20 on the foundation building list. The foundation of Yandang sect is so strong that even compared with the Dahoki sect, which is currently ranked first among the 5 sects in Tao County, the top foundation building cultivators are not inferior at all. He looked at the cultivators from the late to middle foundation building period, more than 10 figures, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Did they ignore the strength of the Yandang 6 mountains before? Any one of them is like an ant that they can easily step on, but the combination of the 6 families can actually gather such a strong force. The 2 sect masters are really a bit careless. The second elder of Fengyan sect, Kong Ruohei, came on behalf of Fengyan sect to congratulate Yandang sect on the founding ceremony of the sect, and presented 2 foundation building pills, 200,000 spirit stones, 2,000-year-old spirit medicines, and 2,500-year-old spirit medicines. I wish the 2 families will be friends for generations and guard Tao County for thousands of years. Kong Ruohei actually came? Moreover, you also sent me 1,000-year-old elixirs and foundation building pills. When my Bondeo sect master celebrated his 100th birthday, you didn't make such a big fuss. Yang Renai was shocked and saw Su Yuan, who was sitting in the seat of honor of the Su family, stood up. Fellow Taoist Kong, you are too polite. I am Su Yuan, the executive elder of the Yandang sect. I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Please take a seat. After the founding ceremony of the sect today, I will ask the sect master to discuss the alliance between the 2 sects with you. That's great. Kong Ruohei originally felt that it was a bit rude to see a female cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building standing up to greet him. Even if Su Kaionghei, a purple mansion Sanrun, of your Su family, would not condescend to greet him, you should at least send someone at the peak of foundation building. It turned out to be just a person in the middle stage of foundation building. When she took the initiative to reveal her identity, Kong Ruohei knew that Su Yuan in front of him was also the 3rd person in the Su family. The standing elder was even higher than the 3 peak foundation building cultivators, Judeo Patriarch, Chu Xingbo, and Shenshu Patriarch. If Su Kaionghei and Su Yuming were not present, she would be the person in charge of the purple mansion power of Yandang sect, and would be more than qualified to receive a second elder like her. Nangguang of Jian sect, I greet Senior Kaionghei Sanrun. I came here today to present a lower-grade spiritual instrument, the 8-sound pavilion, and 88,888 spiritual stones to congratulate Yandang sect on its founding ceremony. A beautiful figure appeared in the sky. Amidst the ethereal sound of the immortals, there were 4 dragon horses with magical animal rings on their hooves, walking step by step from the horizon. On the carriage was the Nangguang lady who had reached the great perfection of foundation building. However, sensing her aura, her cultivation had already reached the half-step purple mansion. So you are Fairy Nangguang from Juan sect. Your spiritual consciousness has entered the 3rd level, and this is a further step forward in the road of music. It is really a cause for celebration. In time, you will definitely be one of our generation. Please take a seat. Seeing the current Lady Nangguang, Su Kaionghei humbly praised her, which was considered to be the etiquette of a host. Suddenly, a purple aura burst out from the horizon. In an instant, a violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth could be felt within a radius of thousands of miles, spreading in all directions like a cannonball exploding. A scorching flame came from far away. When it was discovered, it was still 100 miles away, and in an instant it had already landed in front of Yandang Mountain. The old man who stepped on a bronze refining furnace fell down with dozens of monks in alchemy robes. Sanhuo from the Earth Fire Weapon sect, I'm here to visit you, Kaionghei Sanrun, long time no see. So it's you, Taoist Sanhuo from the Earth Fire Weapon sect, I'm sorry for your disrespect. Su Kaionghei stood up and looked at the other party with a serious expression. This bronze refining furnace is his natal item, called the Three Fires Treasure Cauldron, and is a semi-spiritual treasure. The raw material is the 4th level volcanic copper green. If it weren't for Sanhuo Sanrun's poor cultivation, it must be a golden elixir spiritual treasure. However, once he enters the golden elixir stage, this treasure can also be promoted. Moreover, the scorching flame just now is condensed from the hard and lung fire of 3 3rd-level peak beast fires. His Taoist name is Sanhuo, and he controls this 3-color spiritual fire, which is extremely powerful. He is also a famous Purple Mansion cultivator for many years, and his current cultivation should be in the middle stage of Purple Mansion. I heard that your sect has established a sect, so I came to give you a gift and congratulations." As he said this, Sanho Sanran was about to take out a spiritual stone from the bottom of his robe with a smile, ready to humiliate Su Kyonghae. After all, in his opinion, the little brother who used to send tens of thousands of spiritual stones to his Dahoki sect to ask for a weapon refinement, swept across the Yandang Mountains without a word, established a Purple Mansion force, and even repelled the Tyrant Blade sect and defeated the Zijian sect. Isn't this not taking their Dahoki sect seriously? Moreover, the two families are so close, and the Dahao Mountains where their Dahoki sect is located is directly north. The Su family must know what's good for them. "Brother Su, long time no see." Just at this time, a stream of light flew in from a distance, and landed on the ground and turned into Meng Bateo wearing a blue Taoist robe. There was a copper ring hanging on each of his arms. If you look closely, the aura is above the best spiritual weapon. Others can't recognize it, but Su Yuming recognized it as a fragment of the 7-story magic cave at a glance. What a courage, wearing the magic weapon fragments and swaggering through the city. Isn't Meng Bateo afraid of being discovered by the 5 Beast sect monks? Or is he going to use these 2 magic weapon fragments to make a deal with me? He can come from Jingzhou across several states. It must be because of my voice transmission. Meng Bateo, the former number 1 in the Mountain and Sea Foundation building, why is he here? This person is now a Purple Mansion wanderer. I never thought that he has a good personal relationship with Su Yuming. The Su family has the Lonely Fengyun sect as an ally, and Meng Bateo from the Jingzhou Water Mansion as an external aid. I'm afraid no one can move this position. No matter how strong your firearm sect is, can it beat the Jingzhou Water Mansion? I heard that there is a fake Dan Zhenren in the Jingzhou Water Mansion. Most of the guests present are the heads of one force, so naturally they would not think that Meng Bateo made friends with Su Kyonghae. Only Su Yuming, who is now second on the foundation building list, is worth making friends with. The two of them ventured into the secret realm of Watch Valley together, and perhaps it was at that time that they formed a friendship. Su Yuming's figure appeared in the sky, and he clasped his fists towards the newcomer. "Brother Meng, you have come from afar, and it is really a great honor for Yandang Mountain. Please take a seat, no hurry, no hurry." Meng Bateo waved his hand towards the horizon, and a river rushed over, pushing a stone tablet of 100 feet high. He used his true energy to float up in the air and landed steadily in front of the mountain. On it were engraved 7 big characters, the first person to build a foundation in mountains and seas. Everyone just looked at the line of words, and they felt their hearts tremble. Meng Bateo just smiled and pointed. "This is the stone tablet written by the 8 diagrams master of Shanhai City for me. I think that among the foundation building cultivators in Shanhai district, Brother Su should be respected, so I brought this stone tablet today, but the spells on it cannot be changed. If the nobles have children who practice water magic, they can sit under it, and the speed of practice can be increased several times. Thank you, Brother Meng, I will accept this with pleasure." Su Yuming stretched out his hand to invite him to sit down, not modestly. There was a lot of discussion around, and many eyes frequently looked at Su Yuming who was sitting up. They didn't dare to say whether Su Yuming, who killed the Red Guard Wanderer, had the strength to be the best in the Shanhai district. But at least Meng Bateo, who was so talented, was also on good terms with him, which was enough for them to pay attention to him. The 3 fire wanderers of the Earth Fire Weapon sect and Yang Renai, the 3rd elder of the Tyrant Sword sect, didn't look very good at this time. Yu Bingjiao of the 5 Beast sect has come with a Beast King's tablet to congratulate the establishment of the Yandang sect. He will protect the people of the Shanhai area and expand the territory for the 5 Beast sect. In the distance, a petite Purple Mansion cultivator arrived, and all the cultivators in the field had to stand up to greet him. Although the Beast King's tablet is an inconspicuous top-grade magic weapon, it represents the official canonization of the 5 Beast sect that recognized the Yandang sect. Roar, with the roar of the golden killing horse in the Sanju cave, Su Yuming bowed slightly to the guests with changeable faces. "Thank you all for your support. From today on, our Yandang sect is officially established." His face was calm, and with a 3rd-level beast roar, the Su family's foundation seemed even more unfathomable. "This sect master hereby announces that from now on, Yandang sect will be divided into 7 levels: Purple Mansion Grand Elder, Foundation Establishment Great Perfection Grand Elder, Foundation Establishment Late Stage Peak Master, Foundation Establishment Inner Sect Elder, Qi Refining Late Stage Inner Sect Disciple, Qi Refining Middle Stage Outer Sect Disciple, and Qi Refining Early Stage Menial Disciple. Appoint Su Kyonghae, a Purple Mansion Wanderer, as the Grand Elder of Yandang Sect. Appoint Su Yuming as the Sect Master of Yandang Sect. Appoint Su Yuan as the Executive Grand Elder. Ancestor Shenshu as the Dharma Transmission Grand Elder. And Ancestor Xingbo as the Foreign Affairs Grand Elder. Appoint Ancestor Judeo as the Master of Shendao Peak, sitting in Dayan Peak. Appoint Chu Hongxiu as the Master of Yujian Peak, sitting in Jianfeng. Appoint Liu Heng as the Master of Lianqi Peak, sitting in Xianyang Lianqi Valley. Appoint Chu Zunzhao as the Master of Liandan Peak, sitting in Liandan Peak. Appoint Yi Hongmei as the Elder of Fu Peak, temporarily taking over the position of Peak Master. Sitting in Yundan Ranch, the Law Enforcement Hall will be established, with Su Yudang as the head. The Guest Hall will be established, with Su Liaoning as the head. The Herb Hall will be established, with the Spirit Medicine Patriarch as the head. The Spirit Beast Hall will be established, with Shui Yulong as the head. The War Hall will be established, with the Guandao Patriarch as the head. A Supreme Elder, a Sect Master, 3 Great Elders, 5 Peak Masters, 5 Hall Masters, and many foundation building cultivators were all listening intently, waiting for Su Yuming's canonization. My Su family has opened up 100,000 acres of spiritual fields for disciples to cultivate. We have opened up 5 outer halls, and the outer disciples can serve. We have opened up 5 inner peaks, and we need inner disciples to add bricks and tiles. To be promoted to true disciples, you can become a disciple of the 5 peaks and 5 halls, or even the 3 great elders. If you have top-grade spiritual roots or mutated spiritual roots, the Supreme Elder and I will personally accept you as a disciple. After the establishment of the Yandang sect, the team will practice hard. The elders will lead the younger ones, teach them and answer their questions. The fellow disciples will care for each other, treat others with sincerity, and stick to their original intentions. If you encounter bullying, the elders of the sect will take care of you. I hope you will keep it in mind. Follow the sect master's decree. For a moment, thousands of cultivators and millions of mortals all over the mountains and plains responded in unison. The situation is set. The sword-washing sect has fallen, and a stronger Yandang sect has squeezed in. This is not a good thing for the other 4 sects in Tao County. Sanho Sanrin left with a wave of his sleeves, deciding to cut off the future order for refining equipment with Yandang sect. The Yandang sect is unmatched, and the feud between us is over. Yang Renai, the 3rd elder of the Tyrant Blade sect, sighed, and left with his disciples, following Sanho Sanrin. What surprised Su Yuming was that Meng Bateo from the Jingzhou Water Palace wanted to stay and make a deal with him. Fengaian sect wanted to come to discuss the alliance, and Nangong Niang Niang from the Juan sect was not going to leave. What was she trying to do? After failing to hook up with Xianji Sanren, she was going to eat tender grass and hit me? Moreover, Yubing Jiao from the 5 Beast sect did not leave either. This woman was from the Beast King lineage. Could it be that she wanted to win over Jiandan's Henren, who was from the Beast King lineage of the 5 Beast sect, to become his disciple? Su Yuming was somewhat tempted. After all, it is easier to get things done when you know someone well. If someone comes to ask you to join, they will naturally look up to you. As for the last Zhu family of Lion Mountain, it seems that Zhu Yingguo, who was following Zhu Kunzhong, looked more plump when sitting cross-legged. Moreover, when her eyes met with his, she subconsciously dodged and was shy. Why? Su Yuming would not have any intention of hitting on you. Chapter 166, 2 sects attack at the same time, marrying me, Su Yuming. 2 more, please subscribe. On the Su family side, because the sect was just established, there were many things to do, but these visiting monks had high status in cultivation, so they could not be slack. So Su Yuming asked Su Kyonghae to receive the 2nd elder of Fengaian sect, Kong Ruohei. This was an alliance between the 2 sects, and naturally only the person in power was qualified to negotiate. Since the death of the great elder of Fengaian sect, Kong Gangsan, at the head of the demon clan, Fengaian sect has become his one-man show. Su Yuan was responsible for connecting with the Zhu family of Shizishan, accompanied by the ancestor of Shenshu, so as to prevent Zhu Kunzhong, who was at the peak of foundation building, from being suspicious. Meng Bateo would wait for him, so he first met with Juan sect, one of the 5 sects of Tao County. Seeing the graceful figure of Nangguang Niang Niang shrouded in a veil, the tempting fragrance seemed to be natural. Just sitting within 10 feet of Su Yuming made him feel hot and uneasy. My goodness, did he eat too much 7-leaf one flower recently? They were all over 3,000 years old. His soul had almost grown to the middle stage of the third stage, but he couldn't stabilize it. Could it be that the woman in front of him had a special physique? In the cultivation world, a female cultivator with a special physique was like a prostitute who had not yet been listed in a brothel, or the prime minister's wife who had just been sent in by the music bureau. How many people would be drooling over her? No wonder Xianji Sanren, as a direct disciple of Bagwas Henrin of the Five Beasts sect and a dignified Purple Mansion cultivator, actually wanted to take her down. If he could get her Yuan Yin, wouldn't he be able to go one step further? But then again, even Xianji Sanren, who was a Jindan's henchwoman, could not make her feel that this woman was not young anymore. Could it be that she was still thinking of making a fortune out of a rare commodity, and after she entered the Purple Mansion, she would go find a Jindan's Henrin to be her bridegroom? Sect Master Su, I have heard of your name for a long time. We met once before in Dingtao Pass, but it's a pity that we are not destined to be close friends. The voice of Empress Nangguang was as beautiful as a lark. She was clearly in her 70s or 80s, but still as gentle as a girl. The song of comfort at Lingtao Pass that day made me realize that there is still a great way of music in this world. Su Yuming has been praising each other for decades, but he has not seen many top-notch people like Nangguang. I heard that Sect Master Su has the inherited spiritual weapon 8 Directions Divine Slash, which has 8 series of magical powers, including 2 music spells. I wonder if you can trade this top-grade music spell and the foundation-building top-grade music spell to my Juin sect. My Juin sect will definitely give you a generous gift in return. Did she just want magic? Su Yuming nodded slightly. This is easy. Since the Juin sect has come with sincerity, I can trade my top-grade spell, the 9-hole sword sound technique, and the top-grade foundation-building spell, the 9-hole sword ringing technique, to your sect. Thank you, Sect Master Su. I heard that you gave birth to a baby, and it's not yet full term. I have a bottle of royal jelly here. It has been formulated by a third-rank alchemy master and turned into royal jelly that is easy for babies to absorb. This can enhance the baby's affinity with spiritual energy. Talent is certainly important on the road to cultivation, but starting from the starting point as early as possible will allow you to get ahead of your peers. This item is worth at least a mid-grade spiritual weapon. When Su Yuming saw her throwing the bottle of elixir at him, he immediately reached out to take it. In addition, my Juin sect is willing to make a copy of a top-grade foundation-building spell and send it to Yandang sect. Su Yuming took the jade slip and took a look at it. Top-grade foundation-building spell, Zhengjin Bao Guang. This must be practiced in conjunction with Zhengjin Shenguang. It seems that Juin sect knows that Su has mastered this method. If my Juin sect wants to exchange Zhengjin Shenguang, a Purple Mansion treasure spell, I wonder if Brother Su is willing to trade. Lady Nangguang looked at him charmingly. Oh? What do you want to exchange it for? A spiritual weapon or a Purple Mansion opportunity? Brother Su, you are joking. If I have these, I will keep them for myself. Nangguang's eyes were a little lonely. Zhengjin Shenguang was one of Su Yuming's trump cards. It was reasonable for him not to exchange it. The more people knew about it, the trump card would no longer be a trump card. There would always be a way to deal with it. I can't give you the Zhengjin Divine Light Talisman, but do you want the Zhengjin Divine Light Talisman, Brother Nangguang? Su Yuming's eyes turned. He had to make this business. The Yandang sect was not well known in the market, so he simply showed off his strength as a third-level talisman maker. It turns out that Brother Su has already advanced to the third-level talisman maker. He is indeed a genius in the art of talismans. May I ask what the price of this Zhengjin Divine Light Talisman is? Nangguang's eyes were full of joy, and his eyes were burning and a little eager. Su Yuming's Adam's apple twitched. Now that the matter of the Blackstone Ancient Domain is over, the price of talismans on the market has dropped a lot, but the third-level talisman in my hand is rare in the entire mountain and sea region, not to mention the Zhengjin Divine Light with unique attack and killing capabilities. Nangguang thought for a moment, his eyes flickering. A song to awaken the spirit in exchange for your 3 Zhengjin Divine Light talismans. I wonder if Brother Su is willing to trade. A song to awaken the spirit? Su Yuming was shocked. The Empress Nangguang in front of him might have mastered the secret art of Purple Mansion music after her spiritual consciousness entered the 3rd level. It is said that a song of awakening can clear away all distracting thoughts in a cultivator's mind. If a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of Qi training swallows the foundation building pill directly, It is likely to increase the chance of foundation building by 20 to 30%. Even the Purple Void Transformation Palace will be helpful. If Fairy Nangong masters this method, she will probably become a guest of honor of many major forces in the future. Well, just consider it as Su's friendship with the Juin sect, and give Fairy Nangong a favor. However, I still have to collect materials to make these 3 Jingjing Divine Light talismans. If it's the Juin sect, Empress Nangong laughed pleasantly. If Brother Su needs 3rd grade talisman making materials, I can help you collect 100 copies, but the price is a bit high. A dozen of 2nd grade top grade Longtan talisman paper costs 5,000 spirit stones, a dozen of 3rd grade divine pattern talisman paper costs 50,000 spirit stones, 100 copies of 3rd grade demon blood cinnabar requires 100,000 spirit stones, and as for the 3rd grade curse water, I still have some 3rd level curse water in stock, but 3rd level talisman pens are hard to find. This is easy. Nangong flipped his hand and took out a brocade box, which actually contained a 4-arm-length golden hairbrush. This is made from the life hair of the 3rd level monster Jin Mao Rat Demon. It is a top-grade spiritual tool talisman pen. The price is 2.45 million spirit stones. I wonder if Brother Su is willing to take it. Seeing Su Yuming lost in thought, she said, the price is a bit high, and this item is not used for fighting. If we can't find a 3rd level talisman maker, it is not easy for us to sell it. If Brother Su is willing, 2.3 million spirit stones will also be fine. 2 million spirit stones. Now that the sect has just been established, there are many things to be rebuilt. Even the construction of Yandang Feng and Yandang County will cost me a lot of spirit stones. I also plan to transfer some spirit stones to several major sects that I am close to. If Fairy Nangong is willing, I can use a good shop as a bonus. Deal. Nangong nodded slightly, feeling that she had not suffered any loss. Yandang sect had made such a big move to build a city, gathering millions of mortals to live around, and there were nearly 10,000 cultivators. Once the city was built, this place would probably surpass Dingtao Pass Market and become the most lively place in Jizhao. She would definitely make a lot of money by getting a shop. In the long run, the income would be more than hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The conversation was very pleasant. Before Nangong was about to get up and leave, she looked at Su Yuming carefully. Master Su, I wonder if your sect is interested in marrying with my Juin sect. I heard that your sect has extraordinary cultivators, and the younger generation of the Su family is full of geniuses. Su Yanbing, who is still practicing in the 5 Beasts sect, is one of the 4 sons of Yandang in the next generation. He has already reached the foundation building stage at a young age. I wonder if he can marry me. Su Yuming smiled and nodded. The fairy of the Juin sect is beautiful and good at dancing. She is the first choice for many forces to marry. Since it is the fairy Nangong who invites you, I will accept this for Yanbing. As for the Juin sect, it invested in advance and cast a wide net. The marriages were spread across many forces in the 13 states of the mountain and sea area. Even if the other 4 major sects in Tao County were destroyed, no one dared to touch them. This is why Xianji Sanren, who has the support of Jindan's Hanren, did not dare to forcefully marry Nangong Niang Niang. I am not afraid of women's chattering, but I am afraid of their pillow talk at night, which can blow people to death. Witnessing Nangong's fruitful figure leaving, Su Yuming felt the ripples in his heart disappear. This was the first woman who made him feel ripples. Compared with the charm of the Lin Hu clan, her natural appearance made him certain that this Nangong must be a natural charmer, which is very useful for cultivation. Shua Su Yanshan, the inner sect elder who was listening at the main peak, flashed into the hall and bowed to Su Yuming. Reporting to the sect master, just now Elder Yuan sent a message saying that the Zhu family is interested in forming an alliance with our Yandang sect, and they want to marry off Senior Zhu Yingluo, who is a foundation-building senior of the Zhu family. Oh, Su Yuming calmly drank a sip of the sword tea, feeling the abundant sword spirit in his body. Who do you want to marry? Senior Zhu Kunzhong said. Su Yanshan hesitated and looked up at Su Yuming. They want to form an alliance with the sect master. Bang! Su Yuming almost broke the teacup beside him. I already have 2 Taoist partners, and there is, not right. The Su family is no longer what it used to be. In the past, Chu Qinglun, one of the 4 sons of Yandang, the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, and a top-grade alchemist, was married in for the sake of Chu Xingbo and Chu Hongxiu. Now that Su Yuming's status and strength have risen, your Zhu family still wants to marry him as a Taoist partner? Shui Yulong would definitely not be happy. After all, She also gave birth to a son for him, and he couldn't embarrass her. Senior Zhu Kunzhong said that I can be the master's concubine, a concubine. Su Yuming thought about Zhu Yingguo's plump figure under the loose Taoist robe, and her slender jade neck under her cold face. It was not impossible. Zhu Yingguo is also a foundation-building cultivator of the Zhu family. It would be a bit unfair for her to be my concubine. Su Yuming thought that Shui Yulong's body had just recovered and could not be touched. Wang Yuiao was far away in Rotten Peach Mountain, and Chu Qinglun was pregnant, so he really needed a personal female cultivator to accompany him. Only 3 families remain in Bian 5 Mountains. The third-rank Fu sect suffered heavy losses in the secret realm and is still licking its wounds. Pindan Building has confirmed to join Fengyun sect and become its vassal. Only the Zhu family has not yet chosen a side. The Great Elder means, if possible, the Zhu family will join our Su family in the future. As a foreign relative, it would be good if Zhu Kunzhong can enter the Purple Mansion. If not, he can also become the top combat force of our Yandang sect in the foundation building stage. Su Yuming waved his hand. Since the second sister has already made arrangements, let her go. Should the Great Elder come forward to pick up the bride and negotiate the wedding date? Knowing that the sect master agreed, Su Yanshan asked hurriedly. Let the great deacon Shui Yulong do it. Third brother Shui Yulong, who I haven't seen for a long time, has a short lifespan and is trapped in the half-step foundation building stage. His old age is miserable. Let's find something for him to do. Yes, Su Yanshan withdrew respectfully, leaving Su Yuming sitting in the hall and sighing. Chapter 167 I still like your unruly look. 3 more monthly tickets requested. The gongs and drums were deafening, and the Suona played the red silk that stretched all the way to the front door of the Zhu family in Lion Mountain. Zhu Yingguo, who was sitting in the big red sedan chair, still maintained a proud and indifferent face. Yingguo, the Zhu family has no chance of Purple Mansion and has exhausted the inheritance of their ancestors. Now the Yandang Mountains have been returned to the Su family, and the Bian 5 Mountains cannot escape their palms. Now the leader of the Yandang sect, Su Yuming, and his Taoist partner Shui Yulong have not recovered from childbirth, and his Taoist partner Chu Qinglun is pregnant at this time. There is no one to serve him. This is the opportunity for you to take advantage of it. Grandfather has told you since you were a child that the rise and fall of the family is more important than anything else. Zhu Kunzhong's face was full of heartache. You are the leader of the next generation of my Zhu family, one of the 5 Bian beauties, and the first to step into the foundation building period. There is hope that you can support the Zhu family in the future. Now, the Zhu family only has Zhu Kunzhong, who is at the peak of foundation building, and Zhu Yingzong, who was one of the Bian Wuxiu in the early years. In a fight with a third-grade Fu sect, his legs were blown off by a talisman. Although he is in the early stage of foundation building, he can only spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Fortunately, he married Jianaya, the daughter of the leader of the third-grade Fu sect. This woman is at the great perfection of Qi refining, but has entered the realm of the second-level lower-grade talisman maker. Now most of the power of the Zhu family has fallen into her hands. It also includes 2 elders of the previous generation, Zhu He, who is in the middle stage of foundation building, and Zhu Ji, who is in the early stage of foundation building. The Su family uses a lower-grade foundation building pill to marry you. It is very polite. In addition, there are many 100-year-old spiritual medicines. Although it is for a concubine, as long as you give birth to a child for Su Yuming, with your cultivation talents, it will not be too bad. What will happen to the family after I leave? Putting on the red wedding dress, Zhu Yingguo looked at the big red sedan chair in front of the mountain and asked, I will take over the Zhu family. In the name of dispatch, let your elder brother and sister-in-law go to Yandang sect. Your sister-in-law will serve as the elder of Fu Fen. Will that woman agree? Your nephew Zhu Rui has the same spiritual root talent as you. Now he has reached the 7th level of Qi refining. We must find a foundation building opportunity for him, and even the elixir for future cultivation. He is the most promising person in the family to impact the Purple Mansion in the next 100 years. I understand. Zhu Yingguo walked down the mountain, stepped on the magic weapon and turned into rainbow light and fell into the big red sedan chair. The curtain fell and her makeup was wet with tears. It turned out that she was abandoned like her elder brother and sister-in-law. The few resources of the Zhu family would be concentrated on her nephew Zhu Rui. 20 years ago, the Zhu family was still a family of 2 geniuses. Bian Wuxiu and others occupied 2 seats. It should have been a situation that would have greatly prospered the Zhu family. But the third-grade Fu sect relied on a sect battle and used the advantages of talismans to destroy everything. Who is getting married? It seems that the leader of Yandang sect is taking a concubine. That person was ranked second on the foundation building list by Xianji Sanren, but Mang Sanren from Jingzhou Water Palace said that he should be the first on the foundation building list. He carried the 100-foot stone tablet here. It took thousands of miles to move it by water. Yes, at the founding ceremony 3 days ago, even the 5 Beast sect sent Purple Palace cultivators to congratulate. The Su family is really amazing. After unifying the Yandang Mountains, they can even make the Zhu family, one of the 5 Baiyun Mountains, send their legitimate daughter to be a concubine. What's more exaggerated is that she is also a foundation-building cultivator. Hush, shut up. You are risking your lives to criticize the foundation-building senior like this. You must know that women are all stingy. The whole journey was filled with a beating of gongs and drums, and the welcoming team had hundreds of cultivators. In addition to Shui Yulong, who is half a step into the foundation-building stage, the foundation-building cultivators stationed along the way were also releasing their powerful auras to intimidate those scoundrels in the mountains and forests, as well as the mixed bag of people in the market. Yulong, I'm worried that no one will accompany you to the swamp to train the snake monster. Zhu Yingguo is one of the 5 beauties of Baiyun. How about letting her serve as the deputy head of the Spirit Beast Hall? In front of the Sanju Cave, Su Yuming hugged Shui Yulong's thin body with his right arm. Shui Yulong opened her lips slightly, only to feel her throat a little hoarse. The beast controlling method, it's the snake controlling technique. I'll find a more powerful beast controlling method for you in the future. Su Yuming leaned close to her ear and said, that secret technique is known to heaven and earth, and you and I know it. Shui Yulong felt warm in her heart. The beast controlling technique was of great importance. She thought her husband would tell others, but she didn't expect that he didn't even tell his confidant Wang Yuiao, who is in the 3rd level of the physical body. Not to mention Zhu Yingguo, who came to the marriage. She was still the one and only in his heart, but she was also a little worried in her heart. After all, her aptitude was too poor. After giving birth, she was only at the 6th level of Qi Refining. In comparison, Chu Qinglun, who is pregnant now, had already reached the great perfection of Qi Refining and could build a foundation after giving birth. Zhu Yingguo, who married in this time, was already a foundation-building cultivator, and Wang Yuiao was even a purple mansion in the physical body. She looked at Su Yuming, who came down the mountain to greet her with worry, fearing that this figure who protected her would drift away from her. Taming beasts. Controlling snakes. Perhaps this was her only way out in the future. The spiritual stone income produced by the 800-li swamp where more than 10,000 snake monsters lived must be no less than the sect's strongest talisman. Making and farming. Marrying a concubine, without worshipping heaven and earth, was just carried directly into the bridal chamber. Su Yuming met Zhu Kunzhong in front of the mountain and bowed to him. Thank you, Senior Zhu, for choosing my Yandang sect. From now on, we are a family. There is no need to talk about the 2 families. The Zhu family of Lion Mountain will obey the orders of Yandang sect. Zhu Kunzhong acted relatively kind and friendly, and then pointed behind him. This is my grandson Zhu Yingzong, who is in the initial stage of foundation building and was injured in his early years, but has entered the realm of top-grade talisman master by learning the way of talismans. My grandson's wife Heijaya is in the realm of great perfection of key training and a 2nd-level lower-grade talisman maker. She wants to find a job in Yandang sect. Please take her in, Sect Master Su, then let the 2 of you serve as elders of Fu Fen. After saying that, Su Yuming pulled Zhu Kunzhong to the table and sat down at the table of the Absolute Blade Ancestor. The head of the Baiyun 5 Mountains and the top cultivators of the Yandang Mountains have always been on good terms. Zhu Kunzhong is over 100 years old and can be regarded as a cultivator of their time. At dusk, Su Yuming landed on the main peak of Yandang Mountain and saw the red candles in the house. He stepped inside and saw Zhu Yingguo with her red veil lifted. She was sitting on the bed without any expression. Fellow Taoist Zhu, you and I fought side by side in the trip to Rotten Peach Mountain. I never thought that after such a long time, our relationship would be closer. Su Yuming smiled and stepped forward, with 2 cups of Sword Awakening wine in his hand. Zhu Yingguo said nothing until the lights went out, and her red face became a little hot. When Su Yuming pressed her shoulders, her body trembled. Please have mercy on me, my dear. How can a woman who is almost 50 still be as weak and delicate as a girl in her 20s? Day after day, Time has come to the day before Su Yuming is about to leave for the Five Beasts sect, and Yubing Jiao has been waiting for him for a long time. Diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. 3,485 5,000. A Flash of Inspiration. 2,985. 5,000. Zhuanyang Dharma Body. 37/50. Many children, more blessings. 1/10. It was mediocre. Chu Qinglun at least brought her a charge. This woman, perhaps because she was cold and indifferent, could not interest the system at all. The night before leaving, Su Yuming met Meng Bateo. Brother Meng, are you going back this time to order a large number of talismans from my Yandang sect? Yes, I don't have much else in Jingzhou Water Palace, but there are a lot of fish monster bones and monster blood, which can be used as materials for making talismans. If Brother Su is willing, I can exchange the talismans in your Yandang sect at a ratio of 5:1. Is it the same for the third level? Su Yuming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Of course, the third level is 10:1. After all, the consumption of making talismans is very high, and it is very difficult for me to do it. Okay, then I have brought 23rd level talisman making materials, 1,000 second level materials, and 100,000 first level materials. I also ask Brother Su to provide 2 Zhengjing Divine Light talismans, 200 second level attack and killing talismans of various types, and 20,000 first level talismans of various types. Brother Meng, do you want the top grade 3 breaking talismans and the second level forbidden breaking talismans? Of course, these are Brother Su's specialties. And Meng will naturally not miss them. May I ask if Brother Su has these 2 items? Su Yuming took out 2 third level demon souls and several kinds of python snake fangs. There are python fangs, but I have to dispatch monks to search for Brother Su. As for the third level demon soul, it is not easy to preserve. After all, it is easy for us monks to hunt third level monsters, but before the other party dies, the demon soul collapses, and we cannot stop it. Unless a monk who is 1 level higher than them takes action, we can imprison them before they explode. Su Yuming nodded slightly. Brother Meng, please keep an eye on the third level demon soul. As for the python fang, I am willing to trade it for 200,000 spirit stones. The message Su Yuming sent him before was that there were a batch of spiritual tools that needed to be sold, but neither of them mentioned it at this time. Even if it was pointed out that Su Yuming was responsible for the destruction of the Chen family in Yandang Mountain, no one would care. After all, he had already consolidated his rule in this area. After a pleasant conversation, Meng Bateo left at night. The talismans he needed would be paid in full within 2 years and delivered to the Jingzhou Water Palace through the store opened by the Yandang sect in Jingzhou. Husband, after returning to the cave on the main peak, Su Yuming saw Zhu Yingguo preparing toiletries for him. In just a few days, she became unusually well behaved, but her blushing symptoms had disappeared. Yingguo, I will go to the Five Beast sect tomorrow. Are you willing to accompany me? Su Yuming held her in his arms, feeling the warmth of his new beauty. My husband ordered me to serve as the deputy head of the Spirit Beast Hall to help my sister raise those snake monsters. Now that the Spirit Beast Hall is in ruins, it's better for me to stay here. It's late at night, let's go to bed early. Su Yuming stretched out a finger and lifted her chin. I still like your unruly look before. Being as cold as an iceberg is also a kind of taste. Chapter 168. The Five Beast Sect is in chaos. Yubing Jiao wants to fight for the golden elixir. 1 more monthly ticket request. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. 3,500. 5,000. A Flash of Inspiration. 3,000. 5,000. Zhuanyang Body. 38/50. Many children, many blessings. 1/10. Seeing that the 4 talent entries did not change much, Su Yuming thought to himself that the Five Beast sect had won over all the resources of the entire mountain and sea region, and the disciples of the sect were almost all the best seedlings in the mountain and sea region. In this foundation building competition, they failed to make a name for themselves as a nascent soul sect, perhaps because those who ranked at the top of the foundation building stage had already entered the Purple Mansion in advance. Senior Yu, let's set off now. Yubing Jiao was able to wait for him in Yandang Mountain for 7 days in order to recruit him to join the Beast King lineage. After confirming that Su Yuming wanted to join the Five Beast sect, the various forces within the Five Beast sect had already weighed his options, but only Yubing Jiao took the lead. After all, Su Yuming already has the Yandang sect behind him. Even if he is pulled to his side, he cannot work for him wholeheartedly. It is like marrying a wife and then finding out that she is a brother-supporting demon who moves everything to her parents' home. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to marry her back? Stepping on Su Yuming's earth dragon boat, Yubingjiao still looked like a child and was dressed younger. Su Yuming, my 5-beast sect has 5 lineages: Beast Emperor, Beast King, Beast Talisman, Beast Bone, and Beast Law. The Beast Emperor lineage is still in charge. The Master of Moving Mountains you saw that day is the ancestor of the Beast Emperor lineage. The current sect leader is also from the Beast Emperor lineage, and that is Master Dingshan. The next in lineage of the Beast Emperor is Master Lei Ting from Dingtao Pass. They have 2 golden elixirs in one lineage and are very powerful. Ranked second is my Beast King lineage. The one in charge now is my master, Master Maishan. I am his 4th disciple. My master has a total of 35 disciples, most of whom are registered disciples, and there are only 7 inner disciples. If you are willing to join my Beast King lineage, I will beg my master to accept you as his disciple and become his 8th inner disciple. Su Yuming looked calm. May I ask Senior Yu, if I join the Beast King lineage, can I get the opportunity of Golden Core? The 5-beast sect was a Golden Core sect before, but because of the Blackstone Ancient Domain and the Blackstone Holy Mountain, a test war broke out, and the mountain-moving ancestor showed up, and was forced to become a nascent soul sect. To be honest, there are not many Golden Core opportunities in the sect. There may be such an opportunity every 100 years, but there are too many Purple Mansion cultivators in the sect, and everyone is watching closely. Not to mention anything else, the 3 senior brothers and sisters in front of me are all Purple Mansion late-stage cultivators. They are stronger than me in terms of talent and strength. How do you think I can compete with them? If you are willing to become a disciple, I can plan for you the Golden Core technique, Purple Mansion treasure technique, and even Purple Mansion opportunity. Purple Mansion opportunity. Su Yuming was a little tempted. Although he didn't need it very much, there were quite a few Foundation Establishment peak cultivators in the sect. Not to mention the distant ones, he also wanted to train a 3rd Purple Mansion cultivator for the Su family. As for the second one, it would naturally be himself. However, there is no need to rush for the next 10 to 20 years. After all, among the direct descendants of the Su family, Su Yuan and Su Liaoning are only in the middle stage of foundation building. If they want to cultivate to the great perfection of foundation building, they still need time to accumulate. They are not top-grade spiritual roots, and it is as easy as drinking water and eating to break through the cultivation. Do you have a golden elixir supernatural power? After Su Yuming entered the Purple Mansion, he must change a batch of these trump cards in his hand. Golden elixir supernatural power. Even I have only obtained a chance to practice through the reward of this expedition to the Blackstone Ancient Domain. You have to make a great contribution to the sect before you have a chance to exchange it. Su Yuming thought for a moment. How many golden elixir masters are there in the 5-beast sect? The ones who often show up are only the powerful cultivators of the 5 veins. If you count the alchemy, refining, and making talismans, there should be a number of double palms. Yubingjiao replied after thinking for a moment. 10 golden elixirs? That's not a small number. The entire mountain and sea area used to have Jindan forces. Now, even if there are people who have broken through the Jindan realm, they dare not show up, because the 5-beast sect can really beat all of you. The entire mountain and sea area combined is not enough for the 5-beast sect to control. He didn't continue to ask questions. Based on the conditions mentioned by Yubingjiao, he was still weighing it. After entering the current realm, the cultivation resources from the family are not enough for him to use. Coming to the 5-beast sect is also an opportunity. Maybe he can trade with other Purple Mansion cultivators to increase the Purple Mansion foundation for the sect, but he also has to pave the way for the Jindan for himself. The 5-beast sect has 5 veins and 5 most. Yubingjiao seemed to see that Su Yuming was not in high spirits, so he spoke to himself. The most important thing is this unique land of mountains and seas. When you get there, you will know that Tao County is just a small place. Among the 5 veins, any trial valley is far better than the Yandang Mountains. It is these unique natural places that can give birth to countless rare and exotic beasts. Su Yuming's heart moved. It seems that the place where he can practice 7 dances of the spirit snake is in the 5-beast sect. Since there are many rare and exotic beasts, there must be many snake monsters as well. The second most important thing is that there is a 5th-grade spiritual vein under the ground of Shanghai City. This is the only 5th-grade upper-grade spiritual vein in the entire Shanghai area, so it can produce the best spiritual stones used by Purple Mansion cultivators for cultivation, the spiritual crystals used by Jindan's Henren, and the spiritual jade used by Yuanying's Henjin. May I ask Senior Yu, how do you exchange these best spiritual stones? 1,000 spiritual stones for one best spiritual stone. If it is in short supply, it will be 10% or 20% higher. As for spiritual crystals, 1 million spiritual stones, maybe there is a chance to exchange one. Hearing this, Su Yuming's heart sank immediately. He thought that having millions of spiritual stones in his pocket was already a big rich man among the foundation building cultivators. He never thought that after exchanging them for top-grade spiritual stones, it would only be a few thousand at most. How long can this allow him to cultivate? At most 20 or 30 years of expenses. After the junior joins the Five Beasts sect, I wonder if there will be a monthly salary. Of course there is. If you can become a direct disciple of Jindan, you can enjoy the treatment of a deacon of our Five Beasts sect. You will get one top-grade spirit stone a month, a bottle of third-level lower-grade Zidist pill to temper your magic power, and you will also have the qualifications to enter and exit more than 80% of the trial secret realms and sect areas of the Five Beasts sect. As he spoke, Yu Bingjiao raised his third finger. The three best are the mountain and sea of our Five Beasts sect. The mountain is the Five Beasts mountain, where the roots and foundation of the five veins are located. The sea is the Dongzhao Sea, and outside is the Sangxiu Sea. The Dongzhao Sea belongs to our Five Beasts sect. It's about 1/10 the size of the mountain and sea kingdom, which is the land of one state. The Sangxiu Sea is for all the cultivators in the world, and there are also quite a few nascent soul golden cores in it. It is the place where sect disciples often conduct trials. Don't look at the fact that there are not many disciples of our Five Beasts sect on the Mountain and Sea Foundation establishment list, but in fact, the powerful fellow disciples have long gone to the Sangxiu Sea to train as lone wolves. Sangxiu Sea? Su Yuming's heart moved. That was a good place to kill people and rob goods. When he had the strength, he could go there. On the Sea of Dongzhao, there are many independent cultivators under the sect. Among them, the most famous is the Purple Mansion Vajra sect. I saw that you practiced a physical body horizontally. Most of you practiced a physical body skills. This sect is famous for the Buddha seal and the physical body. The foremost are the cultivators of my Five Beasts sect. You know that there are hundreds of millions of mortals in the mountains and seas, but you don't know that there are hundreds of millions of mortals in the mountains and seas of my Five Beasts sect. In such a vast mountain and sea area, there are at least tens of millions of Qi refining cultivators. There are as many as 5 million Qi refining cultivators under the command of my Five Beasts sect. All of them have their names on the roster of the sect. There are only more than 10,000 foundation building cultivators, and even fewer Purple Mansion cultivators, but there are more than dozens of them. Even if it is placed in the outer sea of the independent cultivator sea, it is still a well-deserved overlord level sect. The five most. Yu Bingjiao stood with his hands behind his back. It is the heritage of my Five Beasts sect that has been passed down for 13,000 years, 2 nascent soul methods, 18 golden core magical powers, hundreds of Purple Mansion treasure records, tens of thousands of foundation building methods, and millions of Qi refining techniques. Such a heritage is definitely not inferior to those nascent soul forces that have been around for tens of thousands of years. Su Yuming, do you think joining my Five Beasts sect is a blessing or a curse? Facing her gaze, Su Yuming's eyes fluctuated slightly. May I ask, Senior Yu, what do you want to do? Smart. Yu Bingjiao looked at him with a smile. Have you forgotten the 100 kilograms of dragon saliva that I asked you to get for me in front of the 10,000 Snakes Valley? Your third-level horizontal training physique is almost a fraction of mine. If you hadn't swallowed up the 10,000 kilograms of dragon saliva, I'm afraid you wouldn't have reached this level. Su Yuming flipped his hand and took out 100 kilograms of 1,000-year-old dragon saliva. There are some 1,000-year-old ones, but 10,000-year-old ones are too few, and they have all been snatched away by other cultivators. Seeing that Su Yuming's expression did not seem fake, Yu Bingjiao reached out to take it, and threw out a mask with his backhand. Su Yuming glanced at the 108 interwoven patterns on it, low-grade spiritual weapon. He sensed it with his spiritual sense, and it seemed that it could still conceal his appearance and breath. Wow, this mask is a good thing for robbing. This is the pass to the Wanbao Pavilion in Shanghai City. In a month, there will be a Purple Mansion auction at the foot of the mountain. There are many good things in it, such as Purple Mansion opportunities, top-grade spiritual weapons, and Purple Mansion treasures. This is my return gift to you. This one biomask requires a full 500,000 spirit stones to get it, and you must have a sufficient status, otherwise you can't enter the small circle of Purple Mansion cultivators. After swallowing these dragon saliva, my physical body can also be further improved. When I reach the peak of the 3rd level, how about you help me seize a golden elixir opportunity? Shui Yulong was stunned. Senior Yu is joking. I am just a foundation building cultivator. How can I influence the decision of the 5 Beast sect? Moreover, there are probably many Purple Mansion cultivators competing for this golden elixir opportunity. I don't think I have the strength to help you. Yu Bingjiao stared at him for a long time, and finally moved his eyes away. Well, let's talk about it in a few years. Purple Mansion cultivation is not like foundation building. Foundation building retreat is only a year and a half, and Purple Mansion cultivation, 1 pill refining and 1 retreat, may be decades. If your wives and concubines have established a foothold in the 5 Beasts sect, bring them to Shanghai City. The spiritual energy of the 5th level spiritual veins is 10 times richer than your Tao County mountains. If you can succeed in becoming a disciple, the mansion of Jindan's personal disciple has a 4th level spirit gathering array. Shui Yulong's eyes lit up immediately. A 4th level spirit gathering array, wouldn't it speed up the progress of cultivation? Especially the transformation of the ocean of spiritual power in his body, which is only half completed now. He estimates that it will take at least 10 years to complete. If there is a 4th level spirit gathering array to help, half a year is enough. Chapter 169, Plum Blossom Mountain in the 5 Beast sect. The Sika deer has a golden pill on its back, 2 more monthly tickets requested. Hoo-hoo, Shui Yulong now drives the Earth Dragon boat with all his strength, and it is not a problem to fly 300,000 miles in a day. But this also allows them to cross Tao County and enter the territory of Yazhou. When crossing Yazhou, they also encountered cultivators from Jibri County and Yandang County for inspection. After Yu Bingjiao raised the banner of the 5 Beast sect, they had a smooth journey. This also made Shui Yulong discover that there are Purple Mansion forces entrenched in almost every state and county. The 5 Beast sect has dozens of Purple Mansions, which is not right. Counting those in closed-door retreat, there must be at least more than 100, otherwise how can they suppress the Purple Mansions in so many states and counties? At nightfall on the 2nd day, they saw a large city with brilliant lights in the distance. Zuchin is ahead. This was originally the territory of the Big Family Cao. They were a Jindan family 200 years ago. Now they share this big city with the 5 big families Su, Sun, Yuan, Sun, and Liu. Any family has a cultivator with the peak combat power of the Purple Mansion. There are 20 million mortals in this city alone. I'm afraid there are more than 100,000 cultivators entering and leaving the city every day. Shui Yulong noted the location of Zuchin. It was only 1 day's journey away from the 5 Beast sect's Shanghai City, and it was probably about 650,000 miles away from the Yandang sect. Senior sister Yu has come from afar. Why don't you come to my Cao family as a guest, and let junior brother entertain you and do your best to be a good host? A hearty laugh suddenly sounded on the ground, and then a figure soared into the sky. His aura was at the half-step Purple Mansion realm, which was equivalent to Shui Yulong, but the other party's spiritual power had already turned into the sea. It was estimated that he was waiting for his spiritual consciousness to transform before stepping into the Purple Mansion realm in one fell swoop. Shui, the other party, was riding on the back of a crane that was more than 20 feet long. He had delicate features, a strong physique, and a murderous aura. He could be considered an old-fashioned foundation-building practitioner who had experienced many battles. However, judging from his face, he was under 50 years old. So it's junior brother King Xiu. Yu Bingjiao pointed at him and introduced him to Shui Yulong. This is my master's registered disciple Cao King Xiu, a direct descendant of the Zuchin Cao family, with a cultivation level of half a step to the Purple Mansion, equivalent to you. After saying that, she was ready to introduce Cao King Xiu. This must be fellow Taoist Shui Yulong. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I heard that you are ranked 2nd on the Shanghai Domain Foundation building ranking, and I am ranked 7th. Cao King Xiu looked at Shui Yulong in front of him with interest, his eyes filled with a bit of fighting spirit. Junior brother Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. I am going to Yandang sect this time to take junior brother Su back to the sect on the order of my master, but I don't have time to delay on the way. Well, it happens that I also want to see the master and seek a thing to break through the Purple Mansion realm in seclusion. It's just right to go with senior sister. As he said, Cao Kingxi was already riding a crane and following on the side. The Earth Dragon boat traveled 20 or 30 miles in a breath, and it could actually keep up. This bloodline talent must be not low. The cultivation is already the second level of great perfection. I am afraid that it may step into the third level at any time. He's from the lineage of the Beast King, and most likely he wants to break through with his spiritual crane. During the flight, Cao Kingxi took the initiative to get close to Yu Bingjiao. This guy probably also wanted to become the direct disciple of Meishan's Henren, which made Su Yuming curious about his spiritual root qualifications. Yu Bingjiao seemed to have seen through Su Yuming's thoughts. To be taught by the five beast sects Jinden, one must have at least one top-grade spiritual root. This junior brother Cao has a top-grade gold spiritual root, which is about the same as Yu, Dao Su. Oh, Su Yuming couldn't help but be amazed. This guy also has a top-grade gold spiritual root? I heard that Brother Su is good at a technique called Zhengjin Shenguang, which is a treasure technique that is not inferior to the Purple Mansion. It is taken from the body of the ancient beast, the Night Watch beast, and is extremely powerful. I am also good at a Purple Mansion treasure technique called the Common People Buddha. How about we learn from each other when we have time? Cao Kingxi immediately became interested. Of course, the road is long, and we lack like-minded people. What's more, you and I have the same spiritual roots, so we can make progress together. Seeing that this person was also cheerful, Su Yuming agreed. He was also curious about the power of other gold-based Purple Mansion treasure techniques. On the way, he had tried to master the ultimate foundation building spell given by Juan sect, Zhengjin Bao Guang, and had made some progress. He could perfect it and prove its power when he was sparring with this guy. Dang, it was almost noon. Su Yuming calculated that he had flown 1,000,000 miles before he saw the capital of Shanhai Kingdom. The city was called Luodu, and it used to have an ancient name called Luoyuan. The royal city of Luodu has 200 million mortals living in the city. A Jinden's Henren from my five-beast sect is stationed there all year round to protect the royal family of Shanhai Kingdom. It is worth mentioning that the Cao family is also considered their meritorious ministers, as if in response to Yu Bingjiao's words, Cao Kingxi was also full of emotion. In the past, my Cao family were all dukes for generations. Since the death of ancestor Chang Kong, we have been demoted to Marquess of Zuchen. However, the city of Zuchen does not belong to our Cao family. It's a bit ridiculous to say, junior brother is a natural talent. When you step into the Jinden realm, the evil spirits in the city of Zuchen will be at your disposal. Yu Bingjiao smiled and comforted him. Sister, you are joking. Even a disciple like you who is a direct disciple of Jinden has to tread on thin ice in pursuit of the great path of Jinden. As for me, I should first think about how to become a direct disciple. As he said this, he looked at Su Yuming. Fellow Taoist Su, sister invited you to join my Beast King lineage. I think you are very important to me. But master is a rather old-fashioned person who values rules. You are a disciple with skills, which is even worse than me who comes from a powerful family. You don't have a strong sense of belonging to the five-beast sect. I estimate that you can only become a nominal disciple. If you want to become a true disciple, you may have to go with me to perform a first-class mission of the sect after entering the Purple Mansion realm. First-class sect mission. Su Yuming kept this in mind. He had heard Su Yandang say that the five-beast sect has strict rules, and there are 8 levels of tasks, namely A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and Xin. Xin and other tasks are naturally taken by menial disciples, that is, doing chores and weeding. Zheng level tasks are to run errands and deliver letters, and to fill in the gaps. They are usually the first choice for outer disciples and menial disciples. G level tasks include the medicine boy who watches the fire, the tool boy who pulls and seals the box, and the farming boy who makes the clouds and rain. They are the first level tasks that the outer disciples of the five-beast sect receive the most. Wu level tasks are to go out hunting, which requires bloodshed. They specify to hunt a certain monster or pick a certain spiritual medicine, and there are even tasks such as eliminating bandits and thieves. Generally, they are the best in the outer sect or the inner disciples who have established their foundation. Ding level tasks are to go out to guard the mines, or go to the mortal states and counties to take charge. These tasks are very long and are usually taken by the old and weak inner disciples and those who have no foundation and lack spiritual stones. Bing level tasks are to hunt traders, eliminate monsters in the East Continent Sea, and resist the beast tide at sea. Generally, Only the foundation-building monks and the top 500 of the inner sect dare to accept such tasks with great risks but high returns. Class B tasks are basically assessments for true disciples. In the Five Beasts sect, only those in the late stage of foundation building are eligible to initiate such task assessments. The simplest one is to challenge a genius on the foundation building list, or to kill a long-known villain. The most difficult one is to pass through a secret realm in the Five Beasts sect, or to pass a certain level. Such tasks require talent. Class A tasks are also the advanced tasks for true disciples to be taught by Yandang. Of course, the Five Beasts sect will also issue some more temporary tasks. For example, the trip to the Blackstone Ancient Domain, where the 5 purple mansions go, is to receive Class A tasks. This type of task can be received by all purple mansion cultivators in the sect. As for the assessment tasks for Yandang disciples, it depends on the mood of the Yandang real person. Perhaps the family can select some core disciples later, and train them to the level of Yandang sect's hall master and elders to join the Five Beasts sect for training. If they can survive in danger on such a big stage, their strength will definitely not be too bad. It took them an hour to fly over Withered. The city, which is almost 30,000 miles wide, is completely built on a plain with dense rivers. It must be said that the number of people living on just one street is several times more than the total population of the Su family in Yandang Mountain in the past. Su Yulong sensed all the way down that there were at least a dozen purple palaces living inside. The strongest one was in the palace. It was an indestructible sword. The opponent must be a golden elixir sword cultivator. Moreover, this sword intent, just looking at the white cloud sword intent in his body made him retreat a little. He was afraid that the opponent had taken the third step of the sword path. Dang, Shanghai City, where the Five Beasts sect is located, under a peaceful cloud curtain, this huge city that accommodates more than 1 billion mortals has already come into view. Yu Bingjiao asked Su Yulong to retract the dazzling earth dragon boat, and drove his third-level poisonous dragon, letting the two of them stand on his back. As the poisonous dragon soared up 3,000 feet, they broke into a huge ray-light curtain. After flying for several hours, they appeared in the north of Shanghai City, winding and circling in front of the majestic mountains like a giant dragon. In the distance, there was a blue sea. This mountain and sea were the center of the Shanghai area and the home of the Five Beasts sect, the Yuanying Overlord sect Mu. There were old yellow cattle with third-level aura playing on the shallow beach, and there were also large groups of four-legged beasts swimming across the sea and rushing towards the dense forest in front of the mountain, startling a large number of flying birds. After counting carefully, there were at least tens of thousands of them, including many second-level bird monsters. In this Five Beasts sect, are all the monsters free range? While Su Yulong was thinking, they had already landed on the second of the 5 unreachable 10,000-foot peaks. On the grassy lawn halfway up the mountain, they saw a Sika deer several feet long. On the back of the Sika deer sat an old man in a spotted Taoist robe. He glanced at Su Yulong and Xiao Kingxiu who was following him with sleepy eyes, without saying a word. Disciple Yu Bingjiao, Xiao Kingxiu, hello to master. Su Yulong also hurriedly followed suit and saluted. Su Yulong of the Yandang sect, hello to Master Meishan. Master Meishan looked at him with interest, and his words were shocking. As soon as he opened his mouth, he shocked Su Yulong on the spot. Top-grade gold spiritual roots, top-grade fire spiritual roots, top-grade earth spiritual roots. Your talent is not right. I have never seen such a strange spiritual root talent in others. Your spiritual roots are overflowing. Don't skip the order. Give me a favor and order all of them. Woo woo. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Rewards for Registered Disciples, a quadrangle courtyard on the First Ring Road, 3 more monthly tickets requested. Without waiting for Su Yulong to speak, Meishan's Henren spoke slowly. If a person's spiritual root qualifications are divided into 100 parts, those below 10 parts are mixed spiritual roots, which are difficult to refine. More than 10 parts are low-grade spiritual roots, 30 parts are medium-grade spiritual roots, and 50 parts are high-grade spiritual roots. The sect considers the mutant spiritual root stuck between the high-grade spiritual roots and the best spiritual roots as 60 to 90 parts, and the best spiritual roots as 80 parts. In other words, mutant spiritual roots like the snow spiritual root are only slightly stronger than the high-grade spiritual roots, but not as good as the best spiritual roots. For example, the 4 spiritual roots of wind, thunder, sound, and ice are better than the best spiritual roots. He looked at Su Yuming seriously. So you have 1 top-grade spiritual root, and the other 2 should be low-grade spiritual roots at most. If they are all high-grade, then you have 180 parts, which is 80% more than ordinary people. As soon as these words came out, the 2 people present looked at Su Yuming. Yubingjiao has a mutated thunder spirit root, so he became Maishan Zhenren's direct disciple as soon as he was discovered by the 5 Beasts sect. On the other hand, Xiao Qingxiu, who has the best gold spirit root plus 3 kinds of mixed spirit roots of fire, earth and wood, can only become a registered disciple. This is also a problem of potential. Reporting to Zhenren, I found 2 snake spirit grasses in the secret realm, both of which are more than 8,000 years old. Because there were too many casual cultivators chasing and killing nearby at that time, I could only swallow them. I didn't expect that after returning, the spirit roots have been transformed. 3 snake spirit grasses. That means 2 types of spirit roots have mutated. You are lucky. Maishan Zhenren narrowed his eyes and smiled. Su Yuming, are you willing to worship me as your master? Logically speaking, you are a master with skills, and you are also the master of a Purple Mansion sect. I can only accept you as a registered disciple. If you are willing to make a great contribution to the sect, I will accept you as a direct disciple. How about it? Perhaps at this moment in the eyes of Maishan Zhenren, Su Yuming's talent is no worse than Yubingjiao. Disciple is willing. Su Yuming bowed quickly, then took out a 3,000-year-old 7-leaf flower and handed it over. This is the greatest opportunity that I have found in the secret realm of Watch Valley. It is a 3,000-year-old building that can transform the soul and regenerate the residual soul. Today, I will present it to you as a gift to pay homage to my master. Maishan Zhenren raised his eyelids, and the brocade box held in Su Yuming's hands flew in front of him. Yes, this thing is also useful for a Yandang Zhenren like me. Maishan Zhenren originally just wanted to give Su Yuming some pointers and go through the motions according to the treatment of a registered disciple. Unexpectedly, Su Yuming was so understanding. He threw out his wooden sign. Bingjiao, disciple is here. Yubingjiao immediately responded and stepped out. Take my token and I will grant you courtyard number 78 in Shanghai City as my gift. In addition, all the expenses of the sect will be paid according to the treatment of the deacon. The guidance is all in your hands. Yes. Yubingjiao looked back at Su Yuming, with a strange look in his eyes. He didn't expect Su Yuming to have such a good thing. The master even gave away his own courtyard. It seems that he will become a direct disciple sooner or later. Master, I came here this time to receive the purple air umbrella and break through the purple mansion realm. Xiao Qingxiu, who was standing next to him, was jealous. But what courtyard was not what he was pursuing. He knelt on his knees in front of Maishan Zhenren and kowtowed firmly. Are you sure you can enter the purple mansion now? Maishan Zhenren looked up at him, and one hand gently stroked the back of the cicadeer. Disciple is willing to try with all his strength. Xiao Qingxiu crawled on the ground, not daring to look up. Your family is too obsessed. After entering the purple mansion, you must accept the task of the trial of the direct disciple. It is difficult for you to pass it with your strength. According to the rules, Maishan Zhenren looked back at Su Yuming. How about you lend him a hand, Yuming? Yes, master. Su Yuming nodded in agreement. Soon, Xiao Qingxiu, who received the purple air umbrella, thanked him profusely and went out with him. Junior brother Su, I heard that you are a 3rd-level lower-grade talisman maker. With your help this time, I should be able to successfully complete the task of the trial of the direct disciple. After the task is completed, I will definitely give you a big gift. After saying that, Xiao Qingxiu took the purple air umbrella and flew towards the first-class secret room in the mountains. It takes 1 top-grade spirit stone to practice in seclusion there for 1 day. He opened it for a year directly. It can be said that he is very rich. Here, Yubingjiao led the way to the library at the foot of the mountain. Junior brother Su, my 5 beast sect inherits the 5 lineages, and our disciples are all seeking the secret manuals of their own sects. You are a registered disciple of the Golden Core, and your status is equivalent to that of an outer sect deacon, but the master has given you his own villa in Shanghai City, which means that he has you in his heart. In addition to the spiritual weapon bestowed by the master when you left the sect, you can enjoy all the treatment of a direct disciple. As he spoke, Yubing Jiao looked at him embarrassedly. I feel a little sorry to say this, but when I came here, I swore that I could let the master accept you as a direct disciple. Senior sister Yu, joining the Five Beasts sect is what we, the cultivators of subordinate sects, should do. As for whether I can become a direct disciple, it all depends on my efforts and whether I can catch the master's eye. Su Yuming behaved neither humble nor arrogant, and then heard Yubing Jiao's introduction. My Beast King lineage mainly cultivates king beasts. Each disciple will receive a Beast King with unlimited potential for training. Those who can stand out can be accepted as disciples by deacons, elders, and peak masters. I see that you have a very strong aura of a spirit beast, which is also around the 3rd level. That's why I invite you to join the Beast King lineage. Although I don't know what your spirit beast is, my Beast King lineage has more than 1,800 spells, all of which are for enhancing the combat power of spirit beasts and the integration of humans and beasts. You can choose from them, as a registered disciple of the Yandang stage. You can receive 1 Purple Mansion treasure technique, 1 Purple Mansion practice, and the authority to review all the Qi refining spells and 50% of the foundation building spells of the sect today. You will go in with a master's token, and you can read all the foundation building Qi refining spells, but you can only copy out 1 Purple Mansion top grade treasure technique and 1 practice that can be cultivated to the Purple Mansion grade perfection. As for the Yandang chapters of the practices, some of them are missing. So I suggest you choose the 6 Yandang practices and foundation building chapters of my Beast King lineage, because they all have sequels. I heard that the sect has 2 nascent soul practices. Su Yuming was somewhat tempted. That is for the sect master's direct disciples and the grand elders' direct disciples to practice. Unless you can accumulate more than 2 great achievements for the sect, forget it. Su Yuming seemed to be thinking about it. May I ask senior sister Yu, what does the great achievement for the sect refer to? The great achievements for the sect are nothing more than 4 rules: unprecedented, carrying forward the past, turning the tide, and gaining prestige outside the sect. As the name suggests, unprecedented means creating new spells and exploring secret realms. Carrying forward the past means inheriting the ancestors' skills and opening up new paths, or continuing the fragments of important skills that have been lost in the sect. Turning the tide means recovering major losses for the sect and saving the lives of a large number of disciples. Growing prestige outside the sect is even simpler. In the Sea of Loose Cultivators, there are many forces that are hostile to the sect. If you kill their chief true disciple, you will have made a great achievement. I understand. Su Yuming nodded to indicate that he had made a note of it, and then he was taken to the library of the Beast King Peak, which was located in a quiet and dense forest on the back mountain. When they arrived at the door, an old man at the peak of the Purple Mansion looked at the 2 of them kindly. Oh, it's Bing Jiao, a newcomer, and he came with a token of our peak master. It seems that my Beast King lineage will have another direct disciple. Uncle Feng, let junior brother Su go in. Well, you come out within an hour, and you can only copy 2 spells. The rest of the spells, how many you can remember in your mind, all depends on you. If you encounter a formation barrier, don't go in. This is a restriction set by Yuan Yingzhenjin himself. Yes, Su Yuming walked into the cave he was guarding, and he could clearly hear the voices of the 2 people talking behind him. What? The Peak Master gave him his own courtyard. That's the best location in Shanghai City. The Peak Master's courtyard has a total of 88 acres of land, and it is a quadrangle with 8 entrances and 8 exits. The price is probably tens of millions of spirit stones. And without status, you are not qualified to live there. It's really generous. I think this kid is ordinary. Why does the Peak Master favor him? Su Yuming suddenly realized that it was a quadrangle comparable to the first ring road. The price is tens of millions of spirit stones? Compared with the direct disciples living on the Beast King Peak, Shanghai City has at least a 4th level spirit gathering array, and the spiritual energy gap is not too big. It is also one of the means for Meishan's Henren to appease himself. Is he valued? This is not easy to do. He is also planning to make a fortune and return to Yandang sect and his wives and concubines to practice in seclusion for 100 years before coming out. Shua as Su Yuming stepped into the east abdomen, a series of starlight appeared under his feet and above his head, illuminating his way forward. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, sound, ice, more than 20 kinds of common spiritual root skills on the market, all of which are available here. There are more than 100 rare top-grade spells here, and there is even a secret snake-raising technique of the Purple Mansion realm. Su Yuming was silent. The secret snake-raising technique of the Purple Mansion realm would greatly enhance the future of his Su family. However, he decided to slow down first. If he could find a secret method to enhance the Zhengjing Divine Light, or to improve the 1,000 miles Yandang Mountain, or the 8-phase sword formation, he would not choose the secret snake-raising technique. If he could come in here once, he could come in a second time. As for the main training method, the Yandang Cloud Qiju of his Yandang Mountain Su family was originally a golden elixir training method and could still be used. Unless it was the Yuanying training method of the Five Beasts sect, he would not plan to change it. The Mystery of the Sea of Clouds. As soon as he reached a fold, Su Yuming saw a book that listed strange stories and stopped immediately. This was about the endless sea of clouds above the Cloud Ranch. Could it be that the ancestors of the Five Beast sect had entered the world above? The monthly ticket reward has not been touched for a few days. Brothers, please vote. Chapter 171 No woman can reject Bunny. One more monthly ticket request. 3,000 feet below the Sea of Clouds, mice, rabbits, chickens, and snakes move with the wind in the clouds, disperse at sunrise and are born at sunset, and are the beast kings. The killing horse, 6,000 feet above the Sea of Clouds. Dogs, sheep, cattle, and horses are everywhere, and the beasts graze in groups, and the clouds are their food. 9,000 feet above the Sea of Clouds. Lions, tigers, bears, and leopards. The weak are the prey of the strong. 10,000 feet above the Sea of Clouds. The nascent soul does not avoid the sacred place in the clouds. Su Yuming frowned. He knew that the cloud beasts transformed. They were born and raised in the clouds, the purest creatures, and generally not strong in combat power. The golden light killing horse also mentioned to him that in the Sea of Clouds above the cloud pasture, there were small cloud beasts such as mice, rabbits, chickens, and snakes within 3,000 feet. Those with weak combat power would be scared to death when they saw the Qi refining cultivators, and those with strong combat power, even Yang Bangmei, a sword cultivator comparable to the great perfection of the foundation building, did not dare to provoke. It is the overlord of 3,000 feet and the only beast king. I never thought there would be so many creatures above the Sea of Clouds. Could it be that the sun was shining on the earth, and all the creatures on the ground were presented above the Sea of Clouds? Looking at the introduction in the book, Su Yuming quickly took out a photo bead to record it. The whole book had more than 10,000 words, and it took him a quarter of his time to finish it. He left with satisfaction. There are almost 100 Purple Mansion secrets in it, of which there are only 4 Purple Mansion top-grade secrets. Perhaps his authority is not enough, or there are not many Purple Mansion top-grade secrets in the Beast King lineage. The art of group driving Snake King's Earth Beast Armor Spirit Beast Transformation Wings Beast Soldier's Art. There is no 5-element magic, only the use of Beast Kings. The art of group driving Snake Kings should be to cultivate a very strong Snake King from among the 10,000 snakes, relying on devouring many snake monsters to evolve. This kind of cultivation will undoubtedly be a cruel and bloodthirsty king with infinite potential, which is also a special help to the Su family's swamp snake cave. The Earth Beast armor is nothing more than adding the soul and body of a spirit beast to oneself, just like Yubing Jio. This guy is already a mid-level 3rd order body. If the poisonous dragon's body is added to his body, the strength is comparable to the late 3rd order, and even the attack of the best spirit weapon can be easily resisted. As for the blessing of the beast's soul, it can allow her to ignore most of the poisons in the world. Spirit Beast Transformation Wings requires a flying spirit beast to practice, and the conditions are a bit harsh. Beast Soldier Art uses spirit beasts to transform into weapons, which is a bit like Erlang Xian's 3-headed dragon, which transforms into a 3-pointed and 2-sharp knife. Su Yuming hesitated for a moment and chose Earth Beast armor. Without a flying spirit beast transformation wings can be ignored. Beast Soldier Art is used to show off. He has enough inherited spirit weapons, which are completely sufficient, and he is not short of weapons. As for the art of group driving Snake Kings, Su Yuming brought back these snake eggs to increase the individual combat strength of the Su family's cultivators, not to cultivate a 3rd-level Snake King. With the current foundation of the Yandang sect, it would be easy to produce several purple palaces in the future, without the need for an extra unruly, cruel and bloodthirsty beast. That's it. Su Yuming chose the Purple Palace chapter of the Beast King art for the technique. This technique has a top-grade Purple Palace treasure technique in the Purple Palace realm, and it emphasizes the cultivation of beast spirits, driving the Purple Palace true Qi in the body into the body of the spirit beast, and driving the demonic power of the spirit beast into your own body. to achieve the effect of enhancing the demonic power and refining the Purple Palace True Qi. This top-grade Purple Palace treasure technique is called Demon Yuan True Qi. The stronger the demonic power of your spirit beast, the stronger your True Qi, and the power of the combined attack can reach the extreme. After Su Yuming's spiritual power ocean was formed and he entered the Purple Palace realm, his True Qi was definitely the best among the cultivators of the same realm. Not to mention the golden unicorn horse who did not come with us now, but returned to the sea of clouds, lying deep in the white clouds, absorbing and exhaling the pure spiritual power in the clouds all day long. This big guy has nothing else but a lot of spiritual power, a strong body and a long lifespan. If it weren't for me to create a killing method of Zhengjin Shenguang for him, he would have to hide in the depths of the sea of clouds and tremble in fear when he encountered danger. If I can master the Yao Yuan's Henki, maybe I can challenge the mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivators in the half-step Purple Mansion realm. Su Yuming brought the original skills with him and came to the attic with a burning look. Soon, the old man guarding the attic made a one-time jade slip of the skills for him. The jade slip can only be viewed once and cannot be passed on to others, otherwise it will be regarded as a traitor. Yes, Su Yuming nodded in response and left with the two skills. Junior brother Su finally chose Demonic Yuan's Hanki and Earth Beast Armor. If the sect had not prohibited it from being passed on to outsiders, I could have taught you these two techniques. Su Yuming's heart moved. Senior sister Yu, have you mastered all these Purple Mansion top-grade secret techniques? Almost, but my main practice is still our sect's golden elixir technique Thunder Demon Body. The advantage of being a direct disciple is that when you practice to the peak of the Purple Mansion, you will automatically obtain the golden elixir scroll, and you will have the opportunity to come into contact with a golden elixir magical powers in advance. After speaking, she looked around. Junior brother, is there anywhere else you want to go? Let's go to the villa given by our master. My Su family intends to open our Xianshu pavilion in various places in the Shanghai area. If we can take over a store in Shanghai City, we can also support the sect. It's not cheap to open a store in Shanghai City. If you want to open a store in Shanghai City, it's not cheap. If you choose a desolate area, you will have to bear the suppression of various forces in the city. You must have enough strength to control it. If you choose a luxurious area, you can only buy the land at a fixed price. We cannot rent a store. In addition, your Su family is good at talismans. In Shanghai City, there are at least 10 shops with third-level talisman makers. Junior brother, you really have no competitiveness, I see. Thank you for your advice, senior sister. Su Yuming said this, but he didn't believe that he couldn't sell his Broken Seal Talisman, Zhengjin Divine Light Talisman, and 5 Gods Peacock Talisman. Sister, do you know how to exchange for the beast magic skills? I am good at gold, fire and earth magic. These beast controlling methods don't add much to my combat power, but I still want to exchange for these spells. Then you need the Sex Minor Merit. When you pass the trial of direct disciples, you should be able to get the Sex Minor Merit once with a grade A task. But I suggest you choose the Beast King's Conscience trial, and don't choose any other skills. Even the small magical power of the golden elixir is not as good as the Beast King's Conscience. To point you in the maze and tell you the way forward in the future, Su Yuming took notes secretly. On the way down the mountain, he watched the mystery of the Sea of Clouds. With a flick of his fingertips, a cloud rabbit the size of a doe appeared on the dragon boat of the earth. Hey, is this the cloud creature created by my junior brother? It looks cute, but this kind of creature is just a ball of pure spiritual energy. It doesn't have much combat power. It is great for people to appreciate. Su Yuming smiled and took out a blank first-grade top-grade talisman, sealed it and handed it over. Senior sister Yu, this is the Cloud Rabbit talisman I created on a whim. Please appreciate it. What woman can refuse a rabbit? Not even a cultivator. Yu Bingjiao released it with a smile, and played with it on the not-so-long jade legs. Don't worry, I won't accept your gift in vain. This Cloud Rabbit talisman is nice and too cute. There will definitely be many female cultivators in the sect who like it. If you price it at 1,000 spirit stones, I think you should be able to make a fortune. It's not just cute. The Cloud Rabbit in this Cloud Rabbit talisman contains a breath of foundation building spiritual energy, which can be used by Qi refining disciples to quickly restore their spiritual power. I wonder if you can sell it for 2,000 spirit stones, a breath of foundation building spiritual energy. Yu Bingjiao was a little surprised by Su Yuming's business acumen. Your talisman is only a first-grade top-grade talisman. but it contains a breath of foundation-building spiritual energy. If it can be swallowed by Qi refining cultivators, I'm afraid all their spiritual power can be restored in an instant. The premise is that your breath of foundation-building spiritual energy will not kill them, so the target of the sale is cultivators at the peak of Qi refining or above. Yubingjiao was full of emotion. Junior brother Su, your way of making talismans can really kill Zifu and earn spirit stones. If you can't get the shop, I would like to run some connections for you and open a shop with you, then please help me, senior sister Yu, and I will give you part of the profit from the shop. Yubingjiao hesitated for a moment. If you can give me 10 million spirit stones a year, it will be enough. I will arrange the shop for you. The land is probably in the South Gate area, which is the third largest market in the city. The price of a shop in a prime location is about 100,000 spirit stones per square meter. I will get you 50 square meters to sell talismans, which will be my investment. As for making talismans, you can do it in your villa. Thank you, senior sister Yu. Su Yuming was also shocked. The price of the store in the prime location was as high as 100,000 spiritual stones per square meter. This was the third market in Shanghai City. If it was in the inner city area ranked first, wouldn't it be hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones, or even millions of spiritual stones per square meter? Not long after, the two came to the number 78 villa in the inner city. How big is the 88-acre land? Su Yuming has 2 caves in Yandang sect. The Sanju cave has about 20 acres of land. Behind the main hall of Yandang Peak, there are about 30 acres of land, which are not as big as this villa. Moreover, there is a 4th-level spirit gathering formation built in. The concentration of spiritual energy is 15 times better than that in the sect. It takes about 8 months to complete the spiritual power transformation. If a group of clansmen are dispatched to practice here, the progress of cultivation will definitely be very fast. Thinking of this, Su Yuming began to transmit the sound to the nearest shop, immediately notify the sect and ask Chu Xingbo, the great foreign affairs elder, to dispatch 100 talisman makers, 10 alchemists, 10 weapon refiners, and many sect geniuses to join Shanghai City. Not long after, Chu Honggang, an early foundation building cultivator stationed in Luotu City, sent a reply. Has the sect master established a firm foothold in Shanghai City? Should we remove the Xianshu Pavilion shop that we just rented in Luotu City and rush to Shanghai City to join? The shops in Luotu City cost more than 100,000 spirit stones, and more than 1 million spirit stones were mobilized. Su Yuming hesitated for a moment and decided not to withdraw for the time being, otherwise the rent of the shops alone would cost a large amount of spirit stones. Accustomed to the lavish spending of Purple Mansion cultivators, he felt that the millions of spirit stones in his pocket were not very useful. The most urgent task was to make money. Chapter 172. The store is finalized. The popular Cloud Beast Talisman. 2 more monthly tickets requested. Hulala. Su Yuming sat cross-legged between the rockery and the flowing water. The spiritual energy around him liquefied, and a layer of mist floated from the water. After Yubingjiao left, Su Yuming learned that there were no more than 10 other courtyards in Shanghai City with a 4th-level spirit gathering array. It seemed that this Maishan Zhenren's bet on him was not bad. Junior brother Su, the store has been finalized. Number 257, South City, 53 square meters. I can probably help you get a counter and some shelves. There is a 3rd-level formation for protection. I have already reserved it for 6 million spirit stones. Remember to give me a dividend of 10 million spirit stones every year. Yubingjiao invested 6 million spirit stones and took 10 million spirit stones every year. It seemed that he was fleecing her, but in fact Su Yuming was also bound to her, a body cultivator in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, and a direct disciple of the Golden Collar. With her relationship with Maishan Zhenren's other direct disciples, Su Yuming's store can be said to be walking sideways in Shanghai City. The only people who dared to provoke him were other Jindans Henshin and Yuan Ying's grandsons. 5 days later, when Su Yuming opened up the 3rd ocean current in his body, he received news from Yubingjiao that the shop had been set up. He came to the door of the shop with a 3,000 cloud rabbit talismans he had just refined. For him, he could refine 3,000 talismans a day without stopping. After all, his current spiritual power was tens of thousands times more than that of an ordinary cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. Bang, 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 the shop opened with dragon and lion dances, fireworks and firecrackers. These were all arranged by Yubingjiao. She also called on many female cultivators from the Beast King lineage to come. This guy is a disciple of Maishan's Henrin and is the big sister in Beast King Peak. Relying on the means of physical cultivation, she also likes to fight for justice. Under her call, thousands of female cultivators gathered in front of the door. In the entire South City district, there were also tens of thousands of cultivators passing by and watching. Don't rush, there are only 1,000 Cloud Rabbit talismans today, first come first served, and the price is 2,000 spirit stones. After selling 185 pieces in one breath, the female foundation building cultivators left. The female Qi refining cultivators in front of the door were a little hesitant in the face of such a high price. Brother Su, can you make it a little cheaper? We are all Qi refining cultivators, and the price of these 2,000 spirit stones is really too high. Yes, this cloud rabbit is indeed very cute, but at this price, even if we sell ourselves, we still can't afford it. Su Yulong gave an apologetic look to everyone around him. My fellow sisters, this cloud rabbit talisman is for cultivators above the peak of Qi refining. Not only does it look good, but it can also instantly replenish foundation building spiritual power. It can be said to be a powerful weapon for those who are short of spiritual energy and can turn the tables and kill others in a fight, or escape. It's something that can save your life. 2,000 spirit stones is definitely not expensive. As for cheaper ones, there are also some. Tomorrow I will develop the Cloud Rat Talisman. This one comes from the Cloud Rat Talisman, which is small and cute with a bright fur. It contains a pure spiritual energy and can also replenish most of the spiritual power of Qi refining cultivators. It is a top-grade talisman, and it only sells for 100 spirit stones. You can't afford the Cloud Rabbit Talisman, but the Cloud Rat Talisman should be okay, right? Brother Su, my grandfather is the deacon of the Beast King Peak. I'm still short of some spiritual stones. Can you give me a discount? A pretty female cultivator came up to him, pleading with a pitiful look on her face. Well, today is the opening day. All my fellow disciples from the Five Beast sect who come to order the Cloud Rabbit Talisman and the Cloud Rat Talisman will get a 20% discount. The cost of the Cloud Rabbit Talisman is the best talisman material, which is less than 100 spiritual stones per piece, which is a 20-fold profit. As for the cost of the top-grade talisman such as the Cloud Rat Talisman, it can be controlled at about 5 spiritual stones. In a big dock like Shanghai City, the best talisman materials can be bought everywhere, and the top-grade talisman materials are even more abundant. They can be found everywhere on the street stalls, and they are very cheap. Seeing Su Yulong draw the appearance of the Cloud Rat Talisman in the air, the hamster was white and soft, with green and brown hair, and a cute and adorable look, which instantly captured the hearts of these female cultivators. Senior brother Sugeoai, give me a Cloud Rat, I want one too. Senior brother Su, I want to order 10 Cloud Rat talismans, can I pick them up tomorrow? In a blink of an eye, the thousands of female cultivators surrounding him directly ordered more than 1,500 Cloud Rat talismans, without deposit, only accepting full payment, and Su Yulong immediately had 150,000 more spirit stones in his arms. Half of the 1,000 Cloud Rabbit talismans he put out were quickly sold out. There was no other way. He really underestimated the spending power of the Five Beast sect disciples in the city. Even if he gave a 20% discount, he would still make a profit of 800,000 spirit stones. In addition, the other talismans he put on the shelf were also favored by these female cultivators. What about the Divine Fire Flying Crow Talisman, the Earth Heavy Armor Talisman, the Gravity Swamp Talisman, the Kangjin Instant Light Talisman, the Fire Dance 7 Dragons Talisman, the Golden Light God / Talisman? These talismans that Su Yulong is good at, a total of more than 200 pieces, with an average price of 2,500 spirit stones per piece, making another 500,000 spirit stones in one go. By the afternoon, the Cloud Rabbit talismans on his shelves were completely sold out. The female cultivators in the city who got the news, from all the major forces, almost snapped up all the Cloud Rabbit talismans. 1,000 Cloud Rabbit talismans, 1.6 million spiritual stones, plus other talismans. Su Yulong made more than 2 million spiritual stones on the first day of business. What's even more exaggerated is that the orders for the Cloud Rat talismans have reached tens of thousands, and the pre-collected talismans alone have exceeded 1 million spiritual stones. This woman's money is really easy to make. Su Yulong called Yubin Jio, Sister Yu, I need a large number of blank talismans. Please help me recruit dozens of talisman makers who can make blank talismans in the sect and the market. The monthly salary for a top-grade talisman maker is 100 lingxi. And the monthly salary for a top-grade talisman maker is 600 lingxi. Okay, I will buy all the top-grade blank talismans and top-grade blank talismans on the market for you, and I will also prepare more of these talisman materials for you. Yu Bingjiao took the 3.5 million lingxi handed over by Su Yuming, and now he became an errand boy, and he didn't care at all. With an income of more than 3 million lingxi a day, wouldn't he be able to make 1 billion lingxi a year? That afternoon, Su Yuming met 15 talisman makers from the Beast King lineage, almost all of whom were top-grade talisman makers, and they needed to pay 1 month's salary in advance. Obviously, although they trusted Su Yuming, who had just opened a shop to do business, they came to work in the shop because they were short of money. 3.5 million spirit stones, I have spent them all, almost 1 million high-grade talisman materials, the average price is about half a spirit stone, 50,000 top-grade talisman materials, the average price is about 60 spirit stones. In addition, I also subsidized you 6 million spirit stones to buy 300,000 high-grade blank talismans. These are talismans used by many cultivators to seal their spirits. There are quite a lot of them in the city, the average price is 20 spirit stones. I haven't seen the top-grade blank talismans, but I will help you buy them next. Su Yuming nodded. Thank you, senior sister Yu. After speaking, he took out a storage bag. There are 2.5 million spirit stones in it, and I still owe you 3.5 million spirit stones. I will pay it back in a few days. Don't be so polite. If you need spiritual stones to turn around, you don't have to pay me back. To be honest, I didn't expect your Cloud Beast talisman to be so popular. I'll help you promote it these days. The price of this Cloud Rabbit talisman is too high, almost comparable to the Foundation Building talisman. There shouldn't be too many cultivators who buy it. But this Cloud Rat talisman is 100 spiritual stones per piece. Most of the cultivators staying in Shanghai City can afford it. I hope to sell 1 million talismans and make a name for myself. 10 days. Su Yuming set off a spiritual stone storm in the city. In addition to selling all 50,000 high-quality Cloud Rat talismans, he still owed more than 60,000 orders. The income from the Cloud Rat talisman alone was as high as more than 11 million spiritual stones. Another 1,200 Cloud Rabbit talismans were sold, earning 2.4 million spiritual stones. Crazy. This small talisman shop with only more than 50 square meters actually set off the entire South City district. Moreover, more and more talisman makers came here to admire his reputation. There were hundreds of top-grade talisman makers in Su Yuming's mansion number 78. The salary he needed to pay a month was tens of thousands of spirit stones. Su Yuming was exhausted, but the large consumption of spiritual power also allowed him to cultivate the 7th ocean current. He estimated that at least hundreds of ocean currents were needed to support this ocean. At the current speed, 7 months would indeed allow him to complete the spiritual power ocean. Moreover, after swallowing all the 7-leaf 1-branch flower, his spiritual consciousness realm was accumulating and developing, approaching the middle stage of the 3rd stage. If he quietly broke through when making talismans one day, he would only think that it was a natural result. We are here to see the sect master. The cultivators of Yandang sector arrived, led by Chu Xingbo, a cultivator at the peak of foundation building. Behind him were 125 cultivators, including the couple Zhu Yingzhuang and He Jiaya. Zhu Yingzhuang was a first-class top-grade talisman maker, and He Jiaya was a second-class lower-grade talisman maker, who could support the talisman production of the shop. On the alchemy side, there were 2 alchemists previously worshipped by Xianwang sect, Wang Longzhong, a second-class upper grade, and Liu Panchi, a second-class lower grade. The former was in the late stage of foundation building, and the latter was in the middle stage of foundation building, but they were both over 180 years old. Wang Longzhong's face was covered with age spots, and there was only a layer of skin left on his face, and no flesh could be seen. It was estimated that he didn't have much time left, so he wanted to come to a big place to try to live a few more years. With the 2 of them in charge, the elixirs in the shop would not be in short supply in a short time. On the side of the weapon refiner, Su Yuming didn't expect that the one who came was Cheng Zihun, who was at least a guest elder of the weapon refiner peak, with an initial stage of foundation building and a second-class lower-grade weapon refiner. In addition, of the 120 people who came with him, 40 were talisman makers and 40 were alchemists and weapon refiners, but only 8 of them reached the upper level, and there were only 2 upper-level talisman makers. From today on, the two alchemists will start refining their best elixirs and be responsible for teaching the disciples. In addition, I will hire guest officials to sit in and refine elixirs. Alchemists who are interested in my Yandang sect can also be recommended to join. The same is true for weapon refiners. As for the talisman makers, I will do my best to train you when refining, and strive to make all you reach the level of upper-level talisman makers. There are more than 20 talisman makers from the Su family among you. I hope you can use the Yandang Cloud Key Ju to master the refining of the Cloud Rat Talisman as soon as possible to relieve my pressure. After speaking, Su Yuming looked at Ajaya and Zhu Yingzong. Brother and sister-in-law, you also have to work hard to master it. In the short term, please ask Elder Xingbo to take charge of the villa, and I will be in charge of the talisman shop. Yes, Chu Xingbo also agreed. He knew that this was an opportunity for the development of the sect A shop that can earn hundreds of millions of spirit stones a year, if managed properly, can allow their Yandang sect to take off directly. Chapter 173, a small profit of 100 million spiritual stones, a first-class task and a villain's mischief. 3 more, please subscribe. Fellow Taoist, have you heard of the Cloud Rabbit Talisman? Of course. It's the most popular talisman in Shanghai City. Compared to the 5 beast sect's most famous beast-taming talisman, the Cloud Rabbit Talisman can save your life. Then did fellow Taoist buy it? I can't afford it. I've just reached the peak of Qi refining and I'm a casual cultivator. I haven't purchased any magic tools yet. If I had 2,000 spirit stones, I would definitely buy a top-grade magic tool first. In the streets and alleys, Su Yuming spent tens of thousands of spirit stones to let those casual cultivators mingling in the crowd and those smart guys among the mortals spread the news of the Cloud Rabbit Talisman and the Cloud Rat Talisman. Within just 10 days, not to mention Shanghai City, even the huge 5 beast sect and the distant Luotu City had received the news of these 2 talismans. Before the Purple Mansion auction, Su Yuming had used up the 300,000 high-quality blank talismans and 50,000 top-quality talisman materials collected by Yu Bingjiao, and made a profit of more than 120 million spiritual stones. After deducting the cost, he still made more than 110 million spiritual stones. Even if he exchanged them for the top-quality spiritual stones he used for cultivation at this time, there would be 110,000 top-quality spiritual stones. It's really a huge profit. I don't know what good things I can see at this Purple Mansion auction. Su Yuming's heart moved, and he used the 103rd level materials he had exchanged from Nanguang Niang Niang of Jiayan sect to refine 20 Jingjin Shenguang talismans, 20 Qianli Yandangshan talismans, 20 second-level top-quality Broken Seal talismans, and 11 second-level top-quality 5-got Peacock talismans. The success rate is 71%, which is the best I have ever made. Next time, I have to start refining other talismans. The Cloud Rabbit Talisman and the Cloud Rat Talisman can only earn some women's spiritual stones at most. If I can earn men's spiritual stones, then I can really make a living. I think to cultivate from the initial stage of Purple Mansion to the great perfection of Purple Mansion, I have to prepare at least several million top-grade spiritual stones. Junior brother Su, when Su Yuming was thinking, it was already dusk. Yu Bingjiao had already walked in with a smile, and Xiao Qingxiu, who exuded the aura of Purple Mansion, also entered with him. Congratulations, Brother Xiao, for entering the Purple Mansion realm. Su Yuming bowed slightly to him, and the latter waved his hands repeatedly. Brother, don't be modest. If you didn't need to refine your spiritual power, I'm afraid you would have entered the Purple Mansion realm long ago. I came here today with Sister Yu to take you to the Wanbao Pavilion auction. Are we leaving now? Su Yuming packed up the talisman-making materials around him and prepared to get up. These days, Heijia and Zhu Yingzong have roughly mastered the refining of the Cloud Rat Talisman, and can refine dozens of them a day. The other talisman makers can also refine blank talismans. The recruited personnel have occupied half of the other courtyards. There are more than 600 talisman makers alone, more than 200 alchemists, and more than 300 weapon refiners including apprentices. There are more than 1,300 cultivators in the courtyard. Don't worry, Xiao Qingxiu sat down on the futon next to him with a bitter look on his face. Have you learned about the trial mission for junior brother Su's disciple? Seeing Su Yuming's confused eyes, Xiao Qingxiu smiled bitterly and took out a token. This is this year's trial mission for a disciple. You either choose one of two. You either go to the Sea of Single Cultivators to hunt down a true disciple of a rival sect, or you break a record of the sect, Hunting down a true disciple of a rival sect, as long as he is not the chief of the nascent soul sect, should not be a problem for senior brother Xiao, Su Yuming asked subconsciously. That's the sea of separate cultivators. After leaving the East Continent Sea, it is rare to see Jindan's Henren from my five beast sect appear in the sea of separate cultivators. In the outside world, those hostile sects are at worst Jindan forces. Once I kill the other party's true disciple, the other party's Jindan's Henren will chase after me through the soul lamp sensing, and I can't stop him, as he said. Xiao Qingxiu took a look at the huge house. On the contrary, junior brother Su, if you do the second task, it is very promising. The five beast sects registered disciples earning spirit stones is not a record, but your cloud beast talisman can be said to be ingenious and sought after by the world. I estimate that it won't be long before the entire mountain and sea area will know about your talisman. Let alone, it should be no problem to sell tens of millions of cloud rat talismans. As for this cloud rabbit talisman, I am afraid it can also sell hundreds of thousands of copies. If the reputation of such a legendary talisman can be comparable to that of my five beast sects beast taming talisman, then you can achieve a great achievement. Junior brother Xiao, you have calculated wrongly. The 50,000 sets of top-grade talisman materials and 300,000 blank high-grade talismans that I brought back for junior brother Su a dozen days ago have been completely used up. Junior brother Su is very fast at making talismans, and when he put them on the market, there is an endless stream of cultivators buying them. I estimate that the sales volume can be increased tenfold. Yubing Jiao has been enjoying being a major purchaser recently. Xiao Qingxiu frowned when he heard this. That's a problem. It stands to reason that the South City district is not as good as the Inner City and EC district. So many talismans have been sold here in less than a month. Someone must be fanning the flames. In addition to your help, senior sister Yu, and the help of my disciples from the Beast King lineage, I estimate that other talisman shops are also secretly purchasing this kind of talisman. Junior brother Su, you have to pay attention to those cultivators who buy it. If too many of the two talismans fall into the hands of other talisman shops, once they raise the price or lower the price to sell them, it will be a big trouble for you, and among these casual cultivators you recruited, it is very likely that there are spies from the other talisman shops. They can refine blank talismans, but don't pass on the secret methods of refining Cloud Rat Talisman and Cloud Rabbit Talisman to them, otherwise within a month, this Shanghai city will be full of these two talismans. At this point, Xiao Qingxiu showed a complicated expression. I was born in the Xiao family of Zuchen. Although my ancestors were once a famous family of Jindan, I have been accustomed to intrigues since I was a child. If you are a little cruel and money is tempting, those people will attack your shop. You must pay attention to the cultivators you recruit. If someone hides cultivators and prepares to explode one night and attack several cultivators who make talismans, it will be a big deal if they are captured. Did he meet a villain? Su Yuming's pupils shrank slightly. Thank you, senior brother Xiao. I will pay attention to this matter. Well, let's set off immediately. The location of Wanbao Pavilion is at number 10 in the inner city. This Zifu auction is just a small venue inside. We will pack up and go to the auction, Yubing Jiao said, and handed a storage bag to Su Yuming. It was the 100 million spirit stones handed over by Su Yuming, which had been exchanged for 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just as the three were leaving, in the number 56 courtyard of the inner city, an old cultivator stood on the sky tower and looked into the distance. That must be Yubing Jiao from the Beast King lineage, followed by Xiao Qingxiu, the legitimate son of the Zuchen Xiao family, and Su Yuming, the leader of the Yandang sect in Tao County. These two are both geniuses on the foundation building list and have purple mansion combat power. Yang Chun, the second-ranked foundation building of the Beast Talisman lineage, glanced at the street. With the isolation of the formation, even if the three people had some sense of spiritual awareness, they would only think that it was the observation of the cultivators next to them and would not care too much. Chuner, was the Cloud Beast Talisman made by this boy recently? Standing beside him with his hands behind his back was the third-level lower-grade talisman maker Lei Yuanshen. The Lei family was a large family of the five beast sects beast talisman lineage. There was a Jindan's Henren sitting in the hallway and more than a dozen third-level talisman makers, which was unprecedentedly powerful. It's Su Yuming. It's rumored that he is a third-rank, lower-grade talisman maker, but he has already joined the Beast King lineage and become the registered disciple of Master Meishan. Disciple of Master Meishan, this is a bit difficult. Lei Yuansheng frowned. How about we follow the previous rules and use courtesy before force? Use 1 million top-grade spirit stones to buy the production methods of these 2 talismans, or join forces with them to sell these 2 talismans in the big talisman shop. I'm afraid the other party won't agree. It is reported that they have recently earned more than 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. If they have a year or two, wouldn't it be easy to earn these spirit stones? Lei Yuansheng frowned. Are there other forces eyeing them? Yes, the top 10 talisman shops in South City are all powerful. There are many forces that want to attack them. You must know that except for the inner city, there is no sect's law enforcement team patrolling. It is reasonable for those guys to take risks for such a treasure, then we will wait for the opportunity. Just in case, we will ask the sect to take away the Cloud Beast talisman refining method. As for compensation, we will go with the flow and give Su Yuming a small merit. Yes, they are fellow disciples of the Five Beast sect. While robbing, they also have to maintain their face. Lei Yuansheng raised his foot and walked out of the courtyard gate. The Purple Mansion auction is rare. I have to go and take a look. I heard that it was held by the chief elder of the inner courtyard. I don't know what good things Lao Su has got this time. In the number 78 villa, in the midst of the busy talisman making, 2 figures looked at each other and looked at Ajaya and Zhu Yingzong, who were making the Cloud Rat talisman in the inner room. The timing is almost right. None of the Zifu in this courtyard is here. We can make our move when the 2 of them go to the talisman shop. There is Chu Xingbo in this courtyard. He is at the peak of the foundation building stage and probably has a powerful spiritual weapon in his hand. We are no match for him. The target is the method of making the Cloud Rat talisman and the Cloud Rabbit talisman. We have figured it out in the past few days. The other party is from the Yandang sect and probably has a special technique to make this kind of talisman. We can take action against Taijia and Zhu Yingzong. If we can't capture these 2 people, then kill them, take away the talismans that have been made in their storage rings and storage bags, and destroy the shops in Nancheng. Okay. In the darkness, the auras of the 2 figures were both at the foundation building stage. They were obviously cultivators who joined in to paralyze Su Yuming and were hiding under cover. They were waiting for an opportunity to lurk, waiting for Su Yuming to follow Yu Bingjiao and leave for the auction. In the inner city, seeing the magnificent Wanbao pavilion, Su Yuming suddenly stopped and looked back. Senior Sister Yu, once I start the trial mission, will others not be able to attack my Cloud Beast talisman? Chapter 174, Purple Mansion Auction. The Purple Yang Pill appears. One more, please subscribe. Unless you hand in the Cloud Rabbit talisman and the Cloud Rat talisman in exchange for a small merit for the sect, these are new talismans that were not recorded in the sect's treasury before. Moreover, they can shine in the market, so there must be something worth learning. I think the talisman makers in the sect must have taken some action. If you start the trial of the direct disciple now, you will have to use these 2 talismans to exchange for a great merit. Anyone who dares to stop you is challenging the sect rules, and the master will come forward to block all troubles for you. In the Five Beast sect, no one dares to lose the master's face unless the true Lord Patriarch comes out. Yu Bingjiao led the 2 people inside and sent a voice message to Su Yuming. In a dim basement, there were already more than 30 masked Purple Mansion monks present. After waiting for about half an hour, some people began to get impatient. Old Monster Su, you asked Wanbao Pavilion to lend you the land to hold this auction today. Why hasn't it started yet? Everyone who should come has arrived. The body of the cultivator who spoke revealed decay, and it was obvious that he had begun to suffer from the 5 decays of heaven and man, but the aura he exuded, at least in the late Purple Mansion, could give Su Yuming an irresistible power. Since Brother Sun has spoken, then I will give you a favor. Today's auction items are what I have obtained in the past 50 years, a total of 10 items. After the auction, if any Taoist friends want to exchange items, they can also come on stage. I will definitely be fair. Under the beam of light from the top of the pavilion, an old figure suddenly appeared. He had kind eyes and a kind face. Although his aura was restrained, he was just sitting there. If you don't look at him with your naked eyes, you can't find him. This is the great elder of the inner city, Su Shantuang. He is already 500 years old this year, and his cultivation is at the level of fake pill. Su Yuming heard Yu Bingjiao's voice transmission. Fake pill, real person? Su Yuming was shocked. This man was actually at the same realm as the Yandang Patriarch. My fellow Taoists, my time is coming. I am holding this auction today mainly for things that replenish my life. If any fellow Taoist has them, Please take them out for trading. I can give you anything except my life, Su Shentong said, turning his wrist. You must know that there are several kinds of opportunities for the Purple Mansion. I have been running around for many years and got 3 of them. The first one is the Purple Void Pill. Compared with the Purple Yang Pill, the Purple Yang Pill can turn spiritual power into true energy, while the Purple Void Pill can allow you to complete the last step, turning purple energy into a mansion, and from then on trapping the true energy in your body, which can increase the chance of the Purple Mansion by 10%. I want it. The 1,000 years of longevity fruit can extend your life by 10 years. If you refine the longevity pill, it can extend your life by at least 30 years, someone below threw out a brocade box. Is there any fellow Taoist who offers a higher price? Su Shentong looked around and saw that no one spoke, so he smiled and accepted it. Then the second item is a bottle of pure Purple Palace True Qi. It is different from the Purple Palace True Qi that cannot be retained after the death of a cultivator. This is the origin of the Purple Qi monkey that has been extinct for many years. I only got this little bit by chance, but it is enough to plant a little Purple Qi origin in your body after refining it, which can increase the Purple Palace probability by 20%, and exchange it for a treasure that can extend your life by at least 50 years. 1 penny of 5,000-year-old tortoise jelly can extend your life by 50 years. A cultivator's voice was hoarse, and he made a move after hesitation. Deal, Su Shentong smiled. Although he had taken a lot of longevity treasures, these 2 kinds of spiritual medicines would only have an effect of 10% or 20% at most, which could extend his life by more than 10 years. The third kind is the Purple Yang Pill. A low-grade Purple Yang Pill increases the chance of breakthrough by 30%. The one in my hand was left by Yan Hai's Hunren, the last 4th-rank alchemy master of the Five Beast sect 100 years ago. It is a mid-grade Purple Yang Pill, which can increase the chance of reaching the Purple Mansion realm by about 45%. Su Shentong glanced around and said, are there any treasures that can extend life for more than 100 years? If not, please make your own bids. If I find one I like, I will trade it. Mid-grade Purple Yang Pill? Su Yuming couldn't help feeling hot. Now they still hadn't found the furnace of Purple Yang Pill in Yandang sect. This one was made by a 4th-rank alchemy master, and its efficacy was obviously more amazing. If it was given to a cultivator who had reached the great perfection of the foundation building stage, he would be able to break through to the Purple Mansion realm with a high probability. I have a 3,000-year-old red fruit. Can I exchange it for it? 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, plus a top-grade spirit tool, 1 low-grade longevity pill, can extend life by 30 years. After about a dozen cultivators all made bids, Su Shentong still shook his head. Obviously, these prices did not meet his requirements. A bottle of Cheyenne bathing water, after bathing, can resist the 5 decays of heavenly beings for 10 years. Can you exchange it? Just at this time, not far from Su Yuming, a female cultivator suddenly raised a hand. Su Yuming only felt that her breath was somewhat familiar, and felt the erratic charm. My goodness, isn't this Nangong tuner from Juan sect? Where did she get Cheyenne bathing water in her hand? The rarity of this thing is no worse than that of the Purple Qi monkey origin. Cheyenne bathing water, sure enough, as soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the scene. Then Su Shentong smiled and threw the elixir bottle to him. Of course you can exchange it. If you have extra Cheyenne bathing water, I am willing to trade it with the other treasures at today's auction. I just got it by chance, and there are no elderly elders in my family. If I have no use for it, I will exchange it. The charming voice tried to remain clear, but her figure hidden under the black robe could not be hidden from Su Yuming. Well, you don't have to embarrass this fellow Taoist. The 4th treasure is a spiritual tool I used in my early years, the Soul Gathering Bottle. It can store a peak of Purple Mansion Qi and can be refined at any time. If you take it back, this top-grade spiritual tool can help you replenish your Qi in battle. Recently, I saw a kind of Cloud Rabbit Talisman and Cloud Rat Talisman in the city, which monopolized the means of replenishing the spiritual energy in the foundation establishment and Qi refining stages. I think this soul gathering bottle can be a means of replenishing Qi for Purple Mansion cultivators. I only accept barter. I wonder if you are willing to exchange it. Top-grade spiritual tool axe, made of cold iron from the western regions. Blood does not stain the blade. Top-grade spiritual tool black wood tripod. It is an alchemy cauldron. Top-grade spiritual tool Longquin ring. It has 100 cubic storage spaces and can withstand 3 attacks from the Purple Mansion realm. Su Yuming was curious and prepared to bid. A pair of top-grade spiritual weapon ancient swords, lacking weapon souls but extremely sharp, but soon his bid was drowned out. The top-grade spiritual weapon demon blood bottle can condense a large amount of demon blood, remove the dross, take its essence, and replenish its own withered blood. I dare not say it can prolong life, but it should not be difficult to let people live in the world for a few years, and it can also treat cultivators with declining blood and Qi. Yubingjiao, who is not far away, suddenly raised his hand. Changed, Su Shentong nodded slightly. This is another way to survive. How could he give up? The fifth item is the old man's elixir recipe inheritance. It contains more than 1,100 first level to third level recipes, such as foundation building pills and purple sun pills. There are 17 kinds of elixirs required for the Purple Mansion realm alone. The starting price is 10,000 top-grade spiritual stones. The highest bidder wins. Pill recipe? This is another good thing. Yandang sect has collected the recipes of various families, but only collected more than 200 kinds of recipes. Don't think that Su Yuming knows the recipes of foundation building pill and Jiang pill, which are all public. How to control the fire, what proportion is needed, and when to mix and smelt the spiritual liquid, all require the experience of the predecessors in the recipe. If the alchemist can get the complete recipe, he can avoid a lot of detours. 15,000 spirit stones, 20,000 23,000. Soon the price came to more than 30,000 spirit stones. Su Shentong is a fake pill real person and a third-level upper-grade alchemist. Naturally, these people want to get the inheritance he left behind. 40,000 spirit stones, Su Yuming raised a hand. If he wanted to learn a secondary profession besides the way of talismans, it would be alchemy. Even if he was not talented enough, he could take it back as a sect classic. 45,000 spirit stones, 46,000, soon his price was surpassed. 60,000 spirit stones, this was Su Yuming's last bid. There was no other way. The sect was just starting out and didn't have enough foundation. It was just like the casual cultivators in the market who didn't have any follow-up skills. If you wanted to build a foundation, you had to join a big force to get the foundation building skills, or you could only rely on picking up leaks and buying the foundation building skills at a high price. Finally, seeing that no one continued to bid, Su Shentong smiled and pointed at Su Yuming. At the same time that a jade slip flew towards Su Yuming also handed over 60,000 top-grade spirit stones and threw it over. The next 4 lots were almost all elixirs used by Purple Mansion cultivators for cultivation. True Qi pills, common elixirs for replenishing true Qi. The top-grade true Qi pills refined by this guy could actually be sold for 1,000 top-grade spirit stones each. True Yuan pills, elixirs used by Purple Mansion early cultivators to improve their cultivation, but with only 10 bottles of top-grade True Yuan pills, the old man in front of him earned 200,000 top-grade spirit stones. Purple Clothes pill, this is the pill used for cultivation in the middle stage of Purple Mansion. The pill is purple and wrapped in a layer of pill clothing. It costs 5,000 top-grade spirit stones. Finally, there is the Purple Beast pill that is sold in bulk. It is very useful for third-level physical cultivation and third-level monsters. It costs 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. All of them are low-grade. Su Yuming bid for 30 pills, while Yubingjiao actually bought 160 pills. The assets of ordinary Purple Mansion cultivators should be around 10,000 or 20,000 top-grade spirit stones. Su Yuming silently memorized the assets of these Purple Mansion cultivators in his heart, so as not to lose the fat sheep when robbing. Of course, the assets of Su Shentong, who is at the level of fake pill, are unfathomable. He estimates that he has at least tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones, but unfortunately, he will not live long. Choosing to step into the fake pill means cutting off the immortal path. Now he is lingering on, just for the sake of his descendants to live a better life. Senior Sister Yu, do you know how many spirit stones are needed to ask the Great Elder Su to help me refine a pill? Yubingjiao glanced at him with interest. The Great Elder doesn't accept spirit stones, he only accepts one of the pills. Even if 2 are refined, he will take 1. If you don't accept his rules, he won't help, then some special pills can only be refined into 1. Does he want to take them all? Although the 5 Beast sect does not have a 4th-rank alchemy master, there are still many other 3rd-rank alchemy masters. Su Yuming understood this. This rigid old man Su has his own rules. In this way, he gave up the idea of asking Su Shentong to refine the purple yang pill. If he let him take 1, The Yandang sect would not have enough to share. Chapter 175, Buttocks is in danger, should I save him or not? 2 more, please subscribe. Fellow Taoist, please stay. When the auction ended, Cao King Xiu and Yubing Jiao were busy trading with other cultivators, while Su Yuming was about to leave. However, as soon as he turned around, a cultivator came forward and called him. Su Yuming saw that he was in the middle stage of the Purple Mansion, and his third-level spiritual consciousness was spreading all over his body. He was not afraid at all. What's the matter? I'm a sword fanatic. Fellow Taoist has a pair of top-grade spiritual weapon ancient swords without demon souls. Why don't you sell them to me? I can use a third-level middle-grade sword talisman as a trade. How about it? Su Yuming was about to refuse when he heard him continue to speak. The third step sword intent should be as powerful as a peak attack from the Purple Mansion, 1 for a sword. Su Yuming was thinking about whether this could become his last resort after the Purple Mansion. Can I see the sword? Seeing the other party handing over the third-level sword talisman, Su Yuming immediately took out a demon soul ancient sword and handed it over. It is indeed the work of a weapon refiner from 10,000 years ago. It's a pity that the weapon's soul is gone, otherwise it would definitely be a top-grade spiritual weapon. The tall and strong sword cultivator opposite him, wearing a square crown, rubbed his hands, hesitated for a long time, and took out something from his arms. Dao, I just came back from the outer sea. I fought hard and exhausted my family's wealth. I am short of money. I only have this top-grade sword stone. Can I exchange it? Top-grade sword stone? Su Yuming's heart moved. He originally had a third-level sword tea tree. His sword intent had been cultivated to the peak of the second step. If he had another sword stone, he would probably be able to achieve the third step of sword intent. This is a great killer in the Purple Mansion realm. Add a mid-grade spiritual weapon flying sword. The other party gritted his teeth and handed over a snakefish flying sword when he saw Su Yuming hesitate. Deal, Su Yuming agreed readily. His 8 sword formations could be used with 8 spiritual flying swords. Originally, there were 9. Now, 2 quasi-high-grade spiritual weapons were replaced with 1 medium-grade spiritual weapon. It seemed a bit weaker, but it was definitely not a loss. After walking out of the auction house, Su Yuming immediately mixed into the crowd. From the corner of his eye, he also saw Nangang Huner coming out. She flew directly into the air. Perhaps she also had the authority of the Five Beast sect and dared to fly Shanhai City. She has already reached the great perfection of foundation building. Now that she has obtained this medium-grade Jiang pill, she should find a place to break through the Purple Mansion. Su Yuming's heart moved. Could it be that this Jiang pill was not prepared for her? He was about to withdraw, but his spiritual consciousness found that there were 2 auras following him 100 miles away. It was obviously the transaction of exchanging Shy and bathing water for Jiang pill, which made her a target. In the world of immortal cultivation, any spiritual insect, medicinal powder, or even a trace of spiritual consciousness can leave a mark for someone to hunt down. Even through her black robe, one can tell that Nanguang has a great figure. Maybe a flower thief will also target her. One of them should be a mid-stage Purple Mansion cultivator, and the other one's cultivation is probably higher. Su Yuming felt the traces of one of them chasing with earth escape and the other chasing from the sky. After thinking for a while, he decided to follow and see. Senior Xianji, people are following me. I dare not look back. There are at least 2 Purple Mansion cultivators chasing me. At this time, Nanguang, who was escaping in the air, was stepping on the flying boat and continuing to fly forward, while lowering her head to send a voice transmission to Xianji Sanren. You lead them to the Luoyuan Ancient Road. I will set up a 4th-level formation. No matter how many cultivators come, they can't escape from my palm. Senior Xianji, what did you promise me? Don't worry, when I get the Bagua map, a spiritual artifact, I will marry you in style, and the Juan sect will be able to move into Shanhai City and become a major Purple Palace force under the Five Beast sect. One day, you and I will be promoted to the Golden Core realm together and become a pair of immortal lovers who will enjoy 1,000 years of freedom. Seeing this, Niang Nanguang was relieved. The Lord of Shanhai City, Bagwas Henrin of the Five Beast sect, is going to celebrate his 400th birthday. Many of his disciples are vying to prepare birthday gifts for him. As long as he can catch his eye, this Henrin will hand over the treasure in his hand, the Bagua map, which ranks second on the list of 72 spiritual artifacts, to his successor. With the resources of Shanhai City and the full support of Bagwas Henrin, The future Golden Core realm is not so far away. After all, Bagua Henrin is the lord of Shanhai City, and Bagua 2 is the key to the formation in his hand. Mastering Bagua 2 can inherit this 5th order Shanhai formation. And the power of Bagua 2 is that it can also form a formation on the spot, and it constructs a quasi 4th order Bagua formation. For a quasi 4th order formation master like Xianji Sanren, it is a dream to break through his own formation realm. Well, the breath disappeared. Su Yuming's footsteps stopped 150 miles away from Luoyuan Ancient Road. He frowned and watched the 2 purple mansion cultivators who were chasing in the world also landed near Luoyuan Ancient Road. The flying cultivator even had a compass in his hand. Where did this woman go? Is there a big formation here to cover up her aura? The thin and long-faced man in the lead frowned, but she only has the aura of the great perfection of foundation building. I have planted a spiritual mark on her, so she shouldn't be able to escape. Brother, you and I should retreat first. The white-faced scholar in the middle stage of the purple mansion behind was a little nervous, because this was the Luoyuan Ancient Road, which was too close to Luodu. If they forcibly attacked the formation here and made a big noise, they would be noticed by the many purple mansion cultivators in Luodu City. Then let's go first. The thin and long-faced man nodded slightly, and just as he was about to leave, the mountain in front of him suddenly changed, and the formation light instantly swallowed the 2 of them. Xianji Sanren fiddled with the counting sticks, and the pretty Nangguang Niang Niang stood next to him, looking at the 2 of them with a playful look on her face. The bathing water of the Xian River, the middle-grade Jiang Pill, and you 2 are here. You are really not nice, Xianji Sanren? Brother, we have fallen into a trap. They are using the big formation to set up an ambush and are preparing to rob you and me. The Xianji Suachao big formation? It's just a trap formation. Xianji Sanren, what can you use to kill me? The 2 purple palaces were not panicking at the moment standing in the formation. They even dared to shout at Xianji Sanren. Buzz! The Xianji Suachao big formation suddenly pressed down, revealing a terrifying formation light covering 1,000 miles. In just a moment, the spiritual consciousness comparable to the peak of foundation building shocked the 2 purple palaces so much that they bled from their mouths and noses. Su Yuming, who was watching outside at this time, was also dumbfounded. Good fellow, this Nangguang Huner is not a good man. She actually set up such a large formation to plot against these 2 purple mansion cultivators. She wants to rob them. Su Yuming pulled back 150 miles and stayed 300 miles away from the formation. He had the Earth Dragon boat in his hand. He performed the Earth Dragon moving spell 9 times and could instantly pull away 1,300 miles. In this way, even if the formation expanded, it would not threaten him. Shui, to his surprise, at this time, in Luodu City, 1,000 miles away, a figure also walked out. The token hanging around the waist is not the Cao family's token. Is it because there is a large formation outside the city that has alarmed the other party? Su Yuming hid himself underground. Cao Kingsu once said that there are 6 major families in Zucheng City, all of which have purple mansion peak cultivators in charge. Luodu, the capital of the mountain and sea region, is only stronger than Zucheng. At this time, those who dare to personally explore this quasi 4th level formation are either fake Danzhenren or purple mansion peak. There are still dangers everywhere near this mountain and sea city. It seems that I have to go back after earning enough spirit stones. This is not a place to stay for a long time. Su Yuming regretted dispatching so many family cultivators to come here. If he encounters danger, it will restrict his hands and feet. In the formation space, Xianji Sanren stretched out his hand and 2 storage rings broke through the air and fell into his palm. Senior Xianji, with your spiritual consciousness at the peak of foundation building, combined with this formation, even if fake Danzhenren can fight against you. Seeing that Xianji Sanren killed 2 purple mansions with 3 strikes, one of which was a purple mansion late-stage cultivator, Nangguang was a little surprised. Everyone who has seen my Xianji calculating Qi formation has died, so no one knows that this is actually a trapping formation plus a spiritual consciousness amplification formation. Xianji Sanren smiled and took out the 3,000 top-grade spiritual stones inside, and took 2 mid-grade spiritual tools and 1 top-grade spiritual tool in his hand. These 2 people are poor. We have to change places. But, at the moment he was thinking, the formation space seemed a little unstable. How could it be? Xianji Sanren immediately moved the counting chips, calculating that this place was dangerous, and then his face suddenly changed. Black light and blood, a sign of great misfortune. The only forces that can bring me danger here are those in Luotu City, but they are all from the Shanhei family. Who dares to kill me openly? Buzz, with a second loud noise, the formation was already being attacked. Familiar formation master's methods. Could it be my Bagua sect? His face was terribly gloomy. Their target is me, Fairy Nangguang. After the formation is broken, I will lead away one of the auras of the great perfection of the Purple Mansion, and you will fly to Shanhei City from another direction. If you can survive, you and I will meet in front of the Xianji Tower in Shanhei City. Okay, boom. With a loud noise, the formation was broken, and the two streams of light fled away. The old man in hemp clothes was followed by a bloated woman. Brother Xianji, your junior sisters are here. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay? Xiao Xianmen, you are crazy. My fellow Bagua disciples are killing each other. If our master knew, he would not forgive you. After seeing who was coming, Xianji was shocked and angry even though he had already escaped hundreds of miles away. Brother, our sect has more than a dozen divination methods, including dream divination, copper divination, astrology, face divination, character divination, and sign divination. Any of our disciples the apple of our master's eye. Tell me, if our master randomly chooses someone to inherit his legacy, can he convince everyone? It's nothing more than letting us decide who is superior. Among them, the biggest threat to me is you, brother, so please die, brother. As he said that, Xiao Xianmeng bowed to the old man in hemp clothes beside him. Please help us, old ancestor, and kill Xianji Sanren. I will take action to eliminate the karma of the fortune teller for you. As for the escape girl, leave it to me. Okay. The old man in hemp clothes took a step forward and chased for 100 miles. After 3 or 2 steps, he had closed the distance with Xianji Sanren. Prime Minister Ma Yi, Xiao Yuantong, you dare to come and kill me? The fleeing Xianji Sanren was shocked and angry. Just wait for me. If I, Xianji, don't die today, I will avenge this and wipe out your entire Xiao family. Deep underground, Su Yuming shook his head. He was still speaking harshly at this point. Was he afraid that the other party couldn't catch up with him? In this case, Nangguang Hunar is really in danger. He took a serious look at the figure fleeing in his direction. The Xiao Xianmeng who was chasing him in the air had an aura of the middle stage of the Purple Mansion and was an extremely troublesome fortune teller. It was a bit troublesome to deal with him. Should he save them or not? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.